Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to our third annual Hoop Fest. Guys, we're so excited about this week, and it is going to be a full week, too. I'm telling you, man, we are going to have a lot of fun, lots of giveaways, lots of great prices on all the machines. And guys, we have some of the best educators in the business going to be here this week. Looking so forward to it. And so thank y'all for joining in this morning. And guys, I hope that you're going to get to be able to watch us all week. We're going to be here all 5 days, all the way till Friday. And we're going to be streaming live all day long till I think 4 p.m. each day, Pacific time. So it's a long week. So, but hey, you know what? It's going to be here. The end of it's going to be here before we know it. It always happens. Anyway, y'all say a big shout out to, we got Kennedy, Kyle, and Roger here this morning.
Good morning, it's Hoop Fest. Woo!
They're all fired out. And then also on the chat on Facebook and YouTube, we have Melinda, Marina, and Rhonda are going to be answering your chats this morning. They're going to be working on that. So that'll be just on Facebook and YouTube. And then we also have live chatters on the website that can help you. We have our call center. All the people over there are going to be answering the phones, today. They're all ready for you. So we got a big event in store for you. So one of the things that kind of want to explain how this is going to work so everybody has an understanding. So every 30 minutes, we're going to have a different, demonstrator come up, and then we're going to show products. Now, today you're going to hear me talk about, hey, it's a call-in special. What that means is I cannot show some of the pricing on the show, like what you can actually get it for or what the package is going to be because of some of our manufacturers have what they call advertising restrictions. It's called MAP pricing, minimum advertised price. So we all have to adhere to that, but that doesn't mean that you can't call us. And so if you call in today, a lot of these times I'm going to say it's a call-in special. So just know, when I say that, make sure you call because I'm going to make you extremely happy when you do. So any of the products you see, if you're interested in them, give us a call. And you're right now, I'm going to tell y'all too, make sure you have a little notepad and a piece of paper down beside you so you can take some notes today, because throughout the day, I'm going to tell you things that I'm going to say, hey, make a note of this. And so one of the notes is, when you see our phone number come up on the screen, make sure you write that number down so you'll have it. It's 800-401-8151. And we're going to be taking calls all day long as well. And now, again, we're going to be giving prizes away like we always do. Now, how the prizes work, all you have to do is participate in our show. If you make comments or ask questions, if you go and like or subscribe to a YouTube channel, if you like our Facebook page, those type of things will all help you enter to win. But the main thing is, if you're just participating in the show, asking questions, or making comments throughout the show, it's going to enter you in to win some of the prizes. Now, what we're going to do, just like we always do, this is the Dream Studio giveaway we're going to have at the end of the week. Now, each day we're going to pick a finalist. So today, at the end of the day, we're going to pick our first finalist that'll be in to win that Dream Studio giveaway. And guys, it is a big, huge Dream Studio giveaway. Tons of items. We want to show it real quick. Let's show what the Dream Studio. There it is, guys. It's over $25,000 worth of prizes that one person is going to walk home with on Friday. But look at that. You get an SWF 12 needle machine. You're getting a serger. You're getting all kinds of little goodies, plus a Stay Perfect table and a Floriani.
The whole collection of thread from Floriani.
Thread collection from Floriani. So it's a huge giveaway, and one of you lucky winners are going to get that. Excuse me. So, but each day we're going to pick a finalist. So when we say, today, this afternoon, we're going to pick a finalist. Now, here's the great thing about it. If you get picked as a finalist, you're still going to win something. Everybody in the top 5 will win something that they're going to be proud of and be happy about. But that one winner on Friday, when we draw that grand prize winner, they're going to win that Dream Studio giveaway. However, we're going to give a bunch of stuff away every day anyway. So you might not necessarily even be in the Dream Studio giveaway, but you're going to be able to win stuff. So hope that kind of explains how it's going to work. But This week, the whole week, we're giving over $100,000 of prizes away. So it is a ton of stuff that we're giving away. And so all you have to do is watch. Pretty easy, huh, guys?
Yeah.
So before we get too started, get going into this, I want to say a big shout out to some of our SMP Nation watching out there. We got Kathy Heath is watching, so good morning, Kathy.
Good morning.
We have Kathy Tripp. She's up in Michigan watching this morning, so good morning, Kathy.
Good morning.
We have Tina Sampler is watching this morning, so good morning, Tina. We have Cindy Canny. She's over in Oklahoma watching this morning.
Oklahoma.
So good morning to you, Cindy. We got Laura Scott over in Wyoming, and I hope you're having some great weather over in Wyoming because I know it's been a little chilly over there. But it's supposed to be some good weather across the nation now. We got Sharon Ulrich in San Diego, or actually in Valley Center, watching this morning. So good morning to you. And I want to say a big shout out to all of our sponsors, guys. If you see them on the screen right there, we could not do Hoop Fest without our sponsors. That's Brother, Baby Lock, Juki, and R&K, which is distributor Floriani. We have Janome, SWF, Stay Perfect. We have Aero Cabinets, Dime, which is the designs in machine embroidery. And then we have Reliable, and then we have Synchrony. So could not do this without all of our partners and helping us out here with educators and some of the prizes that we're giving away. So we really do appreciate them. And I tell you what, guys, they are sending the best educators in the business we're going to have this morning. And we're super excited about that. Now, also throughout the day, 2 times per day, we're going to have what we call an educational session. So those educational sessions, basically it's going to be talking about embroidery, some things and tips and tricks that you can do. And we brought some educators in to do that for you. And so the first up this morning, we got, I think our first educator is Cindy Hogan.
Jennifer Gleit.
No, educational session.
Oh, yes, education, yes.
Cindy educational Hogan. Session is Cindy Hogan. And what's our second one today? Kimberbell, yeah. So we got Kim Christopherson from Kimberbell going to be on. So we got Cindy and Kim are going to be on today. I think Cindy comes on at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and then Kimberbell, Kim Christopherson is at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. So that'll be our 2 educational sessions that we're going to have, and they got some really cool things that we're going to. I think Cindy's going to tell you how you can hoop hats like a pro, and then Kim's going to talk a little bit about I think how you can do some quilting with your embroidery, and so it's going to be some really cool stuff that you want to miss that. But that'll be that today, and each day we'll have an educator come up and do that. And then we're just going to be demonstrating products all day long with some great pricing, guys. We've been working on this for quite a while, and Kyle can tell you we go out there and we really have to work some deals with our manufacturers. And guys, this is the way it works. The reason sometimes, like you may see a product on here that was cheaper than you bought it months ago, the reason that happens, and I don't want you to ever feel bad about your purchase, is because sometimes we get people say, oh, I bought that and it wasn't that cheap. Well, we always, if you just call us, if it's a different price than what you bought it for, we're going to match that price. We're not going to throw you out to dry. However, the reason we have prices sometimes the way it is because we buy it better. So if I can make a really good deal with the manufacturer and get a better price on it, then I pass that savings directly on to you. So that's how it works. We don't make any extra money. We just pass that savings to you so you get a better deal. So that's what we're constantly working on, especially for these shows. We're trying to make sure that we give a great price for you, and you're getting that really good deal on that machine that you've been thinking about for a while. And so there's no exception this week. We've done that. We've got some really good deals going. We got some great financing options available as well through Synchrony. And they were just here out last week, and we worked a bunch of deals with them. And so we've got a great show lined up for you. I hope you're going to be excited as we are, because I tell you what, man, it's finally here, isn't it, guys? Oh, yeah. Finally here. We've been working so hard behind the scenes. We're ready to go, and I hope y'all are ready. And so anyway, if y'all have questions throughout the show, make sure that you just chime in, and it goes really fast sometimes. But what I wanted to tell you is when we get finished with the demonstrations, if you want to just kind of only chat if you have a question about that specific machine, just for about 5 minutes. And that way our people who are watching chats can see your questions and get them answered for you. Now, I know we got a big following out there with the SMP Nation, and they help us as well. So if y'all know the answer to some of these questions that are asked, make sure you chime in and help your fellow SMP Nation members out. And guys, if you're brand new, this is the first time you've ever seen one of our shows or one of our festivals, put a number 1 in the chat right now. I'm anxious to see how many of y'all are brand new, and this is your first time seeing us. And if you've been here for a while, you've been with us for a while, and you've seen a bunch of festivals, put a number 5 in. I want to see how many people are new and how many people is just a part of our regular SMP Nation. And guys, we want to welcome you. And I know the SMP Nation, if you're brand new out there, they're going to welcome you with open arms because, that's just the way they are. And there's a lot of friendships have been developed through our shows and this huge community out there all over the nation. So it is a lot of fun to see. So guys, if the ones that are new, thank y'all for joining in. And again, if you have questions, just make sure you chime in and we'll do our best. Either some of the SMP Nation members or our chat team here will try to answer the questions for you and help you out. All right, I believe that's just about it. Have I missed anything, guys?
No, I think you're
all right.
Perfect.
So, I got to tell you about the quilt contest. I mean, the embroidery contest. I forgot about that.
Yes.
So, the embroidery contest, guys, part of this as well, we do a contest that you could have submitted an embroidery project in. Excuse me. And so you could submit your embroidery project. We had rules to follow. You had pictures you could send in. And we opened it up for voting. Well, the voting is still open, guys, and you have all the way till the 15th, which is Thursday, and then voting at the end of the day on Thursday. Voting is stopped, and then Friday we'll announce those winners as well. And if you win it, you get a great prize package, and you get the golden scissors trophy, as we call it. And then second and third place will get ribbons, and also they will get a prize package. So all 3 places get a really nice prize package for doing submitting your entries and getting votes. And what's so crazy, everybody's got to go check this out. I'm in there.
Are you? You're in there.
I'm in there.
You are in there.
And I had to vote on it. I had to vote it. And we're talking about, somebody, the picture of me that you saw on the I guess the thumbnail or the
I think
slide.
so.
They took that picture, digitized it, and stitched out, embroidered out me.
Did it feel weird, Blaine, when you were on the website and you were like, "Oh, let me go see the projects," and then
I was
saw
just
you
scrolling down through there, and I went, "Whoa, it's me!" So it was pretty funny. So, but great job, and I forgot who did it. Now, who y'all remember?
We'll have to find it and give them a shout out.
I forgot her name. So y'all go check out all the entries and check them out. Go check out the picture of me. Vote on your favorite one, the one that you think is the best job on there. There are some incredible entries. But you just go to our homepage on SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can scroll down toward the bottom and you'll see the Hoop Fest banner, or it may be at the top. I don't know where it's at. It's at the top now. At the top of the page, you'll see the Hoop Fest banner. Just click on that, and then when you get to the Hoop Fest page, up at the top on the right side up there at the header, it says gallery. Mm-hmm. You just hit the gallery and it'll take you down to all the entries and you can see all of them for yourself. And then vote on your favorite one. You can vote one time a day. So y'all can vote every day now until Thursday the 15th. Vote on your favorite one. And the top 3 vote getters are going to get win a great prize package. So a lot of fun, a lot of great entries. And I think we had over 50 entries.
I think so, yeah.
Had over 50 entries. Yeah. And right now we've had thousands and thousands of votes. So I'm not sure the total of the votes. We'll try to get that for you. But usually we have over 25,000 votes usually on these shows. So it's a lot of votes going on. So anyway, guys, we are ready to start the show. Are y'all ready out there? Well, we got our first presenter coming up. And guys, I'm super excited to have her on board. She's going to talk all about the Brother XJ1. And as y'all know, we've got a fantastic special on the XJ1. You're going to be blown away today, even more than you ever have. And we have Jennifer Gleich on today. And Jennifer learned how to sew by making Barbie clothes. And for 35 years plus, she's kept that love for sewing and all the way into her career. And her favorite place to sew is at a quilt retreat with her best friends on the Oregon coast. Her favorite machine to use is all the Brother products. She loves them. And so y'all, welcome to the show, Jennifer.
Woo!
Hey, Jennifer.
Ooh, she is muted.
Thank you. You're muted.
There, how's that?
You got you loud and clear. How are you this morning?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Man, thank you for coming on our show. I know you've been on one of our shows before. We always love you coming on. And man, today is no exception. We love that you're here. And we're super excited about Hoot Fest. And I am so excited about this machine. And, you know, you and I have talked about this. This machine, for the price that people can pay for this, is just incredible because it's so loaded with all these features.
It's got so many features. We actually have to break it into 2 sessions, right? Because
yes,
we can't fit everything in, you know, a half an hour. So this morning I'm going to talk about the sewing features. So if you're a quilter or a sewer, and you're looking for a great machine for that, it's a wonderful machine. Tomorrow I'm going to talk about the embroidery features. So tune in tomorrow. But this morning I wanted to talk about the sewing features. So I guess I'll just jump right in because we don't want to waste any time. I'm going to go ahead and switch my camera because I'd like you to look at the machine rather than me the whole time. So just a moment here. And hopefully you can see the Brother Stellar. I have her set up in sewing mode. I've taken the embroidery unit off. The XJ1 is one of our advanced sewing and embroidery combo units, but I have her set just with the sewing side. I've taken the embroidery arm off. You can leave it on when you're sewing, but for this presentation, I went ahead and put her little sewing box on. As you can see, she's a good sized machine. You have 56 square inches of workspace because you actually have 11¼ inches from the needle to the arm of the machine. So you have a lot of room if you are someone who likes to do free motion quilting or edge to edge quilting on your machine. You can do that and you've got a lot of room. As you can see, the display is really large. It's a touch display, so it's just like your iPad or your telephone or your Android phone or your iPhone, any of your tablets. It's all touch screen. It's high definition LCD. And the sewing machine is super fast. So if you're someone who likes to put the pedal to the metal, you've got 1,050 stitches per minute if you truly want to sew fast and get your projects done. In addition to the needle to the arm, what contributes to that 56 square inches of space is we have 5 inches of the height from the bed of the machine to the top. And then if you can see, I know my lighting in my room here is not that great, but if I remove my little accessory box, this has LED lighting, which is full spectrum. And I can actually go into the settings and I can turn the light down, or I can turn it up, or I even have the option of turning it off. So if you're doing something where you don't need a lot of light, or if you're in a room where there's already a lot of light, you have the option to adjust that as you'd like. We have a separate winding mechanism for the bobbin. So how many times have you been sewing and you ran out of bobbin? I can continue to sew and I can wind my bobbin at the same time. There are actually 2 motors in the machine that allow you to do that. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. I'm going to show you some of the buttons on the machine, and then I'm going to show you some of the great features. So if you've watched me before, I state that I am not a videographer. I do my very best. So I'm going to try to do this without making everyone seasick. We're going to zoom into the machine here a little bit. And hopefully you can see that. Let's see if I can bring my camera a little closer. On the front of our machine, we have all these buttons, and this is the automatic needle threader button. I am going to demonstrate that with my other camera. If you have not seen the Brother automatic needle threader, you will be amazed. This is what sold me on my first Brother machine. They did that at an event. I asked to see it again, and I took the machine home with me. So I'm going to demonstrate that. We have a speed adjustment here. So if you like to sew as slow as a turtle or as fast as a rabbit, you can adjust the speed. The speed is not, however, a stitch regulator. I do want to point that out. It just adjusts your speed. So if you're a pedal to the metal person, but you don't want to go quite that fast, you can adjust your speed of your sewing right here. We have a presser foot up and down. We have a automatic cutter or thread cutter, which is amazing. Once you have a machine that has a thread cutter, you never want a machine that does not have one. We have a needle up and down. We have a lock stitch. So if you're a quilter and you like to do free motion quilting, I used my lock stitch at the beginning of my free motion quilting. That way I don't have back stitch over anything. I don't get a big knot, but it locks my stitches in place at the beginning and the end of my free motion quilting. We have the reverse. And then this is our start and stop button. If we have a foot pedal plugged in, you will not be able to use the start and stop button while you're sewing. But if you like to use the start and stop button, this button will activate when you're in sewing mode without the foot pedal. So now I'm going to go over to the screen a little bit more, and I'm going to see if I can adjust this so that you can see. On our screen, as I said, it's a combo machine. So we have sewing, embroidery. Brother does have Disney, so this is Disney enabled. And we have My Design Center. I will talk about My Design Center tomorrow. Today we're going to talk about sewing, but let me go over the buttons up here on the top, the icons. We have a WLAN button. So this is a machine that can connect to your home wireless network. You can update your machine through that network. You can send embroidery designs to the machine over Wi-Fi, and this allows you to connect it to either the scan and cut, your Wi-Fi, your computer. So having it wirelessly enabled really saves space in your sewing room because you don't have to have a lot of lines or wires to trip over, which I have a small space, so that is nice for me. We have our settings. So we have multiple pages of settings. We can adjust our presser foot height. We can adjust our needle position. We have, as I said, the lighting. We can connect to the apps that Brother has. So we have Artspira, My Connection. There's our wireless screen. We can change the unit. So if you like to be in metric, you can change this over to metric. All of our settings are right here. We have a help screen. The operation guide for our machine is built right in. We have a sewing guide. I have not used it yet, so it's not set up. We have videos that you can watch. So if you get your machine home and you haven't used it in a while and you can't quite remember how to thread the machine, you can go into the videos. You can watch a video on how to thread your machine. This button up here is very important. When you're going to change your needle or change your presser foot, if you touch that button, it kind of puts your machine in a sleep mode so that there's no chance for you to hurt yourself, for that needle to come down into your finger, for the presser foot to drop on your finger. You can touch that button, change your needle, change your foot, and then once you turn it back on, everything is ready to sew. And then this button I always point out is the lock screen. So because we do have a touch screen, It's very easy to be sewing, especially if you're quilting and your fabric rubs up against your screen. You can easily change the settings that you've got on your screen just by touching it. So if we turn the lock button on, the lock button will turn our screen so that once I touch it or anything touches it, whether it's my quilt or my cat that might come in to see what I'm doing, there's no chance in changing any of my settings. And then this last icon up here on top is our home screen. That will always take you back home. If you are somewhere in your machine and you need to reset or go back and you're not quite sure how to go back, you can always just hit the home button. Let me talk a little bit more about the features that come with the machine. It is a quilting, sewing, and embroidery machine. It has 727 built-in sewing stitches. So if we go into sewing, I'm going to try to get my camera a little closer here so you can see. We've got multiple categories. Move the camera up a little. We have our utility stitches, and then down the side here we have categories within them. We have our buttonhole stitches. We have actually a quilting category. I love the quilting category as a quilter, obviously, but I know that if I have my standard foot on and I go to Q2, that is going to be my piecing stitch. So using the J foot of our machine, which is our all-purpose foot, I can line up my fabric with the edge of that foot and I can get a perfect 1/4 inch seam. I have blanket stitches in here. If you're doing applique, you can adjust your blanket stitches to your size and your length, whether how wide you want them, how long you want them. You can also mirror image. So if you've got your piece under the needle and you need to have your blanket stitch going the other way, you've got a mirror image option. And if you noticed, the machine automatically flipped the stitch so that the blanket stitch is going the opposite direction. You have a basting stitch, a triple quilting stitch. You've got all kinds of quilting stitches here. The machine does sew sideways. So I'm also a bag maker. So if I'm attaching a handle, I can go ahead and without pushing my whole bag underneath the bed of the machine, I can ask the machine to sew backwards. I can ask the machine to sew right or left. I will demonstrate that. And then we have all of the character stitches. So you have multiple categories of character stitches. And you can even create your own stitches. So you can do that either by picking a stitch and then you can mirror image, like I said. Here's another stitch we can mirror image. Lots of decorative stitches. If I go back a screen, I can go in here. This is my custom stitch. My custom stitch is a Brother exclusive feature. I can actually manipulate the design myself, and I can say create my own stitches. So the little pencil here, I can move it over to the center and set, move it down, set, move it over, set, diagonal, set. So if there is a stitch that you have in your head that you can't find in the machine, you can actually draw your own stitches. And then I'm going to hit test, and it will show me right here on the left what my stitch looks like. So as you can see, I went home. I'm going to go back into sewing, and I'm going to change my camera. I'm going to show you the needle threader, and I'm going to show you one of my favorite features, which is the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. So let me switch the camera here. Hopefully you can see the bed of my machine. As I said, this is a quilting, sewing, and embroidery machine, so you do get 3 different quilting feet. This is the move it foot. I'm trying to get this in the camera so you can see it. This is our dual duty move it foot. This is basically a walking foot, but it has a roller instead of feed dogs on the bottom. So you get this foot with the machine, you get a free motion quilting foot, and you get a 1/4 inch quilting foot with a guide. So I have the J foot on here right now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to thread the machine so that you can see the threading. So just like any other machine, I'm just going to follow the numbers. And the button that I showed you, the automatic threader button, all I'm going to do is push the button and my machine will thread the needle for me. I hope that you were able to see that. I might do it one more time. And I'm actually going to turn the light up on the machine, which will help. I'm going to hit that button and we're going to thread our needle and I'm ready to sew. So let me show you the Sew Straight Vision Guide. I'm going to go in and I'm going to pick my quilting stitch. And I'm going to turn on my laser. And hopefully you can see that. So if you see, I've got a laser guide here and I can adjust that guide. I can move it on the bed of the machine. So this can be used for a seam allowance. You can use this to keep your perfect 1/4 inch. But one of my favorite ways to use it is when we're binding. So when we get to that part of our quilt where we need to put the binding on and we need to make our binding strips, we have to do that 45-degree angle. So if I turn on my laser and I set my machine to a center stitch and line my laser up with that, I can actually bring my binding in without having to draw a line or without having to cut my 45-degree angle. I can go ahead and use my laser guide as a guide on my fabric to stitch that 45 degrees. So I'm going to go ahead and sew. And I've got it on rabbit. And I'm just going to keep my laser guide at that 45 degrees. Stop, cut my thread. And I've done my binding. So I've saved myself a couple steps by not having to draw a line or not having to cut my 45 degrees. I can just use my laser to help me out. You can also use the laser for half square triangles. So I'm going to go and put my machine at a 1/4 inch. So I've set it on that Q2 with my J foot here. My 1/4 inch is going to be the side of my presser foot. So I'm going to adjust my laser over to the edge of that presser foot. And I've got 2 3-inch squares here. And I want to make 2 half square triangles or 2 half square triangle blocks out of this unit. So instead of drawing a line down the center, I can line these up. And if I line my center up with that laser, Now I'm sewing off to the side here because I'm trying not to block the camera, but you would be able to do your 1/4 inch line on each side of that center and get your 2 half square triangle blocks. I'm going to go ahead and put the free motion quilting foot on because that is another wonderful feature. This is the free motion quilting foot, and I'm sorry, my camera skills are not great. And all I'm going to do is take my ankle off. And then this just pops right on. And then I want to show you on the screen back on the screen of the machine, you'll see we have some icons here. And this very top one is my free motion foot, or free motion quilting icon. All I have to do is touch that and it automatically drops my feed dogs and my machine is ready to sew. So I don't have to make any adjustments. I just pick a stitch, which is I just left it on a straight stitch, and I've got my feed dogs dropped with that. And then I'm going to go over to the bed of my machine, put my quilt sandwich underneath, put my foot down. As you can see, my feed dogs are down, so I can easily move the fabric. And if I just start the machine, I can go ahead and do my free motion quilting. And it is 8:30 in the morning here, so my free motion quilting is not going to be that good at 8:30 in the morning. I can stop. I can go ahead and hit that lock stitch that I pointed out earlier. It will lock my stitches for me and cut my thread all in one motion. And that is the free motion quilting. So I think I've covered everything that I wanted to. I'm going to come back to the camera and see if there's any questions. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can answer any questions. Are there any questions? Let's see. There is a one-touch button. Let me show that again. I see someone wanted to see the button for free motion. So let me go back to that camera. And I will try to zoom in a little bit. Right on the main screen here, I'm in the quilting stitches, and on the side of my screen are some options. This is your mirror image, but right here on top of the mirror image is your free motion quilting button. So all I have to do is activate that or deactivate it. So right now it's off. To drop my feed dogs and get ready for free motion, all I have to do is touch that button and I'm ready to go. So you don't have to look for another setting. Your machine will be ready to stitch for you. What is the thickest material that this works on? You know, I am a bag maker, so I do a lot of faux vinyl, and I do leather. I do clear vinyl. I do denim. You can go up to, I think I've done like 8 or 10 layers of denim. This is a very hardy machine. So you can pretty much sew anything on it. What did you press to change the bobbin or needle without turning? On the top of the machine, there is an icon that looks like a little presser foot. You touch that, and then when you do that, it kind of turns the machine into a sleep mode so that you can change your needle and you can change your bobbin or your presser foot and not have to worry about getting caught underneath the needle. The free motion quilting button, it does not adjust the foot height, but in the settings of the machine, you can actually go in and change the height of your presser foot. So if you are sewing something with a batting that's a little loftier, maybe a bamboo batting or a poly batting that has a little bit more poof to it, you can certainly go in and change your presser foot height up higher to accommodate your 3 layers. Can I show how to make your own stitch again? Let's see. I can go in there, but I don't know how much time I have left. So just a moment. So let me zoom out. Okay, if I go to my character and decorative stitches, in order to do your own My Custom Stitch, let me zoom in. Right here under character decorative stitches, the little icon with the pencil, that is My Custom Stitch. You can go in there and you can set your own points and you can draw your own stitch. So if you've seen something on an item at the store or somebody had something at an event with a stitch that you can't find in your machine, this is where you would draw it yourself, and then you can test it to see what it looks like, and you can actually save that stitch down here in memory. You can save it to your machine so that maybe one afternoon you want to draw the stitch and then you're going to use it that weekend on your project. You can save it and it'll be there waiting for you. The machines are very quiet. I like that they're not very loud. When we go to events and we have multiple machines running, we don't have to yell over each other because they are very quiet.
Well, great job, Jennifer.
I was a little jumpy. I haven't had all my coffee this morning.
Well, hey, I know, we talked about the sewing part of this today. Now, tomorrow you're going to come back and we're going to talk all about the embroidery side of it because this is a combination machine. And
Yes.
I think everybody's going to be blown away tomorrow when they see all the embroidery features. But, 30 minutes, you just can't get this done in 30 minutes, this machine. We could talk 3 hours on this.
Yeah, you really could.
Well, thank you so much. And I guess we'll see you tomorrow then, okay?
We'll see you tomorrow at noon.
All right. See you then.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, everybody, we're going to tell you how you can get them. Now, this is the Brother XJ1. This is a combination machine. And again, this is a sewing and embroidery machine. And guys, this is an incredible price. It was $89.99. Brother gave us a great price on this now. You can get it for $69.99. We have financing available. And what's going to blow you away is look at the package that we got. We're actually going to give you a big, huge bundle. You're going to get a free scan and cut. You're going to get a big luggage package with this. You're getting the BES lettering software with it. You're getting a thread kit with it. And then you're going to get 400 embroidery designs, a free download card that you can get 400 designs. Now, guys, this is a $2,299 bundle. You're getting absolutely free with a reduced price of $2,000 on the machine. So this is the best deal we've ever had on this machine. Guys, this is incredible, incredible bundle, incredible machine. And again, you know, we're going to talk about the embroidery side tomorrow, but guys, this thing has a 9.5 by 14 embroidery hoop size on it. It is a fantastic machine, and it has the features built into this is all the top of the line machines have. It is incredible. For this price, you'll never beat this price again. This is a great Hoop Fest special today, especially on the bundle. Now, the bundle, the luggage that you're getting is you're going to have to send a redemption form in to Brother, and Brother's going to send that directly to you. Saying, once you make the purchase, we'll email you that redemption form so you can actually send in and reclaim your luggage for it. But guys, this is an incredible, incredible, you know, package to start the show off, and so we're super excited about this. So again, guys, if you want the XJ1, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or you can just go to smplive.tv. Scroll down, you know, once you get to smplive.tv, you'll see the products right up on the very top of the page. You can click on that, go to the product page, read all about it, and you can actually check out right on the website and get that price. But we will send you the redemption form. That won't be part of on the page just yet, but we'll have to email it to you. So a great way to start the show off. But guys, we're going to continue on. Hey, we have got Juki in the house, and we have Kelly Latre. Kelly is a national account trainer for Juki. She's an accomplished and performance-driven territory manager with a strong background in operational management. And we have had her on our show many times, guys. She is so talented. And so y'all welcome Kelly to the show. Hey, Kelly.
Hey, Blaine. Thanks for having me for Hoop Fest.
Oh my gosh, we're so excited you're here today. And you're going to talk about one of my favorite products. And I got to say, by the way, we are the #1 Ricoh printer seller in the United States.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations, Blaine.
So I was told by Juki, which Juki is the exclusive distributor of this in the United States, that we were #1. So we were pretty happy about it, because I know, and it's a big thanks to you, because you've demonstrated that many times on our shows, and people absolutely love this. So I'm not going to waste any more time. We're going to let you get going, and I'll see you back in here about 25 minutes.
Thanks, Blaine. You know I always love being here. And in honor of Hoop Fest today, we're going to talk about how to print on different sizes, and it's easy. But let me start out with the printer. This is the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer, and it is distributed by Juki. As you know, Juki is the largest industrial machine in the world. And when we went, we thought about it. Where can we get a garment printer that will fit into sewing studios and be fast and efficient? So we went to Ricoh. So let's take a look at the printer first. The top portion is the printer. If you think about this like your inkjet printer at home, it's that easy to use. If I open this door right here, you can see where the ink is stored. So it's easy to get in and out of when you have to change ink. How do you print on fabric? Well, I have a tray right here, and today we're going to focus on this tray. It's the 5x7. And there's also another tray that is 8.5 by 11. So when you have fabric in here, you just put it in and it prints, and then we're going to bake it right onto the fabric. And just a quick give you a preview of the 8.5 by 11 that also comes with it. We'll be doing Father's Day sweatshirts later in the week, so that'll be fun. The bottom portion is actually the finisher. When I move this lever to the left, it's going to actually press my garment before I print, so you get a nice flat surface as opposed to having to press everything before you put it in. And then if I take this to the right, it's going to finish the ink, okay? But before we get there, I'm going to show you the software that comes with it, and then we'll explore some different things you can do. So I'm going to start by opening the software that comes with it. Now, all you do is download this from the Ricoh website. It's really easy to set up. I'm going to tour you through Easy Designer today because this is a great way to start. What you can do is you can select your project and the thickness of the garment. I can select the size. This is the 8.5 by 11, or I could take it down to 5 by 7. I can also select my orientation, landscape or portrait. What I love about Easy Designer is that it even shows you how to load the tray when you're ready to print. When I select the image on Easy Designer, this is either taking a photo from the computer you're on or your phone. You can import by USB or QR code. It's that easy. It's so fun here. But I'm going to focus now on the Advanced Designer. So let's go there. So again, in Advanced Designer, I can select the project I'm doing. And today I'm going to be focusing on onesies. We're having a lot of babies in our family, and I've been making a lot of printed bibs and onesies for the occasion. So I'm going to select Other. I'm going to select Thin for the garment thickness. And I'm going to choose the smaller size. I'm actually going to choose 5 by 7. And I can choose again from landscape to portrait. I think I'll leave it on portrait for today. So if I wanted to, I could take a picture right now, or I could import an image from my computer or from other sources, from USB, from your phone. I have illustrations built in that I can use. And these are fantastic. There's several, and they're very colorful and print out really nice. Artwork is also included. They're all black and white, but they can be colored, and they're also fun to use with the printing. I have also frames I can do. So I can select the frame that I want to enhance my graphic or picture. I can draw in this software. I can just take the pencil and draw what I want. And this is really nice for quilt labels or children's, just give them something to do for drawing. And I also have text built in. Okay, so I can click on the design page and enter my text. And then once I have handles on it, I just select it. I can drag it and I can change the size and I can place it. Very easy to do. I can import an image. So I'm going to select an image from my computer and bring it in. And I've got this cute little baby. I'm going to take that make that baby smaller a little bit. Maybe bring speaker up a little bit. So you can design right here on this page, or you can use any software program that you have loaded on your computer. For example, I like to use Word because all my recipes are saved in Word, so I can print them out on towels easily. So now I'm just going to put more text. And again, I can make that a little bigger and drag it around. I can also change the color. So I'm going to change both of these to a blue. And I can also change the style. So I'm kind of auditioning fonts right now. Ooh, that one looks good. So I'm going to center this one. It's called Georgia. So I'm going to use that. It looks very official. And I think we could add a frame. So I'm looking for a more colorful frame. Ooh, how about that one? That looks really cute. I love this. So I'm going to move this down a little bit. And I'm going to move our baby down just to place it a little better. And then I think speaker needs to come down. I saw this at a shower. I just thought it was so cute. We're going to center the baby a little bit better. There we go. I think that looks good. So now we can select print or save. And when I save the design, I just name it. And it's a DAT format. So if I wanted to print more than one of these, I actually could. I'm going to go back one. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually print it. So let's go to print. Now there's 3 different choices when I'm down to print quality. Speed is what I use when I'm testing something or it's not going to get laundered that much. Fine, I use generally most of the time because it gives me a great quality print. And vivid will go over the print twice. So if you want something very bold, select vivid. So now to print, I'm going to just select print and it's going to send it to my printer. Okay. So now we have to load our fabric into the tray. And notice this is the 5x7. I have a smaller platen here to hold it. I also have R's on the tray, and the R's indicate where the printing is going to begin. Now what I've done is I've pressed a center mark here, and I'm just going to line this up and make sure it's centered on that line. Looks good. Okay, I'm going to bring it a little, just like that. Okay, so we're going to tuck everything under the tray, just like that. I'm going to check the sides, and we've got our, but before I print, here's another thing I can do. I can open the finisher, and it's going to press the top for me. So I'm moving the lever over, and that's going to take 30 seconds to press the top. So that gives you a nice flat surface in order to print. The other thing I'll let you know before you print is pre-wash the garment. If there's any sizing in the garment, generally speaking, that print goes right on the sizing, and it may wash out faster if you don't pre-wash your garment. So it's just pressing that top for me. And now I can take it out and I'm ready to print. So now I'm just going to put the tray in the printer. And now it says press start key. So I'm going to touch start and it's printing. So now I'm just going to see if sometimes you have to lower the tray, but not this time. It's printing well. So while it prints, let me show you some other ideas because it's not just t-shirts or onesies or bibs, although those are a lot of fun, trust me. In fact, this is one of my favorites, Spit Happens, and it was made on the 5x7, so you have a nice small frame. And notice I didn't have to wrap it around, I just placed it on top. You know, when I first got the printer, I was treating it like my embroidery machine and wrapping it around. You just place that onesie right on top or that t-shirt. The other thing, I know this is a Christmas towel. Well, we're getting close to July to start those gifts. But what I wanted to show you was you can print from any program. This is out of Word, and I have all my recipes stored there. So all I do is just print it from Word, and then I accent it with my embroidery machine. I love making towels. I think they're just great gifts, and this is all built into the software. Of course, you can create your own fabric like my jacket. What I did with my jacket is I printed the pieces. I cut out the garment, printed the pieces, and then serged them together on my Juki serger, and then made this on my Tajima side, which we'll talk about in a bit. But if you look, this Lycra piece, look how great that print is. So don't limit yourself. I love doing t-shirts. And our print is done. So let's get it baking and I can show you some more ideas. So now this is what happens. It just pulls out. Look at that print. Is that not cute? So now I'm going to pull this down, and this time I'm going to take this to the right, and it's going to bake that ink right into the garment so it can take several washings. So yes, make your own fabric like my top, or here's another one that's unusual. You know, at first I was sticking to lightweight cottons and things like this. This is a rose out of my garden, and this is printed on ultra suede. So I put the bud on the pocket, and I thought that printed out just beautifully. Darker colors. You wouldn't think darker colors would actually work, but this is my laptop case, and I thought that Juki came out really nice. And again, making your own fabric is just a blast. This garment, this top, was actually an accident. I was tempting prints, and I loved how these hearts popped on this fabric. So again, I just printed my fabric and then serged it together on my Juki serger. Okay, so now I'm going to take this back to center. Okay, and I'm going to open it up, and it's done. So look at that. It's all done. It's warm. Okay. So let's take it out of the tray. Remember, it prints from this way to this way. So we're going to take that off. Look at that. Isn't that so cute? So the printer is really fantastic for gift making, for totes. I love making totes because it's easy and it's a great gift. I always like taking hostess gifts too. So towels, tote bags are fantastic. So let's explore some other things, because that's the small size. And since it's Hoop Fest, we want to talk about accommodating different sizes. Now, the size on this tray is 8.5 by 11. So a lot of people ask me, oh, are you limited to do just t-shirts, towels, and tote bags? No, you've got an 8.5 by 11 field here. And remember, whatever you can get under that tray and tuck under easily, you can print on. It's that easy. So I believe I have my sweatshirt here, and I'm going to show you how I hooped it. And here we go. This is an extra large. Actually, I think this is only a large sweatshirt, but come back on Wednesday. We're going to do an extra large for Flag Day. So remember, I don't have to hoop this like my embroidery machine. I'm going to take this, and this time I'm doing landscape. So I want the top, or where it's going to begin printing, this way. Okay. And then just straighten out the garment. You can see exactly where I put this when I printed it. And that's a really big field, 8.5 by 11. So as long as I can tuck all the fabric underneath, I am good to go and I can print. Think about it. You could do photographs, you could do anything. So I'm just going to keep going here. And then push it in. There we go. And that's what I mean about the edges. You want to make sure those edges are even. So I'm pushing this in until it locks into place. Good stuff, easy to do. So other things you can do. I wanted to show you this one because this is how I use that pencil that you can draw with. This was a photo from a concert that I did, and I thought it turned out really great. So the direct-to-garment printer is fun to incorporate into your sewing and creative ideas. This is one we're getting ready for Father's Day. And I'm going to check in with Blaine to see if there are any questions on the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer.
Kelly, I don't see any questions up. I don't think. Well, Roger's saying there's one. What is the size of the platen that comes with it?
There are two that come with it. You get an 8.5 by 11, and also you get a 5 by 7. So when I make
Okay, we just lost Kelly. So hopefully we'll find her. Well, guys, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how you can get one of these printers. Now, this is a direct-to-garment printer. Now, it's going to print anything that you want to print on, like a light colored. It does not print the white inks. That's why this thing's so inexpensive, because it doesn't have to print the white ink. So you can't print on a black shirt, but it's going to print on any kind of light colored shirt with it. Now, we have 3 different packages that are available on this. You have one, this is the Home Creators Bundle, okay? Now this is $39.50 on this. This is a great Hoop Fest pricing, and you're gonna get the RI100, which is the printer. You're getting the A4 platen. You're getting 3 or 4 of the ink cartridges that come with it, and then you're getting that USB stick. All right, so $39.99. We do have financing available on this. Now, the second bundle that comes with this is the professional bundle. You're getting the dryer. Now, the picture you see right now you're looking at, the printer is on top, the dryer is on the bottom. Now, the RH100 dryer finisher, and they've got it sitting now. You can separate these, but we recommend to set it up just like this, so that way once you pull your garment out of the printer, you put it right down in the dryer, and then it dries it. And what's happening, guys, this is the ink we're using this, it impregnates the fabric. And that way, once it's in there and it heats it, it's basically encapsulated. It is not going to fade when you wash it. Unlike a heat transfer, after you wash those, they start kind of fading or they start kind of peeling and coming off. This will not do it. It's almost like dyeing the fabric. So this is locked in once you print this, and that way you can wash it and do anything you want to do with it, and it's not going to ever fade or hurt it. So this is an incredible thing. So the professional bundle, you're getting the dryer and the printer and the dryer. You're getting 2 of the A4 platens, and then you're getting the A5 platen. Now the A5 is that 5 by 7. The A4 is the 8 by 10. And what's nice about that is you're getting 2 of those. So you could be, while one is printing, you could be hooping up. I call it like hooping up your next shirt. Basically, you're putting your next shirt loaded in on that platen so you can get it. You're also going to get those 4 ink cartridges that come with it, and then you're getting the USB. And that's $56.49 for that one. Now, the next one that we have is the Business Startup Bundle. Now, one of the things I tell people, now, this is the one, it's the R100, the dryer and the finisher. You're getting the printer, you're getting the A4 platen, and you're getting the ink cartridges and the USB. Now, one of the things I'm going to recommend, I recommend this bundle right here the most, because the ink cartridges you get in that professional bundle, you get extra ink cartridges, and the ink cartridges already last so long, I would be afraid that they would actually expire before you would use these extra cartridges that were given with you. So to me, I would probably do the business bundle if you wanted to get extra stuff, and just buy an extra platen if you wanted to do that, or just buy your platens and not get the ink. So if this one's $49.50, great price, under $5,000. And if you wanted to do something like that to get an extra plate and all that, we can do that for you. Just give us a call and we can work all that out for you over the phone. And again, it's that we have those 3 packages. But I would just after using this and kind of being experienced with it, I'm telling you, you're going to get hundreds of printings with the ink cartridge that comes with it. So if you buy these, the bundle that you get all the extra ink, it's probably going to go bad before you'll ever use it. And that's just why I'm just saying those first 2 bundles, I would probably, I would just go with the home or the professional and not do that pro, just for that reason. And then if you need to get the extra platens, we can help you out with that. So anyway, guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. I know we have people on the phone standing by to take your call and your orders. If you have any questions about this, they can answer your questions as well, because I know there's a lot to this. But guys, this is a great thing. If you wanted to create custom shirts, bags, create your own fabric that you wanted to even quilt with. You can print your own fabric with this. I have seen so many creative things used with this Ricoh printer, and I tell you, this thing, and it doesn't take up a very big footprint at all. It's just a very small, compact package that you can have in your sewing room. And what a great addition it would be. And I know we have some of our customers out there that have these right now, and they've actually sent things to Kyle and I that they've made for us, and it is really awesome to see some of the creativity there is in there. So, all right, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151. We do have financing on this, and we'll ship it free nationwide right to your doorstep. All right, guys, we are going to continue on with the show. And guys, we have Baby Lock in the house, and we're going to talk all about the 6-needle array. And guys, we have Melinda Stevenson here. And Melinda, she's a national educator for Baby Lock. And she has, she's a professor at the University at Florida State, right? Florida State. And so we love having Melinda part of our show, and she's been with Baby Lock for a long time. And I know that she loves the Baby Lock products, and this is not, no exception. She loves this 6-needle array. So welcome, Melinda, to our show.
Thank you so much, Blaine. I'm so excited to be here and share all the wonderful things about this machine. So,
hey, thank you. I know this was a last-minute change. Richard couldn't be on. Richard Tharp was going to be on, yes. And I know this is last minute for you. So I'm so happy you're here, and we're looking forward to it. So I'm going to let you get started on this, and then I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much, Blaine, and thank you for having me. So as Blaine said, I'm going to be demonstrating the array. This is my 6-needle embroidery machine that makes my life easier. So it took me a really long time to talk myself into buying a multi-needle machine because I'd used flatbeds for, literally decades. And I just felt like, it does fine. But what happened is then I had grandbabies and I needed to do onesies, and I had bags that I wanted to do. And while I could do it on my flatbed, I saw somebody demonstrate doing a onesie on this machine, and I was like, oh my goodness, okay, I have to have this machine. So anyway, I'm going to show you my 5 favorite things about this machine, and then if we have time, I'm going to be able to show you some other things. Okay, so let's get started, and I'm going to move the camera, so give me just a second to change cameras. I'm going to start out with the first reason I bought the machine, and that is all those difficult things to hoop. So one of the most difficult things to hoop, as you know, is a onesie. And one of the most difficult things to add on to load onto a machine is a onesie. But here you can see I've hooped this little onesie. Okay, this is a 12-month onesie, so it's a little bit bigger. But I have hooped newborn onesies as well. But I want to show you how easy it goes on the machine, okay? So the reason that it's easier to hoop is because you start out with this inside hoop and then you squish it down. So I'll show you what that looks like on a bag. All right, so what you're going to do is you're going to move this over to the machine. So let me get my camera so that we're closer to the machine. Here we go. We're going to scoot over a little bit. All right, and I'm going to show you, see this arm right here? So what happens is the hole in the onesie, right? So like the bottom of the onesie, it's going to go right inside there. So then what happens is, let me get my hoop in, okay? All right, so then what happens is you can see that it's not going to embroider on the back of the onesie because the back of the onesie is just hanging down, okay? All right, so that is, I love that. All right, so the next thing I want to show you is the next difficult thing to hoop, and that is a bag. So you can see how small this bag is. It's a zipped bag. Now this bag, I created the fabric on my embroidery machine, but I'm going to show you how you can create quilted fabric on the Baby Lock array. So the first thing that you're going to do in order to hoop is you're going to pop that hoop inside your bag, okay? Now that's not possible on a flatbed machine, right? And for many years, I would just, unstitch the sides, open it out and then stitch it back up again, right? Which is kind of a pain, but you know, I did it. All right. But on this machine, all you have to do is slide that hoop in, and then I'm going to just gently press it. Well, not gently, actually. I'm going to press it pretty hard so that it stays in. And now it's ready to hoop. I mean, it's ready to load on the machine. And now all I have to do is move over to the machine. Now, this machine allows us, and that's something I want to talk about in just a second, we have all sorts of sizes of hoops that fit on this machine. So what I'm going to do right now, though, is just show you how easy it is to change the size of your hoop. So you're going to unscrew these screws, and these are sensors that let the machine know which hoop is on the machine, okay? So I'm going to screw them back down, super easy. There's also a tool that comes with the machine if you have a difficult time screwing that down. Okay, so here's, let's get back up here so you can see it. I'm going to pop this one off. And then remember, I've hooped it, and you can see there's the opening. And I'm just going to slide that right in. I'm going to make sure that my bag is underneath. The back of my bag is underneath. And there it is. So see how that is? Awesome, right? So you can embroider on all sorts of teeny tiny little things, or you can also embroider on big things. So this machine actually comes with 4 hoops, all right? So it comes with your 11 7/8, basically a 12 by 8 hoop, okay? And this is the one that I created my own fabric on that I'm getting ready to make a bag out of, but I want to show you something fun about how to position your embroidery designs. So that's one of the hoops that comes with it. The second hoop that comes with it is your regular 5 by 7 hoop. The next hoop that comes with it is, of course, what I have on the machine right now, and that is the 4 by 4 hoop. And then the next hoop that comes is this teeny, teeny, tiny little hoop. It's about 2 3/8 by 1.5. So this is great for embroidering baby socks, newborn onesies, all sorts of things that you can embroider with this, okay? So those hoops come with the machine. Now, if you are interested in making hats, well, you can buy a hat hoop that does, it's really cool because it like actually allows the hat to circle, the embroiderer to circle the hat. And so you're not actually stitching it flat, you're stitching it in a circle. Okay, so I'm going to pull the machine back on, pull it back up, and I want to show you then my next favorite thing about this machine. Let me just make sure that we've got this so that you can see the screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, this is actually the screen. Now, one thing I forgot to say is that this is a 6 needle machine. Okay, so you can put 6 threads, 6 different threads on the machine, and the machine automatically changes the thread. I just think that is so awesome. You can just, it just automatically changes the thread. You don't even have to do anything. All right, so here we go. You can see that the machine comes with 126 built-in designs, okay? And 40 of these designs are right here. And this is kind of fun because I'm always looking for a small design. Well, this machine makes it easy for you because all you have to do is click on the 4-leaf clover, and then you have 40 designs that are actually either that fit in those 2 smallest hoops. All right, and you can see there's quite a variety. Now you also have just your regular designs, okay? So I'm going to touch exclusives here, and you've got all sorts of Christmas designs. You've got all sorts of, these are beautiful. These are very big designs that look gorgeous whenever they're framed. If you're into boats, or the flowers are really nice. And then all sorts of flowers on this page. And you can see, I mean, there's a ton of designs. Okay, but I want to pull something up right now, and I'm going to show you one of the fun things that you can do with this machine. So I'm going to pull up this design right here, 005, and I'm going to touch set. Now, I want to embroider this for a child's room or for a baby pillow, okay? And I don't really want to use those colors, but I am not an artist really. And so it's kind of hard for me to figure out what colors look actually really good. Well, this machine has me covered. So all I have to do is touch on the thread colors, and I have something in here called a color visualizer, okay? So what this is going to do is it's going to change the colors for me. And I can do gradient, okay? And that is, and I'll just touch okay here. And what that does is it moves colors that are very, very close together, okay? But what I like to do is I like to touch soft, okay? Now, look how beautiful these designs are. And as I go through, as I scroll through these, maybe I see that I like this one best, okay? Well, it's going to pull it up for me and show me what that looks like. Now, let's say I want to look some more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to favorite that one, okay? So let's go right here. Let's favorite it. And so now, whenever I go to look for that particular stitch out or that particular design, I can go back to my favorites. Okay, and you can see right there, there's my favorite design. All right, so that's just one of the many, many things that you can do with this machine. Let's get out of there. Let's cancel that. And let's go back to the home. Now, the other thing that you can see right here is that it tells you what the size of the embroidery is. Let me get this up there so you can see that. Yeah, okay. So it's telling us what size the embroidery is. It's telling us what hoop that we can use with it, okay? So let's go home because it also shows that in this particular screen, okay? So let's go back here and let's go to the dragonfly. And you can see it tells us it's 2.8 inches by 3.76 inches, and it's going to fit in that 4x4 frame. So these are the 4 frames that come with the machine. Remember, that's the little 1.5 by 2 inch. This is the 4x4. This is the 5 1/8 by 7 1/8. And then this is the very close to 8 by 12. All right. Excuse me. So that is a fun thing. But as Blaine said, I'm an English professor. Okay. So one of the things that I really, really love, I like copying poems or Bible verses or recipes. I just love words. And this machine has 50 built-in fonts, okay? That is the most fonts that any of our Baby Lock machines have. And you can see that the fonts go from the fancy fonts to a very sort of a little bit more of a plain font. And then you have these teeny tiny micro fonts that you can actually stitch. And you could probably do a short story on, I'm tempted to do that. I think you could write a short story and put it all on a towel or something. Okay. All right. All right. So let's go back now. And I want to show you another one of my very favorite things. All right. And that is the features that we have on this machine. Okay. Now, some people, you know, we have the Baby Lock Venture. It has a camera function on it. This machine is a little bit more economical, but it has this really cool 2-point positioning. Okay. And I want to show you how that works. All right. So we've got all sorts of positioning tools besides the 2-point positioning. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open this up and I'm going to make this large enough for my largest hoop. And this is just how simple it is. All you have to do is unscrew it, unscrew those 2 screws, move it down, and then screw it pretty tightly. You want to make sure this right hand screw is really tight. Okay, so I'm going to show you. I'm going to put this on the hoop. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's say I'm just going to, pull something up. Right. So let's say that I want to embroider, I don't know, a birdhouse. Okay. So I'm going to touch set. I'm going to touch edit end. Okay. And right here, you can see that I have this lovely crosshair All right. So that is that crosshair. That it's a crosshair laser, and you can see how big it is, and that enables you to do perfect positioning. Okay. So let me just show you kind of what that looks like. All right. So this right here, there are two ways to see this. All right. Right here, if we touch this, this shows us the needle entry and the needle exit points. So you can see right here, let's go over here and let's see where the needle enters on the left side. So I'm gonna touch that and look on my, look right there. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't see what I was touching. Okay, let me try that again. All right, here we go. All right, let me go back. Let me go back. Okay, so this right here, there we go. Okay, so this is the needle entry and the needle exit point. Okay, so you can touch that and you can get a really solid sense of where the embroidery is going to fall on your fabric. Okay, so you can see right there. All right, and so that's going to be the leftmost side, and then I can come up here and I can do the rightmost side. Okay, and then I can do the top. I can do the bottom, okay? And see, all of that just gives me a sense of where this is going to fall on my design, on my fabric. But that's not all, okay? My favorite part, my favorite thing that this machine does as far as centering, let me show you what it does. Okay, I have so I'm gonna get rid of this. So let me go back to my home screen, okay? I'm going to get rid of the current pattern. All right, hopefully that'll adjust in just a second so you can see it a little bit better. Okay, all right. So actually what I'm going to, well, okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I have saved an alphabet design that I'm making this little makeup bag for my granddaughter, okay? And she's 5 and thinks makeup is the coolest thing in the world, okay? So I'm gonna pull up this design that I've saved, and I'm gonna choose makeup, and I'm gonna choose set, okay? Now, I have a little bit of a problem, okay? Because I've already embroidered a lot, okay? I've already embroidered the little lady's head, and I've embroidered my stippling, and all this was done on the Baby Lock Array. And you can see what I've done is I've made my own quilted fabric. I've got 3 layers here so I can make her a little quilted bag. So what I'm going to do though is I want my makeup, I want the word makeup, I want that to align perfectly on one of these lines right here. Now, I have not hooped this properly. So you can see how wonky it is. See, there's the top of one straight line, and then the top of the other straight line is a little bit higher than that. So I've got to fix that wonkiness. And guess what? This machine will fix all of that wonkiness for you. So let me show you what that looks like. All right. Okay, so I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to touch edit. Okay, edit end. Now, I'm going to choose this crosshair right here, and this is my 2-point alignment system, okay? And the way this works is first thing I'm going to do is rotate my makeup because I need it to be rotated. Okay, so that's an easy one. All right, so I'm going to touch OK. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch my 2-point alignment icon, all right? And then it's going to ask me if I want to, and it's all good. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I want to make sure that the bottom of my makeup goes right on one of these lines right here, okay? All right, so it's asking me which point I want to align. And I want to align the bottom left. Okay, so that's the M. So I'm going to touch this bottom left. So now I can see that it is going to align my bottom left. Now, I'm going to touch next, because now it's asking me, do I want to make sure it goes this way properly, or do I want to make sure it goes this way properly? And the answer is I want it to sit right on top of that line. So I'm going to touch this particular, okay, So that arrow. So I'm going to touch next. Okay, now I've given the machine the information that it needs. So now what it wants me to do is it wants me to move my crosshair so that the crosshair is exactly where I want it to go on my fabric. Okay, so I want it to go there. There's my little crosshair. So I'm going to move that crosshair and I'm going to move it over just a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so now that's where I want makeup to start. Okay, that's the crosshair. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, look, I need to get on top of that check. Okay, I don't know if how, yeah, you can see it. Okay, so I'm going to move it down a little bit so that the crosshair, that is this, the center of the crosshair is right where I need it to start. Okay, now I'm going to touch next, and this is where it fixes my wonkiness. Okay, now I'm going to move that crosshair so that it's going to go all the way over. So let me touch the, you can see I'm going to touch the icons now because it's telling me that I want to look at the bottom part. Oh dear. Okay, let's see. Let's get up here. Okay, now, let's see. Okay, so now my crosshair, the second crosshair, is on the top of that line as well. Okay, so now what it's going to do, even though I hooped it in a wonky way, it's going to set those words right on top of here. Okay, all right, so let's see what that looks like. I'm going to touch set. Okay, and see how it looks on the screen? It's like, you know, girl, you did not hoop that straight. All right, this was straight. This is hoop kind of wonky. All right, but that's okay, because now what I'm going to do is I'm going to embroider it. Okay, all right, now it's telling me that I need to use black, and black is on number 1, but the reality is that I can change these colors as much as I want to. And what I've actually done is I've put my color number 1 is actually purple. Okay, and that's what color I want it to embroider out of. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to touch, this is a safety feature. I'm going to touch my lock screen, and then I'm going to touch start, and let's see how it does. Okay. All right, so I'm going to let that go for a little bit, and I'm just going to see if Blaine, oh, that's going to be really loud. All right, well, let's just watch it for a second. You can see it absolutely gave me perfect alignment. So you can see that is going to keep going straight across. It's going to stay right on that line. That is so cool. Okay, I just love that. All right, so I'm wondering if there are any questions, Blaine, at this yet. Any questions? Okay, I don't think there's any questions yet. So let me go back and let's try. I'm going to show you some other cool things. Okay, all right, here we go. Okay, so let's go back and let's talk about how I created this fabric. Okay, and you can see that I've quilted my fabric. All right. Okay, so let's go back. Let's get rid of what's on the screen right now. Okay, I'm going to go back home. Okay, and let's say that I want to use one of these gorgeous letters. Okay, so I didn't show you these letters. These are just absolutely beautiful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose the, I think I'll choose the K. Okay, And now I see that K is 1.97 by 1.96. All right. So that's going to be really pretty, I think, on the front of a makeup bag. All right. So what I want to do is I'm going to touch set, but I want to make my fabric. Okay. So in order to make my fabric, what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose this stippling icon. So here we go. All right. And look, it stipples all around that design. Okay. And then all I have to do is touch OK. And my design is ready to create. Here we go. Okay. Ready to create stippling. And the stippling is going to happen at the end. Okay. You can put stops on here. Let's say that you decided that you didn't want to embroider one of these colors. You can make you can put a stop on it so that it crosses out that color. There are so many things that you can do on this screen. But let me go back because I'm going to show you what this hand is for. Okay, that hand is to stop the embroidery in case you're doing an applique. Okay, and let me show you how cool it is to make appliques on here. So I'm going to go back to embroidery setting. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to cancel the embroidery. And I'm also going to, I'm going to edit this because I'm going to delete, I want to delete everything on there. But let's go back now. Let's go back to this alphabet. And here's another pretty alphabet. Okay, so let's look at that. Let's go back and let's use our K. Okay, now that's much bigger. So let's touch set. And then you can see the same thing. Let's say that we're going to add stippling around that. All right, so here we go. We're going to, let me go back to return. Okay, here we go, stippling. Super easy, super fast. Now, what if I want to do echo quilting instead of stippling? Okay, so here, let's touch echo quilting and watch this. It's going to echo around that K. All right, so you have these two choices of quilting stitches to put on your machine. All right, so let's go back and let's go home again. And then let's go back to those little square letters because they make really cool appliques. All right, so let's go to one of these, and this is the last thing I'm going to do because I'm about to run out of time. But what I'd like to do is go back to this K, and I'm going to touch set. I'm going to touch this applique icon, okay? So what this is going to do is it asks me if I want my applique. I can make the applique distance farther apart or closer together. So my applique the fabric can actually stick out that way, or I can get it like right on the edge of the embroidery. I'm going to go ahead and just let it stay as it is, okay? So I'm going to touch set. I'm going to touch okay. Now I have an applique, okay? So that embroidery is going to be an applique. So I'm going to touch edit again. I'm going to touch embroidery, okay? And see right here, it built in the stops for me, okay? Look. So every time I get, so you know how the machine just embroiders by itself and it just goes and goes and goes? Well, when it gets here, it's going to stop so that I can cut out my fabric. It's going to stop here so I can stitch a placement stitch on a new piece of fabric. And then it's going to stop right before I place my applique piece on the fabric, and then it's going to stitch it out. So it's pretty amazing. Another thing, so let me change cameras here so I can show you one of the other really cool things that we haven't talked about very much. And I'll talk about this really quickly. And that is, all right, let me get over here so I can, all right, here we go. All right. All right, so let me talk really quickly just a second about the wireless function, okay, on this machine. Okay, so here's the thing. If you can monitor your stitching, all right? And it's so cool because all you have to do is you have to download this free IQ intuition monitoring app. And let me get the camera back on this. And this is free from the Apple Store. are for, oh, okay. You see that? You see the black one? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make you sick. Okay, let me try that again. All right, you can see the black one, right? It says IQ. Well, that's the IQ monitoring app. Okay, it's IQ positioning app. And then there's the IQ monitoring app. Okay, so the IQ monitoring app is the blue one. And so that IQ monitoring app enables you to set up your embroidery and then just walk away from the machine. And it will tell you when the embroidery has stopped. It will tell you if you have lost some thread, or if the bobbins run out, or if you've come to one of those stops that you need to make your applique out of. So that is so incredibly helpful. But the other thing that is really cool is that this machine has wireless capabilities, and you can actually transfer designs from your Palette 11 software, or you can transfer your design from another free software that's available on the Baby Lock website, and it's called the Design Database Transfer Software. And all you have to do is go to Baby Lock website, download that free software, and then you can transfer any design from your computer onto the machine. So there it is. There's our wonderful machine. Okay. All right, Blaine, any questions do we have so far?
Hey, Melinda, thanks. Great job. And all we got to do is tell them how they can get this. So thank you so much for coming on. Okay.
Thank you so much for letting me be here, Blaine.
Great job.
Thank you.
All righty.
All
All right, guys, this is the Baby Lock Array. This is a 6-needle machine. And again, guys, we have a fantastic special for you this week on this. This is the normal price on this is $11,999. You do get a free bundle. The bundle that comes with this is over $1,100 value. And guys, this thing, just let me tell you a little bit about the array. Now, with the bundle, you're going to get 3 of the most popular size traditional Durkee tubular hoops with this. You're getting the 9x9, the 5x9, the 6x6. And then you're also getting the cap frame and the easy frame 7-piece combo, which is an incredible package. You see it right on the screen right there, all the hoops that, now this is just the free bundle part, that you're also going to get 4 hoops that come with the machine, but you're getting the Durkee bundle with the free special. You're also going to get the exquisite thread assortment, and that's a 30-pack. You're getting Stay Perfect pre-cut stabilizer sheets, and they're a 20-inch by 24, so they're going to fit every frame that you have that comes with this machine. They're a variety pack. You're getting 5 varieties, and you're getting 5 of each sheet. So 5 different varieties, 5 of each sheets, going to give you 25 sheets, which is just an incredible, incredible price. 25 in each pack. Oh, so you're getting 5 packs with this. Oh, wow, this is a great special. So you're getting 5 packs of, yeah, so you're getting 25 sheets in each pack. So that's incredible. So you're getting the peel and stick, the medium tearaway, the medium cutaway, sew and wash, the no-show mesh. So again, forget about the hassle of rolling out those, rolls of stabilizer. You're going to get it all, pre-cut. Makes it extremely easy to use and to hoop. So again, guys, this is the 6-needle Baby Lock machine. The maximum embroidery field is a 7 7/8 by 11 3/4. It has the hoops that come with it. You're getting 4 of the hoops that come with it. It has a 126 built-in designs, 50 built-in fonts. Has the wireless transfer of designs. It has 1,000 stitches per minute is the speed on this. And again, let me tell you about the hoop sizes on this. So if I can find them, they're somewhere here. Can you find those, Roger? Oh, here, I found them. So the hoop sizes, you're going to get 1 7 7/8 by 11 3/4. You're getting a 7-inch by 5-inch. You're getting a 3 7/8 by 3 7/8, and then you're getting a 2 1/4 by 1 1/2. So those are going to be all the embroidery hoops that come with this. And again, you're getting all those Durkees that are in the bundle. But guys, we do have a call-in special for this. So again, if you're interested in getting the 6-needle embroidery machine. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. We do have financing available on this, and we're going to ship it free nationwide right to your doorstep. But again, we have a call-in special on this. You're going to get the bundle, but we do have a special. So call in. I promise you, you're going to be extremely happy to give us a call. If you've been in the market for a 6-needle, now's the time to jump on it and get on the phones right now. All right, so guys, next up is our first educational session of the day, and we have the world famous Cindy Hogan here, and she's going to tell you how you can hoop, hats like a pro. Cindy is an ambassador for Brother. Cindy is internationally recognized as a Brother software expert, and I'm going to say she's an expert just about on anything Brother. Not only is she an expert on software, but she's an expert on all their embroidery machines, just about any sewing machine, and the scan and cut. She's really known for scan and cut, and then she's also known for all her work on doing all the workbooks and things that she has created and written. So we are super excited to have her on the show. So y'all welcome Cindy Hogan.
Hey, Blaine, how are you today?
I am awesome, Cindy. How are you doing? It's been a while since we've seen each other.
I know it has. It's been quite a while. It's been a crazy year.
I know it sure has. Well, we're excited for you to be on the show. Excited for you to do some education on everybody. And again, it's hats. Everybody loves the embroidery hats, and I know the challenge out there is how to hoop them and what stabilizer to use. So we're super excited you're here. So I'm gonna let you get going, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right, I'm going to switch cameras. And I apologize if you all hear a background noise. It is not my fault. My neighbor decided to chop down a tree today. Gotta love it. So it doesn't matter whether you have a single needle embroidery machine or a multi-needle embroidery machine, you can still do caps. There are specialty frames for it, but let's talk about caps first. What kind of caps are there out there? So you'll hear people talk about structured caps, and this is a structured cap. So it's got all of this stiffness in here already for you. These are easier to do on a multi-needle machine with a cap frame. I will flat out tell you that, just simply because of the way it's structured. It's hard to get that flat. And that is one of the challenges with this particular type of cap. Now, having said that, there are tons of caps out there that are not as structured. So this one is one that's not as structured. Now, I still have a heavy-duty cap, but you'll notice it's much more flexible. I can get my hands in here. I can flatten it out. I can flip and flop things around, and it doesn't make it challenging. There are all kinds of those. Now, this one is a semi-structured, so you can tell it's got some stabilizer in here built into it, but it's still a flexible cap. So these are the ones that are best if you're planning on using your single needle flatbed machine, okay? You can, just so you can get an idea, this is about the max size that you can use with a cap frame that is a tubular, that's for like a persona or a 10 needle or the 6 needle. This is about the height of one that you can get. So this is basically an embroidery foam letter done on a cap. So caps do bring out a whole lot more of what you can do. The other nice thing about using the flatbed machine is, or even a multi-needle with a flat hoop, is that you can get taller. So my embroidery field for what I would say is a cap frame is the max height is 2 3/8. So not a real tall amount of space. This one right here is about, let's see here, about 3 inches. So you get quite a bit more space, but you have to keep in mind, what is the difference? When I'm using a flatbed machine, I can't curve around unless I make that curve myself. When you're using a cap frame that is for a multi-needle or a persona, you'll notice the frame itself is tubular, so it's round, which means it will go around that area. So you just kind of get an idea as to what you're going to do. Now, let's talk about flatbeds first, and then we'll go with the cap frame here in just a minute. So there are multiple options. from your basic little single needle 1850D, you have a Durkee cap frame for that. And this one, you can see that this is the attachment for it for the Durkee little machine, for the little machine. So these are the little 4x4 machines. If you are going to do a cap in a 4x4 machine, I highly suggest using a, what am I trying to say? A 9014 needle. And the reason I say that is because it doesn't have the same torque as a multi-needle machine, or even any of the other, even more of our other flatbed machines. It just doesn't have that oomph to it. So it needs a little bit extra, and a 9014 needle will give you that little extra. For these frames, you're basically going to get a piece of adhesive paper stabilizer and put it to the back of it. And you can see I've trimmed mine to make sure that it kind of matches up with my cap frame here. There we go. And so now I am ready to hoop a hat. Let's grab one here. You're going to loosen up these screws, and you're going to take your cap, and the first thing I'm going to tell you is you want to flip out the sweatband. Now, a trick that you can do when you're flipping out your sweatband is you can tape it. So that's what I'm going to do. I usually tape my sweatband out of the way. And you can do this when you're using a regular cap frame as well. It keeps it out of your way. And I just use paper tape because I use it for my scan and cut. I use it for my embroidery because it peels away really easily and it doesn't get stuck. It doesn't have so much adhesive in it. There we go. So the next thing, we're going to flatten this out a little bit. Don't worry, it's going to go back into shape. Not a big deal. And then you're going to slide that up and underneath this little lever. Now you'll notice there's a notch right there. That notch is telling you where your center is. So that's kind of what we want to look at. And we want to move this down to where it's touching the stabilizer. And once you get down there, there you go. Kind of smush it down. And then I'm going to look at the back end, and there's a little notch back here as well. Let's see if I can show you that. There's a little notch back here as well. See that? You're going to line this part up with, you can see right here the little line. Well, let's see here if I can get a better angle at that. There you go. That little part right there is my center, and if I make sure that that matches up, I should be pretty centered. Once I get there, I'm going to tighten up the screws on my cap frame. It does help if you actually hold the back end. There we go. I'm going to flatten that out to where it sticks on your stabilizer. Now, one thing I will tell you that I tend to do with mine is I will take a clip or a pin and pin my pieces back, but if that's not handy, once again, a little bit of tape will go a long way. So you can come in and just kind of tape it out of the way to where it doesn't get in the middle of your field. Okay, so that's number one. Now, since this is a non-structured cap, you're probably going to want an extra piece of pretty dense stabilizer. So this is a tearaway. So just go ahead and, I mean, it'll tear away just like the other, but it's a little bit heavier weight than what my adhesive tearaway is. So that gives it kind of that double coverage, and so you can do more dense designs with it that way, and it will still hold the body of the cap. If you're doing an applique, there's no need to do that. I'll come back to this little guy right here. I'm going to leave him hooped, and I'll show you how to line him up when you get to the machine, because it will be very similar on this machine as on others. Okay, so let's look at another one. If you want to have more space on a multi-needle or a persona, this is the cap frame for that. So this is a Durkee frame. And once again, it uses adhesive stabilizer. So let me find my little piece of adhesive stabilizer that I've cut for this one. And there it is. You'll notice that I've traced mine. So I'll basically will put it this direction and trace around my stabilizer with the paper side up. Then I know that it's going to fit. So let's peel this off. Now this one's going to be a little bit different because it's not angled. That other one had that angle up in order to get it in the little 1850s throat space or the 525. There's a bunch of little machines that use that first cap frame I was showing you. So there we go. And now I'm going to unscrew my little brim holder. And let's get us a cap. So this is the one that I said was semi-structured. Well, I am going to come in here. And honestly, guys, go to your local, what am I going to try to say, local big box store and find you some inexpensive hats to practice on to get used to it. That way you don't get all stressed about this. There's nothing worse than ruining a $20 cap, but a $5 hat I can handle. All right, so now that we've got it taped, we're once again going to flatten this out, and you're going to take it and you're going to stick it underneath the brim holder. Well, it's easy for me to say today. I evidently cannot lift that up with my fingers. There we go. All right, now we're going to slide it in. Once again, you have a centering spot here. And this one we can slide a little bit further down. So you'll notice, see how it's got this little space you can kind of keep shifting down if you need to. What you want to make sure is that you are still in the embroidery area. And you've got that centering notch again on this spot. So you can take the seam and match it up with that. You'll notice that I have undone the back of all of my caps to make it easier for me to manipulate. And then we're going to just kind of flatten this into place. And this is where the clippies come in handy, is basically kind of clip this out of the way or pin it in place. I taped the other one, so let's pin this one out of the way. So you can kind of get an idea here. But you've pretty much got this much space with this one. So that gives you, I mean, there's a huge embroidery area right there. And you really don't want to go past the little dots here, because if you do, it's going to be on the back of your head. Nobody's going to see it. All right, so there's that guy. Now, there is another one for a flatbed machine that has bigger than a 4x4 area. Now this guy can be, and any of these cap frames can be used for other things besides caps. They have this little item here to hold the brim down, but they can be used for blankets and towels and anything that you want to use an adhesive based stabilizer with. So don't stress out that you're just getting something for a cap, because you're not. You can use them for anything. All right, once again, I have cut my stabilizer to match my piece here. Let's see here. See if I can get it, this is all curled up on me today. This is kind of crazy. There we go. All right, we're going to take this, and you'll notice I didn't get my little screws in the way there. And there we go. Take and peel it and pop it down. All right, so once again, you want to unscrew your screws here. And let's see if I can grab a cap. Oh, I don't have another one that doesn't have anything on it. So y'all are just going to have to bear with me with one that has something on it here. Evidently, I didn't pull enough out of my stash. This one was done on the Persona. And the Persona, luckily, uses embroidery files. So that's why it has a little Disney design on it. That's good enough. So once again, flatten it out and get your brim out of the way. Here we go. And there we go. So now you're just going to slide this down. Once again, it's got a little notch on it right here that shows you where your centering position is. Once you've got that, go ahead and screw your screws down. And this one gives you all kinds of space. So you have tons of space that you can work with on this guy. There you go. And you can even stick his back down there. Now, the nice thing about this one is if you wanted to do the front and the back at the same time without rehooping, you can simply do the front part and then flip this down and do your back part. So that is the nice part. And we could have done that also with the one for the multi-needle, because there is enough space there as well. But that gives you the capability of doing both your front and then flip over and doing your back. Just make sure you tape this down. So that gives you quite a bit of space to work with. So if we did this for this one, so you do your front and then lift up a little bit and you do your back right there. So you don't have quite as much space with this one, but you could probably do that. I won't say, it depends on how big your item is. All right, so now we've talked about the ones that are made specially for hats. Let's talk about using your standard hoop. Now, this is probably my least favorite way of doing this because you are fighting the hoop. Yeah, you don't have that capability of getting the brim out of the way, but is it doable? Yes, it's doable. You just have to work a little bit harder. And I personally prefer smarter, not harder, but you know, everybody has to make their own decisions in life, so I'll share this one with you too. Let me find a pen and we will score our stabilizer. So this one, we're going to score it because I don't like the sticky on the back of my hoop. I peeled it off and stuck it in there, but I don't like to do that. So we're going to score and go. And then you simply peel these parts away. And let's grab a hoop, one that I've already done. And this time I'm not going to tape because you all have seen me do that 3 or 4 times now. I think you can handle that. I'm just going to bend it back, but I do have to get it open. Let's see here. There we go. And we're just going to assume my sweatband is out of the way. I'm going to put it in the middle here and stick it down. Now, as I said, this one's not going to be as easy to keep down because you don't have anything holding your brim down. So that's why this one is a more challenging activity. So you might want to move it more towards the middle, and you may have to get a little more bend in it. But is it doable? Yes. It is just not the ideal situation. Okay? But there you go. Now you're going to want to tape or pin out of the way. And you're probably going to want to put your hand right here while it's stitching just to kind of keep it down. All of these, when I say float, you will float a piece of stabilizer between your hoop and the bed of your machine where you're planning on embroidering, okay? So those are my tips on that. Now, having said all of this, if you're planning on doing hats, I suggest you get one of the hoops for it. Now, the last method is with the actual cap frame that is built for tubular hooping. Okay. There are options. This is my favorite. This is the flat brim cap frame. Okay. It has the maximum 5 1/8 by 2 3/8 height on it that you can use. But this one is super easy to use. It is so easy to hoop with this one. This is the standard one that is 5 1/8 by 2 3/8 again. This one you basically, let's see here. You're going to hoop. You're going to put your cap here. You're going to slide this over the brim. You're going to latch it down, and then you're going to bring this up and over the top. This one I'm not going to use today because, we may be able to. We'll see. We'll see if we have time. But I'm going to show you my favorite one just simply because if you're doing caps, I think this is the one that you will find to be the easiest to use if you're using a multi-needle machine. So the first thing that we would do is we would unlock this lever. I'm going to do part of this over here, and I will do the rest of it over at the machine in just a second. And then you lift this off, okay? Once you've lifted that off, you're going to take your sweatband and you're going to get it out of the way. Now this one has an elastic one. Normally I don't have to tape, but an elastic one, you kind of got to tape it out of the way. So I'm going to go ahead and tape this one out of the way to make it easier for us to deal with at the machine. A regular one like we were hooping before, not necessary. This one is a structured cap. It has a really nice stiff stabilizer, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to add a little bit to it as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that taped out of the way, and it is. All right, so now we can flip the rest of this out, and we're going to squeeze this one slightly. So you just kind of squeeze it in, and you take this little guy, and you run it over the top here. And you put this with the little notch here in the center with the center seam, okay? And you want it down below the seam of the cap itself, okay? Now, after you've done that, you take this and put it around here. And you usually do this at the machine, but I can go ahead and show you here that way you can see exactly what I'm doing instead of trying to figure it out when I get over there. So now let's go over to the machine. A machine's cap frame, one that's come from the manufacturer, has 3 parts to it. There's 4 parts to it. There's a jig that I've already got sitting on my stand. This is the lower cap frame. This is considered the upper cap frame. Then you have a driver that you attach to your machine. So here we go. Let's flip over. And I believe this is the one I want. Nope, this one. Okay, so we're going to put the cap driver on. And you simply, you're not the driver, but the lower frame onto my jig. So this is my jig. And this is my lower driver, my lower frame. Sorry, I keep saying the wrong word. Now we're going to take it and we're going to take these little, take it and slide it over the top here. Oops, one last thing before we do that. Stabilizer. I said I was going to put some extra stabilizer on here. There are 3 little spots on here that allow it to hold the stabilizer for you. You slide it in there, and now let me flip to this one. And you rub it on it, and you'll notice that these little notches come up, and that's going to hold on to that stabilizer and keep it from flying away on you, okay? So now, there's these little grooves right here, and that's where the cap frame fits into. So you see this part right here is going to slide down into that groove, and I'll answer your questions here in just a second if there are some. We're going to slide this down in here. One last thing before we do that. Let's look at camera number 2. Do you see this right here? It's in the unlocked position. We want to turn it to the locked position. Now I've got those in there, and my cap is basically where I want it to go. And I'm simply going to push down from the center. And that's all it takes. That one is hooped and ready to go. So now we want to do a couple of last things. There are a couple of clips that come with this. This is one of them. And you simply take that, and there's a little spot right here that you're going to attach it to. That smooths it down. So especially if you're using a non-structured cap, you would want to smooth it down around there, and then just simply clip those onto place, and then you rock it off. And that's ready to go into the machine. So that cap is hooped and ready to go. Super simple, right? All right, so let me come back over here and let's look at something on the machine. So brother makes that hoop, okay? Now let's just pull up a little design here on my little NS machine so I can show you how you would align things with all of them. So I'm going to pick up a little bitty design and we'll set it, and we're going to touch end edit, okay? Let's pick that little, where did my gold hoop go? There it is. Okay, so we're going to rock this one into place. You want to make sure that you get your cap out of the way so it doesn't hit your needle. Slide it in there, and then I'm going to latch that into place, okay? Now, if you look, my design needs to be rotated, right? Because I don't want to embroider it this direction. I want to embroider it this direction. Every machine has a rotate button, regardless of what machine you have. This one right here is my rotate right here. We're going to rotate it 90 degrees to the right. And now it's oriented correctly for me. And I'm going to touch OK. The next thing that I do with pretty much every machine is I'll see where my needle drop is. Let me go back and show you that position. That's this guy right here. I'll touch that guy right there. And the first position I'll check is the center needle position. And then I'll select the center bottom and the center top just to see where my needle's going to drop. So I'm going to go ahead and let you see this at the machine. So down here, let's drop my needle. Let me dash around here. I got to go to the other side. Sorry. I can't reach the needle drop position. So you want to drop it and see if your needle's in the right spot. If it's not, you're going to want to adjust that on your screen. So mine's just slightly off. So I would go ahead and say, okay. And I would move it to where I needed it to go. So I need this one to go this way just a little bit. And then I would rotate my hand wheel to see if it's dropping in the right spot. It looks like it is for me. And then go back into your needle drop position and check the bottom center. And if at any point you want to lift and shift, you can certainly do that. The biggest thing I want you to know is that when you check your centers, so the corners, this is your next part that you would check. You want to make sure that you're not going to hit the brim on either side. So this is really, really important. When you're using a flatbed machine, you want to make sure that you're not going to hit this part of the cap, that it's not going to get caught. So you can take it down as far as it's possible without catching that part of the cap, okay? Now, let me go back to my computer, and because that gives you all of those informations that you need to know. And I will come and see if I can answer any questions here real quick. Let's change cameras. There we go. Okay, let's see. Yes, that the 2750D would use. No, we don't have one for that. You would have to use your regular standard frame. I don't think Durkee has one for that machine, that particular machine. The other ones that I showed have a slide-in bracket, not that one. So I do like that cap frame that I was just showing for that little 4x4 machine. And the reason I say that is because it gets the brim totally out of the way. All right, let's see here. Yes, the large flat brim hoop would be for the luminaire for those styles. And I don't see any other questions. So, all right, guys. Try a cap frame. Remember, if you're using a single needle machine, a smaller one, be sure and use a heavier needle just so that it has enough, especially because it has to go through that center seam. And those center seams are so dense, it needs that extra oomph, okay? Blaine, I think I am ready to pass it back for you. Hopefully you guys got a little bit more confidence that you can hoop a cap and have fun with it.
Well, thanks, Cindy. That was great. And we'll see you back here just a little bit later, and we're going to talk all about that persona.
Yes, we will. We'll talk to you
all
later.
Right, we'll see you then. All right. Great job, Cindy. And guys, I hope y'all got picked up on a little bit of that. And we do have on our website, we have some hoops that for, cap hoops that will fit the flatbed machines like she was using. We have several different ones. We even have them that'll fit a 4x4 size machine. So you can go in there, you can give us a call, and they can kind of guide you through that as well. All right, guys, we are up next. We are, again, we're going to get right back into our demonstrations. And we have Dime in the house right now. We have Amy McCarthy coming in, and Amy started in the first grade sewing doll clothes, and she grew up as a garment sewer. She learned from her mom using her sewing machine. As soon as she was big enough to her foot to reach the foot pedals, she started sewing. So she's been doing that. She started doing home decor, and she said that, she made drapes and bedspreads and everything for her house, at every house she's ever lived in. So I know that's how she kind of, honed her craft. So y'all, welcome to the show, Amy McCarthy.
Hello,
Hey, Amy.
Blaine.
How are you?
I'm just doing great. Thank you so much for that generous introduction. And I know I probably share that background with a number of viewers of starting to sew when I was a little girl, and my mom taught me.
Well, that's a lot of people have that same type of story, and everybody has to start somewhere. So, but we're super happy that you're on their show today. We're happy that Dime's here. So we're going to let you get going and talk about all the Dime products that you're going to show. And we'll be back here in about 25 minutes and tell them how they can get it.
Sounds like an excellent plan. Thank you, Blaine. And welcome, everyone. Hello, my name is Amy McCarthy, and I am one of the educators at Dime, Designs in Machine Embroidery. And I think it's pretty cool to be part of the first day to kick off this great Hoop Fest brought to you by Sewing Machines Plus. So thank you, everyone at Sewing Machines Plus. Dime is known in the industry as being the solutions company. And so for the next 25 minutes or so, I'm going to be showing you solutions to a number of your hooping challenges. And let me just start off let me just throw out a few items for you there to consider. What do these all have in common? A sweatshirt, a terry cloth towel, a quilt sandwich, an apron, velvet or fleece or corduroy, or even a jean jacket. What do they all have in common? They're all difficult to hoop. So they belong on the top 10 most wanted list of things that are difficult to hoop. So in true top 10 countdown fashion, I'm going to show you all the solutions to your top 10 most difficult items to hoop. So let's start with, I'm going to go to the camera here. So let's start with number 10, a terry cloth towel or a sweatshirt. Anything thick or bulky is pretty hard to hoop in that standard hoop, but not with these marvelous Dime hoops that I'm going to show you, both our Snap Hoop Monster, which is our magnetic hoop, and our sticky hoop. So let's start with here, number 10. So for example, a terry cloth towel, they look great with embroidery on them. They're pretty easy to do once you get them hooped, and they make great gifts. But here's the challenge. These plush towels that we buy today, the high quality towels, they're really thick, and it is a challenge to get these in that standard hoop. It's really hard to get that screw clamp tight enough to hold these. But watch how easy it is to hoop these with the first of many marvelous Dime hoops, and that is the Snap Hoop Monster. This is our magnetic hoop, and you see I've got 3 pieces here. The top frame is where all of the magnets are, and they are very strong magnets, as you will see. Now each hoop comes with a piece of corrugated plastic. This is to be kept between the 2 frames when it's not in use. It's got a nice little carrying or storage handle there, but I don't need that for now. And then this is the bottom frame. As you can see, this is where it attaches to the machine. This happens to be compatible with a brother or baby lock, and this is an all metal frame. And here is how easy it is to hoop a terry cloth towel. So I'm going to be using the Dime hoop mat right here, because that's a silicone mat that has a non-slip surface that is going to keep my bottom frame in place. Since I am hooping a woven item, I'm just going to lay a piece of tearaway stabilizer. Then I am just going to lay the terry cloth towel right on top of the bottom frame. I've already got a target sticker here that marks the center of my design. And now I'm going to bring over the top frame. And because I want to make sure that the top frame is flush on that bottom frame, I'm going to drop the left-hand side down first, because this gives me the ability to move this up and down so I can feel underneath where that frame is. And I'm just going to drop that in place. And I can smooth that out if I've got a little bubbles in there, and it's hooped and it's ready to go to the machine. And look how strong it is. I know under the camera I can't go too high, but I'm holding this towel by the edge, and that hoop is staying in place. And that's how easy it is to hoop with these snap hoop monsters. So let's say that, oh, maybe you got a little bubble in there like that. It's so easy to just smooth those out, and now you are all perfect and ready to hoop. You can't do that with a standard hoop, I'll tell you that. And look at this is, a sweatshirt. Now, it's a little baby sweatshirt, granted, because this is easy for me to get under camera, but still the same thing. If you would like to hoop that, you're simply going to lay that bottom frame in place. Now, since this is a sweatshirt and it's kind of stretchy, you're going to prep this with a fusible mesh cutaway, such as our fusible no-show. And then once that is prepped, you just lay that down. You're going to bring that frame over there in place. You'll have your design center marked, and you're going to drop that in place. And again, you can straighten this out and smooth it out, and you're going to use a water-soluble topper, and you are ready to stitch. That is so easy. All right, there's number 10. What about number 9? I'm going to be using this hoop again, so I'll just lay that off to the side there. Number 9, think of all the times that you do continuous embroidery. Maybe you're doing borders or edging, or maybe your designs that you're doing one at a time, such as this Christmas stocking. Or maybe if you want to do some post-production and add a name, all of those situations, you don't want to put what you just stitched in a standard hoop because it would damage and smash the stitches. So, or for an example like this, I kind of designed this as I went. So I did the little train, I added the candy canes, and I just kind of designed it as I went. I didn't have a hoop big enough to do all of these. Maybe you don't either. So when I hoop it, I don't want to smash this. And that is where it is so easy to use one of the snap hoop monsters because it will not damage the adjacent stitching. Another reason is because this is on felt. And so I did not want to damage the felt fibers, which brings us to our number 8 in our countdown. And that is troublesome fabric, such as felt, because you can easily, if you're going to hoop this, you can easily shatter the fibers in the felt, and then you will damage that permanently, and you will get what we call hoop burn. Fleece is another item that is subject to hoop burn, and it's stretchy. So you've got to treat this one. You've got to prep this one with a fusible cutaway, such as fusible no-show. And you don't want to damage the fleece fibers, because if you put this in a standard hoop, then you are going to permanently crush those fibers and you will have a ghost of your standard hoop there. For example, another troublesome fabric might be canvas or duck cloth or anything that has that type of weave to it. When you put it in a standard hoop like this, and I will show you, I will get this unhooped. And if you can see, first of all, okay, and you're thinking like, oh, I can press that out. But if you see the little shiny marks right here where that inner frame crushed those fibers, because this fabric had to be bent at 2 right angles. And those fibers are now crushed and damaged permanently. And you'll see that white shine there. You can't press this out. This is not going to be able to be pressed out. But with a snap hoop monster, you don't get that hoop burn. So let's see some other troublesome fabrics. Here's one of my favorites, and that is a chiffon. Now, chiffon looks great with some edge stitching, whether you do it in lace or you're going to do a big border here on maybe a shirt sleeve or a tunic hem. It's awesome, but and it is a woven, but look at this fabric. Because it's so loosely woven, it is absolutely very evil when you try to hoop it. And even if you do hoop it, in a standard hoop, it actually snow plows underneath the embroidery needle. And here's what is going to tame those troublesome fabrics like chiffon, and that is our sticky hoop. Now, this is a one-piece hoop that you use by loading adhesive stabilizer on the back. So this is my 6-inch square hoop. And again, this is where it attaches, and it's just a single frame. So I've put a sticky adhesive stabilizer on the back. And in this case, it is a sticky water soluble. This is our adhesive sew and wash. And now I can use this to embroider chiffon because it is going to adhere that fabric and immobilize it and absolutely make it easy for me to stitch something like this lace border. It's a water soluble, so it's all going to go away. And this is exactly what I need to embroider a troublesome fabric like this. Here's another troublesome fabric, and that is this mesh. Now, why would I want to embroider that? Maybe I'm doing a beach bag, or maybe I'm doing one of those in the hoop zipper bags that has that visible front, and it looks kind of cool with some embroidery on it. But look at this. This is a very loosely woven. It stretches both ways, and I don't want any stabilizer residue when I finish my embroidery. So again, sticky hoop to the rescue. And I would use an adhesive sew and wash, a sticky water soluble right here. And I am just going to press that mesh right down firmly onto that sticky stabilizer. And again, I would put a water soluble topping on that. And I would make sure that my embroidery has a background nap blocker or some kind of a knockdown stitch to help me hold those embroidery designs in place. So troublesome fabric, done. All right, what's next? Number 7 in our countdown is doing maybe a collar or a cuff on a ready-to-wear garment. You know, it's really cool to add embroidery to ready-to-wear garments. It's a great way to upscale ready-to-wears, and you can personalize it, especially on a collar or a cuff. You can personalize it with a monogram, or you can customize it like I've done here for holiday wear or special occasions, or any time that you want to really have something special. It's tricky to embroider because that's all you've got. It's already a ready to wear, and it's usually at the ends of the garment piece, whether it be a collar or a cuff. So it's a little bit tricky, but again, not with these marvelous dime hoops. And I would use the sticky hoop if I was going to embroider, to embroider a collar or a cuff, because take a look at that. So I've got a water soluble adhesive on this hoop. You could probably use a sticky tearaway, such as our peel and stick if you wanted. But once I have the design all lined up, all I have to do is press that collar right in place, and it is going to hold that collar in place so that I can embroider these designs. Even a cuff, it will hold that cuff in place so that you can put that monogram on there. Or if you want to do some specialty techniques, such as this edge stitching. So I've got a napkin here that I've done some edge stitching on point. And what I mean is that you see that this lace design kind of falls off of the edge of that napkin. So it's really hard to hoop items on point, but again, not with the sticky hoop. And for this one, again, I would use a water soluble because I don't want any stabilizer to be seen after that design is stitched out. So I would just place that right there. I get my design lined up with a template, place that on there, stitch that design, and I would even cut a strip of sew and wash, adhesive sew and wash, to put over the edge of that napkin so that my embroidery foot would travel with ease over the edges and not get it caught. Okay, so where are we? We are at number 6. and that is an apron. Now, aprons are also something that look great with embroidery, and they make a great gift. And they're easy to personalize, especially with the name on the bib. Now, on this one that I did for Christmas, and again, I put two designs right next to each other, and the Snap Boot Monster helped. So I would put my name, if I was doing this again, I'd put my name up a little bit higher on this bib. But here's what you have to contend with. You got to contend with the straps, you're at the edge of the garment, and these D-rings. Now, I've done it even with the Snap Boot Monster. Exactly. It always ends up that right where you want the hoop frame to be are these straps. And again, this marvelous hoop, this dime sticky hoop, is the ticket, because you just place that down, and when you stick that in place, you don't have that top frame to bring over that's going to interfere with that D-ring or those straps. So you just press that down in place. You're going to embroider, and then when you take it off, there will, you could again do a sticky tearaway, a peel and stick on the back. It really depends on your design. If you're doing just some letters like that, you could do a tearaway. But if you've got a open design and you don't want to pick all that out, then I would go with the adhesive sew and wash, which is the water soluble. All righty, here's number 5. And that is the plush animals. You guys have seen these, these cute little animals like this that you can embroider on his tummy right there. Now, how the heck do you get that hooped? Well, these guys, and this happens to be an embroider buddy. There's several different kinds. These guys have a hidden zipper right at the bottom, and you can pull this intact stuffing pod out, just like I've done here. Okay, so now this is the hedgehog. This is basically the skin because I've removed the pod here. And now with the sticky hoop, what we used to have to do with these is we would have to put a piece of sticky tearaway in a standard hoop, score it, peel it off, and try to keep these guys' tail and feet out of the way. With the sticky hoop, you just open them up. You're going to lay him right down on there. And you actually, because you don't have that top frame, you're going to have a larger field to embroider. And you would do probably a sticky tearaway such as peel and stick for this sticky hoop. And now you know how easy it is to embroider these great gifts. Okay, number 4. We are at number 4. Odd shaped items like this. Okay, so a cosmetic case like this makes a great gift, looks great with a monogram, but you've got this bulky part here. How are you going to hoop that? And once again, there is sticky hoop to the rescue, because you can just open the cosmetic case up. You're going to put the top right side down like that, press that in place. I would probably run the basting stitch around that, and now you are going to stitch your monogram. And you're going to make sure that the bulky part of the case is at the south end of the hoop, because as you load the machine, you don't want any of this interfering with the needle assembly. So there's an odd shaped item that is so easy to hoop. How about a slipper? Something like this. And here's the best foot, and the slipper made over here has forward on it. But these Velcro slippers are great for grandma, grandpa, people that, need a little easy slipper, even your house guests. These are easily available. And you open it up just like that. You place that tab right on the sticky hoop, and you don't have to bring the top frame over. That's going to interfere with that. You can even do the tongue of a shoe with the sticky hoop by just isolating the tongue and putting it right down on there. Here's another apron, but this is a little apron. I love doing these little wine aprons that I find for blanks. And I put a little holiday saying, and I make these for gifts that when I present a wine bottle. Now, I love to embroider on them. And I found it just as easy to open those up. But these are tiny. They're hard to hoop. What are you going to do? How are you going to hoop this? Again, look how easy to do it with that sticky hoop. So you just open it up a little bit. You press those right in place. And this is sticky enough to hold that item while you embroider it. And then you just lift it off and reassemble it. And here's something that I bet you've never considered embroidering: a wide ribbon such as this. Because if you put it in a standard hoop, you've only got 2 places where it's going to be hooped. Use the sticky hoop so that you're not damaging the ribbon. Put that right on there, and you can do awards, you can do names, you could do dates and other commemorative items such like that. Okay? Number 3, pretty much the poster child for hard to hoop items, and that is a quilt sandwich. Now, what I mean on a quilt sandwich is a quilt that you've gotten ready that has the quilt top, it has the batting as the meat in the sandwich, and it has the backing. So I've got just a little sample here, which is kind of a quilt that I am doing in an edge-to-edge fashion, but it's scaled down so that I can get it underneath the camera. It is so fun to quilt with your embroidery machine. It's really one of the cool things to do with your embroidery machine. It's fun, it's easy, and it's so rewarding because this quilt is done by you. You put every stitch in that quilt yourself, and it's done just the way that you like it. So take, for example, this. I am doing edge to edge in this all over fashion, and I'm ready to stitch this section right here. If I had done this with a standard hoop, here's what I would be faced with. Let's see, I'm getting ready to do this, so I'm just going to put that standard hoop right underneath there, and I've got a template that I would place right here. I won't take that one off, but you get that, that I'm ready to do this one. Now, if I was going to do the standard hoop, I know I have to open this up. I have to open that frame right up. Is that enough? No, that's not enough. I got to open it up a little bit more. And oh, I just got it in there. But you know what's going to happen? As soon as I put this on the machine, then boom, that inner ring is going to pop out. You want to do this with the snap hoop monsters. So here's a 5x7, the same 3 pieces. And look how easy it is to hoop this. I'm just going to place that right underneath and drop that down, and I'm ready to hoop, and I'm ready to take this to the machine. Now, what's really cool about quilting with your embroidery machine with the snap hoop monsters is that when you're ready to move to a new section of your quilt to quilt, leave the quilt on the machine, leave the hoop on the machine. All you do is pick up the top frame, and you're going to hang it over the head of the machine or just get it out of the way. And then you're going to move to a new section of quilt, bring that top frame down, and drop that right in place. And now you're going to quilt this section. Here's another really cool tool. Now, everybody, you can see how much, maybe I'm doing a table runner or a quilt, and I've got this kind of in the throat of my machine. Everybody has gone through the mishap of, as the machine is stitching along, this falls in, and now you've got a mess. Well, what you need to prevent that is the hoop guard. This is a barrier specifically for the snap hoop monster. We have them for standard hoops also. It clips right underneath the frame, and now you can see how it makes a barrier against that falling into the field of your sewing machine. That's how easy that is. Okay, let's go to another kind of odd shaped item, very popular to do, and that is the round placemats. And everybody's familiar with these, you know, just these round kind of woven placemats. They come in scads of colors, and they look so great with embroidery on them, such as this one that I did, getting all ready for Halloween. So in the middle, I stitched a spider web. I've got a little spider with some heat transfer vinyl that I use for embroidery, and I put even boo on the edge. Now this illustrates the marvelous dime hoops because I use both the snap hoop monster and the sticky hoop because I did not want to put this in a standard hoop. So for the spider web, I did it in 2 hoopings. I did first the spider web, and I just put it in my 9.5 by 9.5 frame. Now this is the 8 by 8 frame that I'm just showing you because it fits totally under the camera. But I just hooped this right on the placemat. I put a just a tearaway underneath it, and I was able to stitch the spider web and the spider. But for something like this that I want to put at the edge, we're dealing again with that same abbreviated edge. So now how am I going to do that? Yep, you guessed it. I'm bringing in my little 4x4 sticky hoop. And let's say, for over here, I've got it marked. And all I do is just stick that right down. I don't have to worry about bringing over a top frame. And I'm going to stitch the other little boo right on that. And so it loads right there on my machine. But let's now finish with probably the number 1 most difficult item to hoop, and that is baby suits. And I'm talking about the baby snap suits that we know as the onesies. This is the Gerber brand of onesie. They look so cute with some embroidery on them, don't they? But they're tiny and they're knit, so they have to have some special care. And did I say that they were tiny? So here's your recipe. What you need is a piece of fusible cutaway, such as the fusible no-show, and you're going to place that on the inside, and you need a hoop guard, and you need a 4x4 snap hoop monster. Now you're going to put the fusible no-show on the inside of the front of the baby garment where you're going to put the embroidery. Okay, and you're going to use a piece big enough to fit the hoop, not to fit the design. It's got to extend past the edges of the hoop. So I've got this one all prepped. Then you are going to turn it inside out and upside down. So for example, here it is. Here's this one all prepped. And you're going to leave it inside out, and you're going to turn it upside down so that you can see the Gerber label or whatever label that you have is upside down and in that place. Then you're going to take the hoop guard and the top frame of your 4x4, and you're going to place that at the bottom end of the hoop. Then you are going to place this in the diaper opening, and so that that hoop guard sticks out the neckline, just like that. Okay, I'm going to bring my bottom frame over, and I am then going to place that kit and caboodle right on top of the bottom frame. I'm going to reach up here for the diaper opening, just kind of scrunch that back and pull that until it is over the hoop guard. And I've got just a little bit of a pull here. It's got to caught on something, but you can see how easy that is to hoop. Now I'm going to take some blue tape, pink tape, white tape, whatever tape, and I'm going to tape those corners down. But look at the large field that I have now, and you're going to take the time to make sure that that's all straight. But look at the large field that I have now on how to, where I can put an embroidery or an applique. So there's your top 10 countdown. And with that, I'm going to then turn it back over to Blaine.
Hey, great job. That was so educational, so interesting, and man, I love the setup you had. So thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
All righty. So guys, I got to tell y'all how y'all can get some of these monster snap hoops. And again, they start at $99.99. And what I want you to do is just give us a call. We have a call-in special for these, and there's a ton of different sizes available. So we can actually get the size that you need. And we have a great call-in special for this. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And again, guys, we have free shipping, going to ship them nationwide right to your doorstep. But again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And that way that you can get the right hoop that you want for your machine and the size that you're looking for. All right, guys, we are continuing on. And again, you know what, Kennedy? I think we ought to
Yes,
just
Blaine.
give something away real quick.
You want to give something away real
What do you
quick?
think?
Okay.
What do you think, Roger? Kyle?
I think we should give something away.
Think
That
give
is
something
fine
away?
with me.
All right, let's give something away real quick. I tell you what, we're going to spin the wheel and we're going to give away. Let's give away a $100 gift card.
Okay.
What do you think about that? $100 gift card
All right.
to Sewing Machines Plus. And again, guys, if you're local in the Southern California area, you can go into one of our 2 retail locations and use it. Or anywhere in the nation, you can just go right on our website and shop. And when you get in the shopping cart, you can put that code in and it'll knock $100 off your purchase. And we'll have to email you the gift card code. Now, you won't be able to use this till next week. We won't be able to send this out till next week after the show. But we will have these that we'll be able to send them out. So, Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Ooh. Okay.
Who's it gonna be?
Oh, I see all my
Dun, dun.
friends.
Judy.
Panic bar.
So Judy's watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Judy. So Judy, you just won yourself a gift card. So what we need you to do, Judy, is go to smplive.tv. When you get to that website, scroll down toward the bottom of that homepage and you'll see where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete, send it to us. Make sure you hit submit, but make sure your email's addressed in there. And once we get that in next week, when we start sending the prizes out, we'll send you an email with the coupon code and you'll be able to go right in and use it. So congratulations.
Woo!
All right, guys, we are ready for our next presenter. And we have Kathy Quinn, and she is with Floriani. And we're going to talk about the Total Control University today. And Kathy is a national educator from R&K Distributing. She's been there for about 10 years. I've known Kathy for a long, long time, guys. And she is a treat to watch and listen to. And she's so educational. So we are so happy. So welcome to the show, Kathy Quinn.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, Kathy.
Well,
Long
you
time
doing,
no
Blaine?
see.
I know. Here we are. It's good to see you, Blaine. And I've been there
Yeah, it's been a
18
while.
years. So I've been with them since I was 5.
Oh my gosh, I knew you've been there a long time, and
Yeah.
I haven't seen you in a long time either. But hey, I'm going
I
to get off
know.
here and let you get going. 'Cause I know there's a ton of information, and you're only going to scratch the surface of
Yes.
this. But this stuff is so awesome for everybody, the software to see. So we're going to let you take it over, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes and tell everybody how they can get it.
Great. It's great to see y'all here today. Well, we're going to talk about the most important thing in stabilizer. No matter what machine you own, which one you picked out, how many features you have or superpowers your machine may possess, it all comes down to how good is my stabilizer. And that's what we're going to discuss today. Now, we're going to talk about a few things. I want to mention a few things about our software that I constantly push. And we will look at it. And I will be back again this afternoon at 3 for more fun. So stay tuned for that as well. But I want to talk to you about how important it is to stabilize. And we're going to start this morning just with basics. And we're going to look at tearaways. Now, tearaway stabilizers can only be used with stable fabric, cotton, linen, denim, taffeta, homespun, flannel. Anything woven that does not stretch is a stable fabric. And that's what we're going to look at. So let's think about this. Now, the first thing we want to talk about is why am I different? Now, I have a stabilizer here, and we're going to talk about Floriani Heat and Stay. So I'm going to look, and I'm going to change my camera a little bit here to show you. So we're going to come down here and we're going to look at my Heat and Stay stabilizer. Let me go ahead and see if I can't minimize this down so you can see. So here we go. Now this is Heat and Stay. Now what makes me different? That's the big deal. What makes me different from everybody else? Well, we're not paper-based. We're fiber-based. We're made in a delta wet laid process. We're made with small fibers instead of long fibers, so we tear clean in any direction. But our stabilizers have a little built-in magic to them. Now, all of our stabilizers have some way to fix them to your fabric. So with Heat and Stay, it's a fusible. So what we will do is we would take our fabric, we would iron it on the back, and when we iron it on, we are talking about silk setting. So it's not a super hot iron, but silk setting. So we're going to iron this on. Now, when you go to stabilize, you need to make sure that your stabilizer is 1 inch larger than your frame and your fabric. You can't hang it in the middle. Now, we do have a stabilizer we'll be talking about in a moment, that if you're in the situation that you can't hoop that fabric, how am I going to still use a tearaway? And why do we love tearaways? Because they tear away. That is our joy. We want them to tear away because they do. And I forgot to tell me to do not disturb. I apologize. Okay, so we are going to iron Heat and Stay on. And once it's on, I am going to hoop this. Now, why is it important to fuse our stabilizers to our fabric? Because we want to hoop with one even tension. If you've got a piece of fabric and a piece of stabilizer and you hoop them at the same time, the stabilizer is going to be more taut than the fabric. So you're going to pull that fabric just a little bit to kind of get that nice and taut in there. And what's going to happen to us is once you've got it taut, you've created a further disparity between your tensions. That needle's going to go down, hit that stabilizer, pull, come up, and tear, and you're going to have a pucker. So fusing is extremely important. So now that I have fused this down, the next thing I'm going to do is I am going to take water-soluble topping. Now, what makes my topping different from everybody else's? My water-soluble topping is made out of a seaweed derivative and silicone. All of our stabilizers have a silicone base to facilitate your needle. Now, this is not made out of cornstarch and water, so it doesn't get thick and sticky. So I will put it on top of my fabric here. And if we were using our software and I brought up this design and said, what do I do? My software is going to tell you, Kathy, you need to use Heat and Stay. And Kathy, when you use Heat and Stay, you're also going to need to top it. So we are topping this. Now I'm going to stitch this out. Then we will tear the topper away to the best of our ability.
I don't have an answer for that.
And we will take our backing and we will tear it away as well. Because remember, these fuses we're talking about are temporary. They are not permanent. So this will tear away and it will tear away clean down into every nook and cranny. I won't need to use that thumbnail tool that we're used to using so we can tear around a corner. This will just easily pull away, and this design feels like butter. You put fabric behind fabric. You don't put paper behind fabric. So now this design, I want you to note, has a nice outline around it. Because it has an outline around it, that's why I chose my Heat and Stay, because it tears, it hits that outline and it pulls away nice and easy. However, what if you have a design such as this? What if I've got a design that's a lot of single stitching? What if I have a design that is satin stitching, lettering, all of this type of design? Now we're going to have a problem if I use my Heat and Stay. I have a stabilizer that we made and we built magic into it. This one's the magic one. This is Stitch and Wash Fusible. Now you're going to read fusible water soluble tearaway. Well, the minute you see that word soluble, you lose your mind. You think, oh, this is going to wash off. Yes and no. It's a 50-50 product. Half of this is fiber, is tearaway fiber, just like Heat and Stay, because these designs are still going to need stability to stitch. And in the case of lettering, it's going to need to have stabilizer left underneath that lettering so that this does not fall apart over time. So we're going again. This has got that magic word tearaway. So let's look a little bit here. Let's talk about these. This one is all single stitching. So what I would do is on the back, and I want you to notice the back because obviously this is a finished design and I've already taken the stabilizer away, but you can still see behind all these stitches, there's stabilizer. Well, again, I'm going to iron it on at silk setting, an inch larger than my frame. I am going to hoop it an inch larger than my frame. And when the other thing that's very important when you think about doing designs, don't ever pick up a bigger frame than you need. There's two reasons. The first reason is the closer that hoop is to your embroidery, the better quality you're going to get. You're going to get professional embroidery. And that's what we want. We want professional look. So you want to pick the right hoop size. The second reason is why in the world would you want to waste that stabilizer? Look, I want you to buy everything I'm telling you about because I know it's going to give for good embroidery. But I don't want you to be wasteful. I want you to be judicious with your stabilizers. So if you're putting it in a larger frame, you're just needlessly wasting stabilizer. So again, this is a nice flat fabric. There is no nap on it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to place my water-soluble topping over the top. Now again, I'm going to stitch it out. When it comes time, I'm going to tear this away. And I didn't mention this, which I apologize. I didn't mention that I'm going to tear it away, but I'm going to put a cotton press cloth over the top of this. We have a beautiful press cloth, but it's not magic. It's simply a good quality cotton press cloth. We're going to place that over the top and we're going to take our iron and we're going to shoot steam into this. 6 or 8 shots because there is no cornstarch in ours. It's not going to get thick and sticky. Will cornstarch rinse out? Absolutely. But the problem becomes is I don't want it to make my stitches sticky. I want it to dissolve. And I want my stitches to absorb that moisture, swell up, and pop to the top. When you look back at our little design here, doesn't he look like he's been airbrushed on? He's perfect because all those stitches have poofed and pulled up. It's like a typewriter, an old-fashioned typewriter. If you type too fast, the keys would get hooked up. Well, the same thing happens with us and thread. They bunch up on themselves. So we see a bald spot. So we think we ought to stitch again. No, what you ought to do is steam it. That thread will absorb that moisture, swell up, and pop to the top. Now, since we have our stitch and wash that is a 50-50 product, how am I going to get that off? I'm going to turn it over and I'm not going to pull it away. Yes, it's a tearaway. However, I will stress and break these stitches. Same thing on my lettering. I don't want to mess up my lettering. And you can see like this is tiny, tiny lettering, nice and clear. You can read it. How cool is this? This is 1/8 of an inch tall. That's Floriani lettering. But if I look at the back, you will see, you can still see stabilizer between the lines. But notice around it, it's completely gone. There's no stabilizer left around. Same thing here. How did I do that? I took a damp sponge, not a wet, soggy, or drippy, just a damp sponge, and I dampen. I wait 10 to 15 seconds. And that seems like nothing, but it's a long time when you're waiting. So wait 10 to 15 seconds. Now, I didn't say I used a soggy sponge. I'm going to wring the neck out of it till it is damp. I'm not going to spritz it. I'm not going to mist it. I'm not going to sprinkle it and try and spread it around. I'm only going to dampen the stabilizer. And like I say, I just want it damp. Now, how many times did I say damp? You get the picture. What's going to happen is the water-soluble part breaks down. Now, when I go to tear that away, it's not going to stress my stitches. It's going to pull away nice from around them. Now, if you see a little piece left in here, there was probably some pieces left in here. I didn't get in there with a pair of tweezers or anything else. I waited till the first time it was washed. Anything that wasn't caught under the stitches that was necessary for this design to stay stabilized is still there. but the rest of it just kind of fluffed off. So let's look again. Nice and clear. Same with this. Just like we don't pull against single stitching. We don't, if you pull against a satin stitch, you tend to distort or pull it. So by using Stitch and Wash Fusible, you will have a beautiful result with those type of designs. Now let's continue to move on. Now my very favorite stabilizer that Floriani makes is my Floriani Perfect Stick Stabilizer. Now this one is wonderful. This is for items that you cannot hoop, that don't hoop well or easy. It's real important to make sure that you have a stabilizer that you can go ahead and use when you can't hoop an item. Now, Perfect Stick, what makes it so cool is it is stitch and wash. Yes, it's 50% water soluble and 50% fiber. Now, we created this specifically for towels. That's what it was created for, but oh, it is so much more. And we will be looking through that where on its so much more side. But this one has a silicone-based adhesive on the top. So you hoop this shiny paper side up. Once it's been hooped, then you remove that protective paper. Once it's been removed, now I have a hoop with a sticky stabilizer in it. So for instance, I'm going to look at this little bib. Now this bib is wonderful. It's got a pile, but it's small. So if I hooped it, I would end up having a little bitty design. I could probably get this in a 4x4 frame, but then my design would be so small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick this down to Floriani Perfect Stick Tearaway. And I want you to notice on these tearaways that I'm talking about, I want you to notice they have green labels. Green means go ahead and tear it away. If it has a red label, it means stop. This is a cutaway. So that's kind of a help. Now I want you to notice what's on the top here. All my designs, everything I stitch, unless the exception to the rule, let me see if I can get this in here. The exception to the rule is if I'm doing a design in the center of a quilt square or a perfectly square piece of fabric, I probably don't use template tearaway. But 99.9% of the time, I always pre-print my designs. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. The first reason is you get perfect placement. Now, you may have a machine that's got, superpowers. She may have a camera. She may have a projector. She may have precise positioning. You may have an amazing hooping system that makes sure you can get everything straight in the hoop, but it can't tell you where it looks good on the item. No machine can tell you that. So we use hooping aids. So with template tearaway, I have 25 sheets in here. One side is printable. The other side is a repositionable adhesive. So using this bib as an example. Now this bib is like a snowflake. There are no two alike. You can already see this curve does not match this curve. The curve from the neck, I guarantee you the center of this one is not the same as the center of this one. So now by printing a template, I can place this where it's attractive. So I'm going to use my template to place this to make this an attractive piece. I'm going to stick it down to my hoop because I already know that it's in the right place. Now I can use my magic powers, whether I'm using a camera, I'm using precise positioning, I'm using some magic hooping system, whatever it is, now I can use that. So I'm going to stick this down to perfect stick since I can't hoop it. And then I'm going to make sure my needle is centered. And what if you have an entry level machine? My machine, maybe you have machines with no superpowers. This is your superpower because now I can line these lines up with the markings on my hoop, and I know it's straight exactly where I want it on this piece. Now I'm going to tear it away, pull this away, and it will stick 40 to 50 times on something that's not fleece. It doesn't do multiple times, and flannel it only does very few times. But I've been using this piece, carrying this around with me for the last year, and she still sticks. So we're going to take it away. Now I'm going to top this. Now this has a very low loft. So I'll go ahead and use my water soluble and stitch this out. Now, if this were a towel with a bigger loft, we'll talk about that. So I'm going to, again, tear it away, steam, steam, steam. And when I go to remove that perfect stick from the back, what are we going to do? We're going to dampen, dampen, dampen. Remember, it's the same product as Stitch and Wash. Then I'm going to pull it away. And then, of course, when it's washed, it'll take care of the rest. So amazing, amazing stabilizer is Perfect Stick. It's my very favorite one. You need a roll of Perfect Stick. Now let's look, let's talk a little bit about topping here with this. Now, generally, we do not top with water soluble. Now you can see this towel has much more loft than that little bib. That little bib, it's just kind of fuzz. But we have loft on this towel. Now, if I use water soluble topping, what's going to happen to me is the first time it's washed, here's going to come my loops like grass in the driveway. Now when we top, we have to top with Heat and Gone. Now Heat and Gone is a clear topper. Now on my water soluble, there is no right or wrong side. It's just textured so you don't use the wrapper. I mean, that's the truth. Now when we're topping with Heat and Gone has a rough side. It's got little bumps like kids' pajamas. So if you don't want them to take a dive in the hallway, you use those. So I'm going to put it on top, stitch it out. Now the cool thing about Heat and Gone, and we'll go look at it right here, is Heat and Gone goes away with heat. So now before we were steaming it, I'm going to tear my Heat and Gone away to the best of my ability. Then I'm going to take a dry iron at wool setting. Now that means no steam. Turn your steam off. The iron is dry. It's wool setting. And wool setting is not a super hot iron. Okay, you're not turning your iron up to the hottest level. You're turning it at wool setting. And then we'll pretend this is the iron. We're going to press it, press it, press it. Do not iron it. Press it, press it, press it. Why? Because what's happening here is wherever the hot sole of that iron touches Heat and Gone, it's gone. But underneath this little design where the iron cannot touch it, it stays forever. So no matter how many times I wash it, you can see this has been washed the same amount of time with water soluble in this. We don't get any loops coming through. That heat and stay is going to stay underneath forever. Now, the reason we don't iron it, why we have to press it, press it, press it, is because if I'm ironing it, when that vapor hits the bottom of your iron, you're just smearing it around and it's yours forever. Let it press it, press it, press it, and it just vaporizes. It's magic. It's polypropylene. So that is how we are going to correctly top a towel versus using water soluble on anything that doesn't have a loft. Now, the other goodie is I also use Heat and Gone if I'm using silk or satin because I don't want it to water spot because my iron's a lady, but I promise you if she sees silk, she starts trying to spit on it. Maybe I'm going to use balsa wood. Maybe I'm going to use suede cloth and I don't want moisture next to it. So while Heat and Gone can actually be used just for everything, I like my water soluble topping So I use it when it's appropriate, and I use my heat and gone when that is appropriate. But topping gives you the professional edge. If you want your embroidery to look professional, you're always going to top. So that's going to talk about now. Again, with my perfect stick, there is a couple of things that we can really use it for. And in my session this afternoon, I will be talking about cutaways. How do I do t-shirts, sweatshirts, sweater knits, cotton knits, lycra, spandex? How do I do that type of embroidery? We have concentrated this morning on my tearaways. And we have one other tearaway I just want to mention, and that is tearaway medium. Now, tearaway medium is the same stabilizer as heat and stay with no fusible on it. But the tearaway medium is because the big thing about our stabilizers, and our tearaways are all consistent on this, so I'm going to give you the answer right now, is with tearaways, they will hold 10,000 stitches in a 4x4 and 15,000 stitches in a 5x7. So if my stitch count goes over 10,000 in a 4x4, I'm going to take some tearaway medium and slide it underneath the hoop. Now I've got 20,000 stitches worth of stabilizer. So I know I'm going to move back here. I'm going to come back on in case we've got questions or anything there. Let me come back. I'm new to, there we go. Woohoo. So I'm back. I know that they have the option for questions here. So if you have any questions, please feel free to kick them in. And I know Blaine has probably got some good stuff he wants to talk to you about as well. So I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you learned a lot this morning. And I hope you show up at 3 o'clock this afternoon, or 2. I'm sorry. I'm an hour different than you. I hope you show up at 2 o'clock this afternoon to see my next class on all your cutaways.
Well, thanks, Kathy. So, Kathy, to be clear, you're on at 2:30 Pacific time.
Oh, 2:30. Well, see, I'm crazy. My schedule said 11:30 Pacific time and 2:30, and then I got the call that it's a good thing I was already dressed. I got the call that I thought it was 11:30 and 2:30. So, okay.
Yeah.
Then
Are you Central Time Zone?
I'm Mountain.
Mountain Time. Okay.
So I will
All
see
right.
you at 3:30 my time, but 2:30 your time.
Yes. You're
So,
just an hour difference in us. Okay. All right. Well, great job. We're going to tell everybody how they get it. We'll see you a little bit later then.
Okay.
All right,
Look forward
guys.
to seeing you, Blaine.
All right. Thank you. All right, guys. Again, this is we talked a little bit about the stabilizer. We talked a little bit about the total control. And guys, again, we have call-in specials on all this. There's the total control right there. It is normally $29.99 on that total control. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And we have free shipping on this as well. And we do have a call-in special on this. We do have a call-in special on all the stabilizers. So give our call center a call, and they can guide you with all the different sizes and the different types of stabilizer from Floriani that we have on the specials today. All right, guys, we are going to continue on. And we have Janome in the house. And guys, we're going to talk all about the artistic designer. And we have Ann Hein is here with us today. And Ann is, her passion for sewing started with the home economics class, home ec, I guess you could say. And she sewing and create unique clothes and crafts and things, was her thing. And guys, we're super excited to have her on the show today and representing Janome. We're going to talk all about that artistic designer. So y'all welcome Ann to the show.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to be talking about the Janome Artistic Digitizer software. And our software has both a full version and a junior version. So I'm going to show you some samples of things you can make in the software, because I thought that would be most exciting for everyone than kind of showing you, sometimes the software. So when you're using software, a lot of times the first thing you want to do is convert a graphic. So that's what I did. I got a graphic. Someone drew this for me, and I took it into the software and I converted it to stitches. I did a little artistic license on there to change it a bit, because that's what you can do. You can edit all your designs. There's a smaller one I did on a little zipper pouch. So you can definitely bring graphics in and convert them to stitches. And then I did this little clip art on the corner of my t-shirt. Let me come on this side. There we go. This is a little snowflake clip art. and I put it on a t-shirt knit. I'm gonna try to find it here. There we go, on a t-shirt knit, and you can see some sparkles there. That's because I made a crystal overlay, and I'll show you that a little bit later. And it's nice and soft. So in the software, you have control of that, of the density, so you can make your items nice and soft for a soft t-shirt or heavier for a canvas bag if you needed that. When you're converting your artwork, you can also convert, I'm going to show you a picture of this little here, you can turn it into paint stitch this way. Oh, there we go. You can turn it into paint stitch, and that's thread work. So I did that flower, and then I have this ladybug, and I turned it into a pouch, put a little zipper in there. And for the back, I used some of the graphic and just used the leafy part to make the back portion of it. So I love Artistic Digitizer because it gives me the creative things I need to do or I want to do, and it's really quite fun. So here is one more paint stitch, and this is my love jacket, and I have my letters here. I'll show you. This is the O, so you can see what it looks like next to there, and you can see the detail in the photo, and the detail shows up here in our paint stitch. So another fun one to do. Sorry, I dropped something on the floor there. And next, so besides paint stitch, we have photo stitch, and photo stitch can render your graphics into 4 colors or a monochromatic. So I did this one in monochromatic, and then in the top corner here, I used our paint stitch just to give it a little artsy look on there. So that's quite fun. You can do cross stitch on here if you like creating with cross stitch. These are a couple little flowers I did with cross stitch. And then as we come in close, you'll see there's quilting around there. That's our ambiance quilting. So you can do scroll work, you can do your stipple around there. And in the center there, that's a little fringe flower. And yes, I made that in the software as well. So you can be very creative with the things that you do. All right, one more thing off the floor. Here's a really nice sort of artsy cross stitch. I did a drawing in there, and then I just added little blotches of the cross stitch to it. So it doesn't always have to be a full piece. You can be a little bit artsy on there if you'd like to. And I have one more of the, so you can see the ambiance quilting. I made it very tight on this one to make this trapunto look. And then I'll show you the back because I think you can really see the stitching on the back side. So someone asked if you need a Janome machine to do these. This software can be used with all major brands because we have all the formats in there. So you need an embroidery machine, but you don't necessarily have to have a Janome machine. So some of us have multiple brands, so you can have one software that covers all your brands. If you have embroideries and you want to do more with your embroidery, you can turn them into red work. And then your red work is editable. So if there's things in here you didn't care for, like I have a little dark spot over here, I probably should have gone in and edited that out, but then I like to show that you can edit things out. So you have that option in there. And then how about lettering? We all love to do lettering. We want to put letters on everything. So here is one of our monograms. We have pre-digitized fonts in there, and then you can use all your true type fonts as well. So this is in the monogram set, and I used one of the modern ones. And this is actually done, it's hard to show it on the camera, but this is done in our 3D underlay. So it's raised up. I'll try to turn it, but it's really hard to see. You can see a little bit how it's raised up there. So it doesn't have puffy foam under it. This is thread under there, and it makes a nice finish to it. So you can do lettering. Here's some more lettering. Different things. You can make large letters, you can curve things, all of that. Different color letters in there. You can take your lettering, and as I said, you can do a curve. You can do text on path down here. There's more features in there. There's one called envelope. So, you know, you've probably seen designs where the lettering is flat across the bottom and the letters come down and then they're all curved. That's envelope. And there's lots of those. I think there's 20 different envelopes in there for you to use. And here's one. This is quite special. So this is a letter that I split. This was really popular for a while. I think it's still out there. I used a feature in the software called knife, and I love the knife feature. I can cut things in half and separate them and do lots of fun stuff with them. I can use the knife to cut things out of a design if I don't like it, or maybe I could cut a piece off and add it to another design. So I can do things like this. So if I have my lettering and I want to make it multicolored, I can take my knife feature and make a line across here and select knife, and then it'll separate it for me. Then I can put my colors in there. Same for over on this side where I have my candy corn. So you can do the same there. And it doesn't, you can see it's a little curved line. It doesn't have to be, it could be wavy in there. I could have done a different line for each of the letters. It doesn't. You could do so much with the knife feature. It's one of those, I think, a very versatile, fun tool. Who doesn't love applique? All right, as long as I don't have to do it around the machine like this slow, I love applique. And in the software, you can do manual applique where you set your placement line, your tack down line, and your finishing stitch, or you can have the software do it for you. We have both options in there. And when you have either way, you can also choose to pick your pieces and have a cut line made so you can send that to your digital cutter. So you can also use our software with a digital cutter. Any cutter that reads an SVG will work with it. You can direct connect to the artistic digitizer cutter, or the artistic edge, sorry, but any other cutter, you can take it by USB to your cutter as an SVG. So this is my little spool guy. I did a manual one on here because he's a layered applique. So I have the blue background and then I have his mask on top of that. And then here, this is just a 1-layer applique. And then those little purple parts on the side, I took a picture of this fabric, and I used the drawing tools to make and trace the little circles to make that little textured piece on either side of my quilting. I love taking fabric and making texture to it, giving it lots of texture. It's just so much fun to add that to a quilt instead of having, just your plain fabric and, just getting a nice texture. One more, well, I got 2 more. This is another good reason to have applique features in there. If you want to do a giant applique, so this is fabric in there. This way you don't have to have all that stitching in here, which takes a long time. There's some things I like that take a long time. That's not a problem. But I can do large designs and turn them into applique. This actually is a design, some people might recognize it from a Janome machine. This is in several of our machines, and it's an embroidery. I sized it up, and then I kept the parts that I wanted and just used the background part and made my applique from there. I have one last one. Why not? Here we go. In this one, I did put the scroll work around it with the ambiance quilting. Now with ambiance quilting, we have an actual tab for that. And we also have a stipple fill. So you can fill things with stipple as well, or you can use ambiance to put things around it like that. Now we have other fills besides stipple fill. We have a floral fill. And this is called Create Floral. And so I took my giant letter A and I filled it with the floral fill, and I have control to change the size of my leaves and my flowers. I can pick the flowers I want. I can change the colors of them as well. I could also, if I had, maybe I drew a little flower or something personal, I could exchange it for one of these and bring it in, and it will populate in here. My design would populate in there. And then of course, then I just added the bees to that. So this, I love this feature too, that using this this vine work in here, the Create Floral, really has a fun touch to it. Lots of controls when you're using that. All right, let's see what else I have here. Now I mentioned crystals, right? So, and we used to do crystals a lot, and then we kind of went away from it, and I think it's sort of coming back. So this is something I did with crystals. And if you've ever done crystals before, there's no way I could do that one by one, putting those on there. These are heat set. So there's no way I could do that. What I did is I used a template, and you send in the software, you create this, apply your crystals to it. You can manipulate them, get them in perfect rows. You can have them all mixed. There's lots of controls with it. And then you send that to your cutter. And your cutter will cut a template material like this. It's sort of a raised up flocked fabric, and it will cut this, and then you apply it to a hard cardboard. You lay it down, you sprinkle your crystals on there, and you put them like this, and they fall in there right side up. So the heat set part's down. They're all right side up. And then you carefully don't shake that because then you have to redo it. Then you have something that looks like this. This is a little beehive. So when it's like this, they're all in their little holes. I'll put the sticky plastic on the top, transfer tape, rub it down really nice, and then I'll carefully peel it back like this. And you can see it comes out on my, I'm gonna have to hold it. Maybe you can see it better if I hold this black here. We'll turn this around so you can see it. I would stick this on here like that and take it to my iron and press it. I could use my iron. I could use a heat press. I could use, you know, if you have one of the Janome presses or Elna presses, you can use that as well. So you have these sticky tapes, and this side here is the heat set part. So there's a lot. I love doing crystals. I mean, I think it comes and goes. I just have to say, sometimes we're really into the sparkle and the bling, and then other times we're like, yeah, maybe we don't need it. But it's a really easy way to create, you know, fun artwork and add a little, like the snowflakes. I just added a little bit of sparkle to it on that part. All right, let's see what else. Talking about digital cutters, you can also use heat set. This is heat vinyl, iron-on heat vinyl. And then this is a design. I think these were clip art designs, or they might have been an embroidery I converted to a cut file. So I took this little jacket and I added the design to it. I made it different sizes. I cut it out in the cutter, and then I used the transfer tape to pull it off so it would stay all together, laid it on here, and heat set it onto my jacket. And it's really soft. This is a really nice soft heat vinyl on there. All right. I can't see all the questions as they go by, but I think they'll ask me them at the end if I miss any of those questions. All right. So maybe I don't know if I'm going too fast. I always get excited. I love talking about Artistic Digitizer. You can do things like this. I have a thing about polka dots. I don't know if you noticed. You can see some stuff back there. And so this is I like to say this is my stage name, Polka. And there we go. So I did a layered piece here. So I cut the black and the red and layered them on here. So you could do this if you have a digital cutter. You could do the same thing, design it in the software, save your cut file to your USB stick, and then take it to your cutter as well. So it's really an easy process. Then you lay what you're going to cut on your mat. You set it up however you set your cutter up, and then when you press go, your cutter does all the work of cutting that out. So you get these nice clean cuts to apply to your pieces. All right, let's see. So talking about cutting, let's move over to a different type of cutting. How many of you have done, no, I don't have a Dalmatian dog. I just love polka dots. And well, it's a whole story with a friend of mine, but anyways. So if you like to do other kind of cutting, have you done cut work? Has anybody done cut work out there? You can raise your hands up, give a shout if you've done some cut work. So cut work is where you embroider, and there's parts of it that you cut away, and then the embroidery finishes it off. So you have somewhat of a hole in your piece like this here. These are open. They can be open or they can be filled with lace. So we have these things called cut work needles, and they go in your machine in place of where your sewing needle is. So when you send your design over, you create it in the software, you apply the cut work to these openings. When you send it to your machine knows which are colors and which are for the knives, and it tells you when to put those in, so you have your cut work. So it's quite fun. Here's a little sample with a net fill on there, and then I did a decorative stitch on the outside of this. So you can see that's what the back looks like. So what happens is, it does a lot of its work. It does the cut line. The center of this will come out. I'll take it away, and then it'll finish up with a net fill and then do all the decorative out here. So, when we first got our cut needles, you would think, Anne, do a small project like this, do a sample, something easy. No, I just jump right in. Okay. I just jumped right in and I made this giant heart. So this part here, see how big that is? My hand fits across that heart. Let me get it this way. Here we go. See how big that is? So you know, it's laying in my machine. I'm putting in the blades, it's cutting the parts. There's 4 blades, 4 angles, does all its cutting. This piece comes out, and then you have you have an opening in here. This is all open. You can see your bobbin case. It's like, whoo, scary. You would put, I don't know if this one has it on. No, I removed it. You put your water soluble stabilizer on there and let it finish its stitching. So it'll stitch the net fill, and then it'll come back and finish all the satin, and you'll have this beautiful piece. I keep it on this bag because it's a little, I don't want to damage it. This is probably bigger than maybe you should do, but I've actually done it on the top of a dress, across the top of like a black dress, and I put these circles, well, dots again, circles on there, filled them with net fill, and it was a store-bought dress. I knit, cut it beautifully, not a problem. So if you haven't done any cut work and you're interested in cut work needles, that's a fun way to go. I like those. Cutting needles for what machine? The cutting needles will fit. Janome has flat back cutting needles and round cutting needles for your multi-needle machines that have round needles. So you can use cut work needles in every machine. They're actually shorter than a normal needle, and what your machine should read the cut command, and what it does is on our CM17, it actually shows a little needle, but on other machines, some of my lower end ones, it shows a little color that matches to the color of the blade. So you'll see, you know, color number 12, whatever, is blue, but then the next one will be black with no color number. That's your needle. In the software, you print out your information, and at the bottom it tells you your sequence of color, knife, whatever they are, and below each color it'll say color or knife, so you know which one to put in when on your machine. So it's very easy. You just need to turn off your thread sensor during that point. You can do some creative things with some of the features like gradient. So gradient is where you can set the density to be from light to dark, or from less filled to more filled. And then you can layer them on top of each other, like I did here with these stars. So these are 2 colors. I'll try to turn it a little bit to see. So you can get some really interesting, colorful things by layering, sort of like a blended look on there. All right, and then I did this one here, or like a sunrise kind of thing. But you can see how that gradient works. This is a fun tool to work with. It helps when you're filling in large areas. You can use this when you're creating flowers to make them look more natural on that part of it. Let's see. Also, how many of you, when you're doing lettering, you need, or even some embroideries, and you do it on a towel, and you need something like a knockdown stitch, right? Have you ever had that, need one of those? You can create that in the software. So this doesn't really need a knockdown stitch, but I like to show it. And you can see I used a net fill in there. You can use other things for your knockdown stitch. I made it very wide. You can make it just around your letters. You can make it the shape of your letters. So you have all that control with the software to do that. And yes, you can. That's a good question. Can I use the software on a MacBook Pro? That's what I use it on. I have it on my Mac. You can actually use it on multiple computers. So you can switch from computer to computer. I have a Mac and a PC. So when I'm in this side of my room, I'm over by my machine, I'm using my Mac. And then when I'm over this side of the room, over there, I'm at my desk and I have my PC. So I work back and forth. There's a way to go back between them. So you definitely can do that. You can take, this is a design that was in my sewing machine. I converted it to a bit of a satin stitch design. I think it's a quilting design. And then I laid these open hearts on it and removed the stitches from inside there. So you can, I love taking things that, like repurposing. I love taking things I have and making new things out of them. There's lots and lots of decorative stitches built in. And this only shows a few of them. I think there's over 200 of them. So you have these nice decorative stitches. You can manipulate them, larger, smaller, however you want. You can create some fun and funky couching. Kind of a little simple fun thing there. You can also create projects, such as in the hoop projects. And I love, that's one of my favorite things too. I think my family thinks I never leave this room, but let me show you a couple things. These were made in the hoop, and I'm sure you've probably purchased designs like this. I created these myself. I drew them. So I have Fiona and Fritz here. If you follow the hippos from the Cincinnati Zoo, there you go. So you can make these all in the hoop yourself, create them yourself, make them unique to you. Back here, I have a Christmas tree. All these pieces were made in the hoop, and then you cut them off and you can hang them on a pillow and add your ornaments to that. We have our candy corn guy right there. Okay. You can do things like this. You can make a mask for New Year's Eve or Halloween. Great little baskets out of felt. These snap together. I just created, they're just lines. I just created the shapes in the software, and then I stitched it out and cut it up and then put it together. Pretty much anything you can think of. Patches, shaped patches, if you want that, you can do those. Here's a cute one, like that. Just checking my time, make sure I'm on time. Mug rugs, who doesn't need a mug rug? I mean, they're wonderful. Here's a little patriotic one coming up for the 4th of July. You can do this completely in the hoop. It leaves a little spot for turning. You turn it out, just tuck it under. Now, I don't typically hand sew. I use a little fusible tape under there, and so I don't have to hand sew. This one is fun too. You can give this one to the love of your life, like this. So you have that. There you go. So you can each have one, kind of like those necklaces out there. Cord wraps. You can do cord wraps. Bookmarks. I have a bookmark here. If you want to do those pleather tags, let's get this the right way. And then if you notice in there, my letters have little white polka dots in there. You can fill your letters with a graphic, like a polka dot. Maybe you're doing something for a child and you have little dinosaurs, or you have airplanes and you want to put it in their letter. You can do that too. You can do a fill with a graphic or another embroidery. Let me see what else I have here. This was designed by one of the members on the Janome Artistic Digitizer Facebook page. We have a full support page. And so this is a little needle minder. So on one side, you have all your needles. And then at the top, you have your different sizes. So when you take them out of your machine, if they still have life, you can put them in here so you know what they are. She did it as a pillow. I just did it as like a little flat piece so I could travel with it a little easier. So these are great. And this was made by, I'm not sure, I can't remember the name of the person. I should have it written on the back, but I don't. But I mentioned our Facebook page. So we have a full support Facebook page. We started that in 2020 when everybody started to stay home. And I started teaching on that page. So that's there's a lot of videos there for support. There's projects, worksheets, all kinds of things like that. But I love projects. So this year we're doing a series called a Zip Pouch of the Month. And how many of you have bought patterns for zip pouches? You could create them yourself right in the hoop of your machine with our software. So this was the simple one for January. It's just, there's no lining in this one, just the flat zipper. Then we did it again in February, but we did add lining this time. So I show you how to do the lining. We added hardware and a pocket. So each month we get a little bit harder with what we're doing. Then we went to the top zip. This is the one that sits on the top of your bag, and then on the back, I put a little slip pocket with a snap. Who doesn't love snaps? Yeah, Zip Pouch of the Month. It's been fun. Then we did a very large one, and I included an inside pocket that has a zipper as well. This is a two-parter, two-stitch two-parter. And then this month, we did 2 zippers on our pouch. So you have this one or something like this. So you can add decorative stitching over here or not if you don't want it. And then you have the zippers that go across this way, and hardware if you want to add hardware. So this is all things that you can do in the software. You can follow our lessons or you can create them yourself. So that's the fun part. And I'm sure you guys can come up with a lot more ideas than what I have. In 2022, we did Mystery Quilt Block Party. So this is the quilt from Mystery Quilt Block Party. And each month I taught anywhere from, like the first month we did 4 corner blocks. And each month we did 1 or 2 blocks depending on what we were working on. So we did different techniques like the flowers, some applique. We worked with using a Shashiko stitch on this one, picking out letters and increasing sizing, adding quilting around it, creating boxes with decorative stitches, just different ways to learn the software. This is quilting in the hoop. There are those 2 I love yous in the middle. This was done with the cut work needle. So this is open under here, our little hive. And then under here, let's go this way. We have another one of these. So we did 2 different ones. There's a letter because my name's Ann Hine, so I had A and an H. Quilting in the hoop here, or piecing in the hoop to make our little house, and then add embroidery. And then more piecing in the hoop here, and then adding decorative stitch to it. And then our last row, some different things. Here in the middle here, we did, let me see if I can get in here. There we go. This part here we are. Where are we? Here we go. We made a little flap to fit on our pocket. So this was an extra piece that you can put on water soluble, and then you just tear it off and wash it away, sort of like making a patch. And then the 4 corners, when we started our 4 corners, we did piecing in there, so you could do some strip piecing. And then we put different techniques in each one. So you learned 4 different techniques. So really, after a whole year, you have a quilt that you could put together, or you have learned a whole bunch of skills. You didn't have to do a quilt block, but you can. So there's so many opportunities to do many, many different things. It's not just putting an embroidery right here or putting, letters on something. You can really be very creative and expressive with what you're doing. Let me think. I think I've got everything done that I was going to show. I'm going to check to see if there's questions. I know there's been some coming by on the side here. I think, yeah, Kathleen, it's not like piecing a quilt, but it is piecing in the hoop of your machine. It's your machine still does the seam on there. You flip and fold. It's sort of like that. So, little different. So there's lots of options out there. There's, I quilt traditionally too, and I like to do stuff in the hoop of my machine. So our Facebook page is called Janome Artistic Digitizer. It's got the Janome in the front, and it has the blue banner on it. So I think they were going to put under the bottom here, it says Janome Artistic Digitizer with Ann Hine. So if you just put in Janome Artistic Digitizer, you'll find it. I have to approve you. It's just an approval thing. There's no questions, anything like that. And then you can post comments. You can ask questions, whatever. We're glad we're there to help you work out all your things. I think I showed everything I have. Let me think if there's anything else. I don't think I see any particular questions. Oh, I know what I didn't do. So I said at the beginning, we have Artistic Digitizer full program and junior. Now our junior program, we gave away free with the CM17, but anybody who has junior can also upgrade to a full program. So I'm pretty sure they're going to offer something on the upgrade. And I do suggest you get the upgrade, because then you could make all these things here. Your options are much fuller that way if you have the full program. So if you have junior, definitely upgrade. It's very easy to upgrade it, and lots of fun there. So let me just see if there's any last questions on this side, and I'm going to kind of see if I can't go backwards. Oh, there I can go backwards. Let's see. I think I got everything. Double check here really quick. Does software, I'm not sure what you mean with does software come with the designs. The things here that I showed you were created in the software. Sometimes there are sample designs in there. There are decorative stitches, decorative fills, things like that you can use. Clip art is in there. You can add to the clip art library. So that's all in there too. Let's see here. What else is there? Yeah, definitely check out the classes. So I demo on Thursdays on the Janome sewing machine page. That's where I do my videos, but I bring them all over to the Janome Artistic Digitizer page afterwards. Let's see. Yeah, it does work well with a Mac. I love using my Mac with it. I have no issue with that. So that works out really, really well. Okay, I think I've got like 1 minute left. Let's see, needle reminder. Let's see, what else is there? Some of the, on the page 2, there are projects you can download. Our developer creates projects for us, so they are in our guides. And so you can download those projects. All the instructions of previous things like these zip pouches, the video, and some basic instructions are there on how to create it. So, all right, let me go back up here one more. There's a little bit more to go to see if there's any questions up here. I know the ideas are endless. Some days I start down one road and I end up in a lot of other places, but lots of fun to do. So I see Blaine is back, so I'm going to throw it back over there. If you have questions for me, I'll hang on for a minute.
Thanks, Ann. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to tell y'all how you can get this. And again, this is the Janome Artistic Digitizer. And guys, there's 2 versions of this. So basically let you know. So this is the full-blown version here. It's $899. Now there is a junior version of this. Now the junior version, if you want to get that, it's $399, and you can always upgrade to the full-blown version. So we have 2 different options for you. This is the junior version, $399, and then you can go to that, I guess you call it the pro version or full version for $899. So basically Janome's keeping your budget in mind there. So that way later on, if you want to upgrade from that junior, you can just pay the difference and upgrade it. So it makes it really easy, whichever way you want to do it. So give us a call right now, guys. We do have a call-in special on this right now. It's 800-401-8151. We do offer financing available for this, and it's going to be free shipping right to your doorstep as well. So great presentation by Ann, and hope y'all got excited about that software. All right, guys, we're going to move on, and we have Cindy Hogan back in the house. And if y'all missed when Cindy was on our educational session earlier, Cindy is a ambassador for Brother. She is basically the guru of everything when it comes to embroidery, scanning cuts, writing software, instructions, and doing software. She does it all, but she's back now, and we're going to feature the PRS 100 single needle tubular arm embroidery machine. And guys, this is one of those machines, I've always called it the premier hat machine of America, but this thing does so much more, and Cindy's going to show you all about it. So welcome back to the show, Cindy.
Thanks, Blaine. Good to be back. I love the introduction. I'm telling you, you make me sound awesome and amazing.
Well, you are awesome and amazing. And I'll tell you something else that's amazing is this PRS 100. And you and I have been fans of this machine back when it first came out, and nobody really could understand the full potential of this thing. And I tell you, it is just an incredible machine. And I'm so happy you're here to show it to everybody. So I'm gonna let you get going, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes. We'll tell them how to get it.
All right. Thanks, Blaine. Thanks, guys, for joining. Today, we're going to talk about the PRS 100, or its pet name is the Persona. The machine is a nice little machine. It keeps you from having to take everything apart. It has 405 designs built into it, 20 built-in fonts so that you can create directly on the machine. It stitches at 1,000 stitches per minute. It is embroidery compatible. When I say that, I mean it even stitches Disney. So this is the only tubular machine in our line that stitches Disney, so you can do your Disney caps. And if you watched my cap segment earlier, Hooping Hats, I showed you one that I had done on the PRS 100. It comes with an 8x12, an 8x8. Oops, I'm giving you a bigger size than today. It comes with an 8x8 inch frame here. This is its largest size, and it is huge. It also comes with a 4x4, and it comes with compact frames. So I lost my little hook. I pulled it off there. Hold on, let me put that there. The compact frames are great for doing little designs like these little pouches and stuff, because it allows you to get inside them very easily and actually without having to take them apart once again. So you have these nice little compact frames, and I'm going to just kind of show these here for you. So these are for socks and gloves and anything that you're trying to get in that's teeny tiny. And here's the last one. Sorry. There you go. So let's dive in a little bit and look at this. But one more thing before I forget. It also comes with the ability, it does not come with this, it comes with the ability to do larger designs. So there is a frame that we can get called a Durkee frame. Okay, and it is a split frame, so you do have to have software in order to use this. It stitches the first half, and you flip it, and it will stitch the second half. Software allows you to split it, and I've got that actual design stitched, and if we get time to it, I'll show you how that actually works. So I'm kind of trying to give you that little idea in your brain. So if you take, for instance, why do we say we like this and it's tubular? This right here. Instead of taking my onesie apart or trying to stand on my head to hoop it, I can simply hoop it and then slide it over the tubular arm here and then snap it into place. So everything stays out of the way. You don't have to take anything apart and you don't have to worry about stitching it as long as you actually make sure that it goes over the opening. So that is one of the reasons that we love these machines, is because it makes it so much easier to do things. So I'm going to flip over to my screen and show you what we've got built in and what you can do with this little machine. If we touch the first category, these are kind of our general category designs. These are small little designs and allow you to basically build different items with them. So you've got quite a few in this category here. And if we return, we have frames also. So these are our frame designs that you can select from. And I mean, you can build designs from within them. These are great for adding accents to monograms and things of that nature. You also have quilting designs. So if you want to quilt in the hoop, you have quilting designs that you can do right here on the machine itself. And then you have your alphabet designs. So these are not fonts, these are alphabet designs. Each of these designs, these are usually rather large embroidery fonts. So if you look here, that is an actual embroidery design. So you're not going to type it in like you would a font. You just simply stitch the letter. So if you set that down there and then you say, I want to add, let's say I want to add a font to that. So I can come in and select one from one of my 20 fonts. The first page, you're going to have your larger ones. The second page are your smaller fonts. So these are less than 1/4 of an inch in general. So let's go back up to page 1 and let's see here if we want to add something to that font that letter that we did. And we'll type in Anna. And I'll set that, and then we can move this over here so you can see that you can add and build your designs directly on the machine. And if you want to see what it looks like in the hoop, touch your frame and there you go. It shows you exactly how it looks in the hoop. You can also zoom in on that to see that at a larger size. So if you felt like you wanted to move it, you can certainly do that as well. So let's go ahead and touch OK, and I'm going to touch home again and go back in and look more at what's in here. So I showed you the first one. You also have a applique font here. So this is your athletic applique font. You have more decorative fonts here, or alphabet designs, I should say. And you have a Greek alphabet design. So let's go back in and let's look at our fonts. So your fonts are ones, when I call it a font, I'm saying that you can use it as you would keyboard lettering. So if you come in here and touch, you simply type in what you want. Now, after the first letter, you want to decide, do you want small, medium, or large? You can simply toggle between that here on the screen. That doesn't mean I can't change it later, but this gives me that ability to make sure that it's going to, the characters following it will stay in the same size. So if I come in here and then touch the rest of my characters, there we go. I've got my name on the screen. I can array that. So if I want to array that, I can put it in an arc. I can arc it from the bottom up. I can really arc it. And the same way from the bottom up. And I can put it on a diagonal. So if I wanted to put it on a diagonal, there you go. You can actually adjust that diagonal. So if you wanted it vertical lettering, let's change it and switch it this way. You can sit and hold this down until it gets into the 90-degree position. It takes it a little bit because we're just sitting here holding it and it's got to adjust every single letter as it goes, but you can actually get it to where they are vertical letters. Now, you might find this easier to do when we go to the next screen. It's a little bit faster and a little bit more visual. I'm going to go ahead and put this back to straight line text and touch OK, and then touch set. Now, if it was tiny lettering here and you couldn't see it, you can always touch the check button. It gives you the ability to see those letters a little bit larger, especially if you have a design in the background and your text is sitting on top of it. This allows you to see that it's what you want before you actually set it. If it wasn't, you can delete the letters right here and back up. I'm going to go ahead and set. And then let's look here. If that's not the size I want there, you can go ahead and size from that point. So remember I said you had large, medium, and small, but you actually have more. So I can make those letters much, much larger than they actually could be made on the other screen. As I said, you can array it. Now I may have made this too large to be able to go to what I want to go, but here you go. This, as I said, this one moves a little bit faster. So it's I kind of tend to use this version of it. I usually array after I set it. Because, all right, so now it looks like that's as much as I can go with that particular size. So let's resize this down a little bit to where it can actually make it in that 90-degree position. Now let's go back into our array and shrink this down, or excuse me, not shrink it, rotate it around. And those little red boxes you'll notice are kind of giving you that hint. But when you see this number right here, get it 90 degrees, you know you're perfectly in line on vertical text. You could touch OK and you're done. So now if you want to add to this one, actually let's talk about multicolored text before I add. So if I want my text to be different colors, I can come in here and touch multicolored text, and you'll notice it broke them all up. If I take that off, you have one single color. But when I touch the multicolored text, it breaks them up into different segments. So I can then come in here and assign different colors to each letter and just touch the plus sign to go to the next letter. And I have no clue as to what we're picking. We're just touching colors to where you have multicolored text. Touch OK, and you actually have your text ready to go in multicolors. Now I'm going to go ahead and touch home. Oh, one last thing before I do that. You can also adjust the density of your text. So if you feel like it is not dense enough, you can increase that density up 20% and down 20% from 100. So you can go from 80% all the way up to 120% on your density. And that's sometimes necessary, especially if you're doing teeny tiny letters. You probably don't need them to be as dense. Let's go ahead and touch OK. And let's go back in and let's kind of look at what else we have. We have frames that are in here. Each frame has 14 different styles that you can select from. So as you look along here, you touch a frame, you select your style, and then you touch set. So if you want this to be larger, you can come in and you can increase that size. Once again, it will beep at you when it can't go any larger. So the built-in frames can be resized, as can the built-in fonts. So if you then want to come in and add one of the decorative font designs, you can come in and say, I think I want to put in a B there. That may be too big, so let's go ahead and do it. And then let's select our frame and see if we can size it to make it the size we need it to be. We may want to see if we can adjust that one. So my B is not going to fit in there, but that gives you the concept that you do have that ability to do it. So let me come and let's select the heart and let's delete that one. And let's just bring in a box frame. So we'll choose add, come in and add one of our rectangular frames. Let's go that route. And let's try this guy right here and make him big. We'll do the proportional resizing. You can also do disproportional. So I've got it proportional that way. Now let's make it big this direction. There you go. So now you have your design ready to go and ready to embroider. What else do we have on the machine? Well, if I come in here and I touch the first category, these are my general categories. Let's say I want to create myself a repeating design. So I'm going to set that. I could copy and paste, but I don't need to do that. I can simply come into my border feature, touch the border feature, and then say I want to go to the side. And I can add to the side. I can add to the opposite side. You'll notice it's getting bigger each time we go. You can spread them apart. So if you want to spread them apart, there you go. Touch the center button and let's move that upward just a little bit. You can also repeat it down below. So if I want to create a row of this, I can then increase my spacing or decrease it. And then we can come in and put a saying in the middle of it. So you can build designs directly here on the machine without having any software needed to control it. So let's come in here and say add, and let's add a font in the middle of that. How about we say what's cooking? So I'm going to touch my W. And I think I want it medium. And then let's go here and do. If you need to go to your characters, your apostrophes and things like that are found on this last tab. Let's see here. I do believe that's my apostrophe. It is. Let's go back to my lowercase. And we'll put a space in with the space key. Let's put in a capital C. Or how about, I don't think I want it that way. I think I want it to be 2 lines of text. So I'm going to delete my space and delete my C. So now let's touch the Enter key to go to a second row and type in cooking. There we go. Now, if you want to check it, once again, this is your check key. Let's go ahead and set it. And you have the design ready to go. That gives you that capability of creating that on the machine. Once again, if you want to look at it and see what it's going to look like in your hoop, there you go. And you can zoom in. Now, some of my favorite things about this machine, one of my favorite things about this machine is the ability to see where to line things up. So this is going to give me that capability of showing you that. I told you we would try to do the multi-position hoop, the flipping hoop. We're going to go in here and we're going to grab the embroidery that I've started. And I'm going to pick up the first half. And this gives me the capability of showing you a few things here. So the first half I take all the way up to the top. And then we touch embroidery. And I'm going to go ahead and I am going to put my tubular frame table up here. This little guy right here slides over the top. This is an additional purchase. You can actually get a table. If you're going to do that, I would suggest that you get the free motion quilting kit because it comes with that table and it also gives you your free motion ability. So let's put our design on and I'm going to let it take the very last stitch in this. So I can give you that ability to show you what we're going to do here. Let me come back to my screen and I can show you how to fast forward. And we'll actually stitch something here. I'm going to touch the plus minus key here. And I'm going to go to the very last color, which is this one. So let's just fast forward. Actually, it's the one without a color because it's not defined. It is my basting stitch that's created when I split my embroidery design. Now, I want to go to the very last stitch of that. So I am going to see here. We have 83. So I need to go to 217. So let's see here. I'm going to fast forward. And I've got my light on the machine turned off. I'll actually turn that on for you so you can see a little brighter here as it does its last stitch. And I don't actually have to take that stitch. So we're going to go ahead and say 17, 18 and lock and go. So it's taken my last stitch because I stitched this to get it ready and I wanted you to be able to see. It says embroidery's finished. Do I want to do the next segment? Yes, I do. When I come back, you'll see this is my overall thumbnail. This is my second half. So I want to take that and I want to touch set. And then I want to touch embroidery because I can't rotate on that first screen with this particular method. So now I can rotate it and I need to rotate it to where it is facing me. So there we go. There's my rotation. And now let's come and take this hoop out of the machine and rotate it. So all I did was take the very last stitch so that I knew that we were in the right space, and it would bring up that menu for me, which is great because it does have auto resume. And if I wanted to come back here later and do this, I could do it. Now, we're going to line it up. Let me see if I can show you this on a different camera here. Maybe this one. We want this dot to be lined up with our basting stitch. So let me show you what we would touch. You would touch this little key right here. And if you watch the hooping segment for hats, I showed you how to use these on a different machine, but we're going to use this key right here so it moves to the last stitch that it took. And let's look down at our hoop. And I believe that shows you. So you can see my little dot right there. I need that little dot lined up with this right here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch OK, and I'm going to move that little, use the move keys here, and move it to where it is right over the top of that. Now, let me show you what it looks like. I believe it's this one. Nope, this one. Okay, so you can see I'm right down on top, and if I touch my lock key and my needle drop, it's dropping right in that spot that I want it to be. But my little dot shows me that. And I'll look at your questions here in a minute, but I can't see them where I'm at. So without somebody here to help me, I can't see that. So it has taken my stitch, and it is in the correct spot. So we can actually go ahead and tell it to start and go. So I'm going to press the lock key and go and let it stitch across there. So I'm going to let you all see this stitch for a second. And while it's doing that, I'm going to come look at some questions. Actually, no, once it does this, I'm going to show you how to do the thread change, and then I'll look at questions. All right, so it has stitched my basting stitch, and it is in the perfect space. So now it's time for me to change my color. This machine has an automatic needle threader on it, and it also has a couple of extra little things that I love. And I wish my 10 needle had this. It's told me it's time to change my needle. So what I'm going to do, or change the thread. So there's a little thread cutter right there. And that sucker is awesome. I absolutely love it. I'm going to take this one. We're going to put the two threads together, and we're simply going to tie a knot in it just like you would if you were changing your thread on your serger. Now, let's come and look at this point right here. We're going to take the needle out of the thread. Excuse me, the thread out of the needle. Boy, I can't speak this afternoon. And pull it through till that knot comes through. So my knot is through. Now I'm going to touch my needle threader key, which is this one right here. And the needle threader pops out. Once that's done, we're going to take this, pop it up and over and around the thread cutter that's right there and pull. It is now ready for us to touch the needle threader key again. Voila, I am threaded. It is super simple and easy to do. So now it's ready to embroider that next segment. So let's go ahead and touch lock and go, and it's going to start embroidering. So now while it's embroidering, I can come and look at questions that you have. And I do not think I have it at 1,000 stitches per minute, but I think I can give you, I've got it probably at 700 is my guess. But let's come up here and see what we have for questions. Ah, you have the table already. I don't think they sell it without it. It's part of that kit. So it is one of those things that it's just the way it comes. You do have to rethread the needle with each color change, but you saw it's very easy to do, just what I just did. And yes, that laser is super, super helpful. And I love the last stitch features. Well, I love to fast forward through things, but you all can see it is lining right up. Now, my quilting design, I did actually create in my embroidery software. So I created that in P-Design 11. That is a decorative fill. And it is actually ladybugs and hearts. So that is kind of a fun one. My thread is a 40 weight thread. I'm checking to see what other questions you have. Yes, the speed is adjustable, Linda. You can take it down to, I believe, 350 and all the way up to 1,000 stitches per minute. The largest size hoop that it takes natively is an 8x8. I'm using an 8x14 right now, which is a split frame. It is not a brother hoop. This one is a Durkee frame. And I will say that somebody said that they're addicted to embroidery and they wish that they could do a bigger machine. The footprint on this is not that large. It actually takes less space than my Luminaire does because it's on its own little stand and it can go to town. I'm at 700 stitches a minute, but can you all see I am spot on? Let me see if I can zoom you into where you can see how close that is on the connections. Let me pick this one. It is spot on where it's connecting up. And I can show you a few that have actually been done that are finished. So this is an example of one of the ones. I've done so many of these for Blaine and Sewing Machines Plus. I have a lot of little samples. So this is one of those designs that I've done with this frame and with this machine. This is one that I did at Christmas time. Let's see here. This one is a spring one. You can tell I like making them into pillows because it's perfect size for that. This is kind of what that design will end up looking like when it's finished, except for I have a different decorative fill on this one this time. This one is one of the decorative fills that was built into the embroidery software. And then I did this one as well. So it's quite versatile. Your software, guys, I am a software fanatic, so software does make everything so much more fun, and you can make things your own. So the Ladybug itself is a design that I've purchased. Actually, it came with my Luminaire, so it was one of the, when they first released the first Luminaire, they gave 2,500 designs away, and that was one of those designs. So, I mean, but you can make it your own and do whatever you want. Your creativity is your only limitation, and sometimes not even that. There is a built-in basting stitch on this machine as well. I'm going to let this one stop for a second. And if I mark down what stitch number I'm on, if I have a pen, I can come back to it. So I'm just going to actually let it do one more stitch, or a couple of stitches or two here, to where it gets to a good spot to stop. There we go. Now let's lock and trim. And I'll write down my stitch number so I know how to come back to it. So I am at stitch number 2220. All right. And my design position is at 2.5 and 1.5. Because I'm going to get totally out of this design and show you what else we have on our screen. So let's go back to the home screen. And let me show you a basting stitch before I forget. So let's bring up our little piglet here. And then touch, so you can also mirror. You have a mirroring tool right here on the machine. So if I zoom in on this for you to be able to see, we could actually put this in a smaller frame and let you see it. There you go. So it's turned to the left, to the right, my other left. Originally, this was its orientation. So you can see it also shows you which frames it would fit in for that particular design. That is a small design, so it would fit in quite a few different hoops. I would not need to use my largest frame. It also has a copy tool, so if I wanted to copy something, I can certainly copy it and move it. On your embroidery screen, you have a basting stitch. You have a single color key. So if you wanted everything to stitch in the same color, you can touch the single color key. You also have a color sort key. So if you look right here, currently my designs are not color sorted. If I touch the color sort key, you'll notice they are now color sorted. So that is how that little trick works. As long as it can color sort it, it will. If it's an overlapping color, it will not color sort. So those are your main features that are on here. If you wanted to line this up with your design that you have on your down in your hoop, that is how you use that. Remember that needle positioning key. So you can come and touch your needle positioning key, touch right here, and scroll, just basically move it down. So let's say I want to match it up with the M on my summer. I'm looking, let me show you what I'm looking at. Down here, I want it to match up right here on this corner. So see that little dot right there? That's what I want to make it touch up to. So I'm going to use my move keys. And get that dot where I want it to go. Now, I'm not going to actually stitch this on here, but I just want you to kind of get the concept. So that would stitch there. And if I decide, if I move to touch that needle position key again, and touch this one over here, and let's say I wanted it to move to touch in a different spot, I would touch my rotate key. So I could come in here and rotate my design a little bit to the left or the right. Let's see here. Let's go left a little bit. And you can see how it's rotated 10 degrees to the left, and I could check my position on that. It gives you that capability of doing that. So let's go back. I'm going to take you back to the beginning, back to where we were. We'll bring my design back up. Touch this little guy right here because I am done, actually, I do believe. Blaine, I went a minute over. I'm sorry.
Well, hey, Cindy, I'll forgive you. Well, hey, Cindy, thank you so much. Hey, I love the demonstrations on this machine. And again, I've talked about this. We could make a whole day of just the persona of all the different things you could do with it. So it's hard to squeeze anything in 30 minutes.
It is. And I didn't even get to the cap. So my cap frame's over there.
Well, anyway, I think everybody's going to take our word on it. That it is, as well as it does everything else, it does cap frames even better. So it's a pretty awesome machine.
It does a beautiful job. So thanks, guys, for joining me today. And Blaine, I'm passing it back to you.
All right. Well, thanks, Cindy. All right, guys, let me tell you how you can get this. Now, this is the Brother PRS 100 Persona. And again, guys, we have a great Hoop Fest pricing on this. It's $44.99 on this. And you're going to get that bundle package with this. Now, the bundle package is pretty awesome because it is the Durkee. You get the Durkee cap frame, and you're getting a 4-piece easy frame set. Now, the value just for the bundle is $668. You're getting that absolutely free. We're going to ship this free to you nationwide, right to your doorstep. And then we also have some special Synchrony financing available as well. So just give us a call at 800-401-8151. Now, along with this, it's an 8x8 embroidery field on that. And Cindy just showed you how you can get that border frame from Durkee, and it'll make it where you can do a split design with any digitizing software and go from an 8x8 embroidery area. You can actually embroidery up to an 8x12. Which makes it really cool if you want to do some large jacket backs and things like that. Guys, again, it's going to come with an 8x8 frame, a 4x4, a 2x2, and a 1.3 by 3 inch hoop that comes with it from Brother. And that's 4 hoops going to come with it, along with the bundle that we have with the Durkee package. So you're getting a really, really great design. And again, it's going to embroidery, up from 400 stitches a minute all the way up to 1,000 stitches per minute. And then it embroideries hats from 400 to 600 stitches per minute. So it's very versatile. And then we have a lot of accessories as well. We have that free motion quilting kit that you can buy for it. It comes with the table, and you can do some free motion quilting with this. So this machine is extremely versatile. You can do a lot of different things with it. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you've had a PRS 100 in mind, today would be a great day to get it because such a great special we have on it. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we have our next educational session, and we are in for a treat today, guys. We have Kim Christopherson here, and Kim is the owner and founder of Kimberbell. Everybody loves Kimberbell. And they're an industry leader in providing digitized designs and helping people with embroidery. And we're super excited to have Kim on the show. We always love when Kim comes on. So y'all welcome Kim to the show. I think you're muted, Kim. 1 minute.
How's that?
We got you loud and clear now. How are you today?
How are you, Blaine? It's good to
I'm
see
doing
you.
great. Good seeing you. And we always love when you're on our shows. People love the Kimberbell products, and we love it. We sell a ton of your stuff, and I know if you're in embroidery, you know Kimberbell. So we're super excited for you to share your education with us today and kind of tell us all about how to do that background quilting with embroidery. So I'm gonna let you take it away, and then I'll come back in about 20 minutes or 25 minutes, and then we'll see if anybody has any questions for you. Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. Hi, everyone. Oh, it's good to see so many friendly hellos on here in the chat. It's nice to be with you today. Thank you so much to everyone at S&P for the invitation to come on and talk to you about one of my very favorite tools, and that is how to do your background quilting on your home embroidery machine the easiest, most straightforward way possible. And it's through the use of a tool that I like to call clear blue tiles. There we go. So these are what I'm going to be talking about. But let's first talk about, before we get into, the demo itself, why is it that, you might want something like this? Well, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do any of you have any UFOs? You know what I'm talking about, those unfinished projects that we are so excited to start on, but we haven't quite gotten them to the finish line. And why is that? Well, it's because we get them done and we get the top done, such as this. I'm going to show you an example of one of my UFOs that's literally 18 years old. Yes, indeed. This was a quilt that I had made for my little boy when he was born. It was a little turtle quilt. I was so excited to finish this. But when it came time to getting it quilted, I was plagued with analysis paralysis, if you will. It was the idea like, well, I don't know how to quilt it. I can't afford to take it to a long arm quilter. Maybe the long arm quilter was going to be booked out months in advance, right? So there's all kinds of reasons why we might not take these things to the finish line. And oh my goodness, we all have embroidery machines that we've invested in. We want to make the best use out of our machines, right? And pretty soon you realize that these machines, they can do some pretty amazing things. They can we can piece in the hoop, we can quilt in the hoop, we can do applique in the hoop, we can do fill designs. And yes, the background quilting we can also do in the hoop. Yeah, Zina is saying, aren't we all? Yeah, I think we all can relate to the fact that we've just got this stack of projects ready to be quilted, but we're not quite sure how to do them. So when I talk about clear blue tiles, this tool from Kimberbell, I want to show you what I'm talking about as the end result. I want you to think traditional quilting, where you are making a quilt sandwich and your quilting shows up on the front, through the middle, and also on the back side, okay? And normally we might be thinking, well, I can only do quilting in the hoop if I have the largest hoop. Nope, not with clear blue tiles. I'm going to show you that whether you have a very small hoop, like a 4x4, even all the way up to the largest of hoops, like a 9x14 and such, you can do this background quilting on your home embroidery machine. So here's an example. This is actually one of the projects. It's a table runner project. Look how cute that is, right? And this is available as a design. It comes free when you purchase the main essential set of clear blue tiles, okay? So you're going to learn how to piece in the hoop. Look at that cute house block there. And you're also going to piece the trees. And once those are all pieced, you're going to then sew this all together. And then take it to the finish line. You want to quilt it through the front and the back. Now, I want you to notice in this quilting, do you ever see where one design starts and one design ends? Not really. When you're looking at this, this looks like your traditional quilting that you would have done on a long arm machine. And you don't have to match up any ends. You don't have to do any math formulas. You can do it with any size hoop, and it's all digitized so that, again, no matter the size of hoop you use, it's all the same scale. So it's a great way to do an all over quilting design from like one end of your project to the other end, or edge to edge, but you can also do even some custom quilting too, because you're getting a whole variety of what I call clear blue tiles. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so in your set, this is the essential set. And in it, this is a magnetic closure. It has a little handle here. You open this up, and here you have the guidebook. It's a step-by-step guide on how to do your background quilting with these tiles. And then on the other side, you open this up, and you're going to get a whole slew of, I think, around 22 different sizes of tiles, so that you can use it in custom areas. You can use it depending on, you know, what size of hoop you have. This is what the tiles look like. Again, they come in all different sizes in your project. So here I've got like an 8x8 tile versus a 6x8 tile. Maybe you want to go even smaller and do like a border where you could use a 2x8 tile and such. Okay, let me show you how simple it is to do background quilting with clear blue tiles, no matter the hoop size you have, and with our system. All right. We like to say that it's like this. It takes 3 simple steps to do your background quilting. Would you believe me that it's really 3 easy peasy steps? Well, on the back of this clear blue tiles package here, I show them. You place your tile, you mark it, you quilt it. Let's look at that even closer. You place it, you mark it, you quilt it. Could it really be that easy? Yeah. I'm going to show you. What I like to do before we jump into how it's done, I like to compare a tile to a rubber stamp. You guys have all seen rubber stamps, right? And maybe you've used them in card making or scrapbooking. Well, just like this rubber stamp, if I dip it in ink, okay, so I'm going to do that here. I'm going to give that little stamp some ink. And then I place it on some paper, right? So, because I'm not going to do this on fabric. So pretend like this scrapbook paper is my quilt, all right? So if it's my quilt, again, we're just thinking here. If this is my quilt and my rubber stamp went right smack in the middle and I pressed down on it, when I lift it up, of course, there's the design, right? So now, once that design is there, I could take that same rubber stamp, dip it in some more ink, put it right next to where the last one was, and I could start stamping all across my quilt. So basically the idea is, if the design, just like a rubber stamp, if it's underneath the stamp, you know exactly where it's going to land on your quilt. The same holds true for a clear blue tile, right? Wherever this tile lands, wherever it's placed, remember, think about that as your rubber stamp. Think, okay, if this goes on top of my quilt in a very defined specific area, and I go to then pull up that same file name on my machine as the tile name, then I know that my quilting is going to land exactly underneath where that tile was. So let me show you how easy that is. Here we go. I'm going to make a quilt sandwich, all right? This is just a very small scrap piece of fabric, but with a quilt sandwich, as you know, we have a backing piece, right? We have our batting in the middle. And in this case, we like to use the Kimberbell project batting because we feel like it's the right loft. It's just the right amount of stabilization, and it's the right loft for quilting in the hoop. So we've got our back piece, we've got our center piece of our sandwich, which is of course the batting, and then we have our top piece. All right. Yeah. Nana says, sounds interesting. I'm glad you're watching, Nana, because we're going to show you how easy this really is. You're not going to believe it. So if I were to layer my quilt sandwich, I've got my little board here to help here. I'm going to, just like you would, I'm going to place them on the right side of my fabric facing down. All right. Again, just picture like this was down flat, right? Now, the next part of my quilt sandwich, of course, is to place my batting piece. So I'm going to place that right in the center. There we go. Let's line this up a little bit. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to place this right in the middle. See, it's a little bit my backing piece, just like you would prepare a quilt to go to the long armor, or if you were to do it on your home sewing machine, you would still have your back piece a little bit larger, right? And then the front piece is just going to be a little bit smaller than that. Okay, this is kind of hard to do vertically, right? Okay, so you see I've got my front piece, my batting, and my backing, the quilt sandwich. So now what I want to do is I would take, we have Kimberbell paper tape, and I would tape down just the edges of your quilt on all four sides, okay? So I would do this whether I had a large quilt, a pillow, a table runner, a wall hanging. No matter the size, you're just going to tape all four edges. Now, why do you tape all four edges? Let me show you why. Because your machine is going to start stitching all the way right up to the edge, wherever you place that tile. And the last thing you want is for that fabric to get caught up on the needle, right? You don't want to do that. So we want to make sure things are nice and flat, adhered, right? Now, if this was a larger project, such as a quilt, what I would suggest, and this is of course what the instructions say as well, and I have lots of video tutorials as well, but you've got to somehow baste these three layers together. Your top, your batting, your backing. So I would use probably like a temporary spray adhesive like 505, or maybe a temporary basting powder that you can sprinkle in between the layers. You know what I'm talking about, right? I would do that first so that all three layers stay together. Then again, I would just tape around all four edges. Now, let's pretend like I've taped all four edges down already. Okay, through the magic of television, we're going right to the next step. Now is the time where I'm going to place my tile. So remember, it's three simple steps. We place it, we mark it, we quilt it. Guys, this is so easy. You're going to love it. Don't forget the stamp demo, the rubber stamp demo. If that tile lands where I placed it and then I'm about to mark it, you'll know that when you pull it up on your machine, it's going to place it right there. All right. So like I said earlier, these come in all different sizes. I'm going to use my smaller size just again for this demo. This one works great if you have a 5x7 hoop. Now we've got larger tiles again for the larger hoops. So with my 5x7 hoop, I go, gosh, I want that whole area quilted or stamped, right? I want to place this. What I would normally do, again, if I had a large quilt, is I start in the center and then I mark my way out. All right. So I want you to look at this real quick. There are a series of little cutouts here in these tiles. So I can place that wherever I want my quilting, right? Yeah. So Sweet Lady says, place it, mark it, quilt it. Seems easy. It doesn't get any easier. I'm serious. I could do a border, right? I could just have that little thin strip with a border and do that. So my series of markings is simple. I'm going to take a water-soluble pen. Any pen will do, okay? And then let's place this back up here again. I'm just going to start in the middle. I'm going to do my center dot right there. And that is, let me show you again. See, there's the center dot. There we go. That is exactly where your needle is going to drop. Okay. Then I mark my crosshairs. And I'm going to put a little arrow there. There's a little cutout arrow. You see that? And that arrow is just telling me that when I go to hoop this, the arrow is pointing to the top of my hoop, right? Easy peasy. So my crosshairs are going to be marked. Okay, I don't even have to go all the way down. I'm just going to give it a little dash, dash, dash. And then one of the most important things you can do is there's this little size window. Do you see that right there? I need you to write the size in that window with your water-soluble pen. Well, how do you know what size it is? It tells you right there. So this one is a 2x8 tile. So in this case, mine is a 4x6 tile. I'm just going to write 4x6, okay? Why do I want to write that? I'll tell you here in just a minute. And then finally, there's a few little blue markings on each corner and the sides and the bottom. See those little tick marks? I'm just going to quickly mark that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Easy, easy. Now, that didn't take long at all, and that was me explaining as I went. So you can imagine as you start going with this process, it's just going to be like a no-brainer. You're just going to go, zip, 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 done. Next, zip, 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 done. Next, right? So now the reason why I put the size in that window is, look, I've got to move this tile. I've got to move this rubber stamp, right? I've got to move this tile to the next section. So once I go to my machine, and maybe within one quilt, I'm using a variety of tile sizes. Maybe I'm using big ones, little ones. I mean, or you could just repeat the same one over and over again. What I would suggest is you take the largest hoop you have, and then you take the largest tile that will fit in that hoop and just repeat over and over again if you have one, because then that's less hoopings, right? So once I've removed that, I won't know what file name to pull up on my machine and that matches that area that I just marked, right? Unless it says it right there. So when I go to hoop this, I will go, oh, yep, it says 4x6. That's the name of the file I'm going to pull up, is the 4x6. And voila, when I drop my needle right smack in the middle there, it's going to stitch exactly in that area. So our digitizing is just, our digitizers are awesome. They've made it so that it will stitch within the parameters of that 4x6 tile. So then you go to move that tile to either the same size or a different size. It doesn't matter, right? Remember, they're all the same scale. Then it will go right up to the edge of that tile. I've got an extra hand in helping out in the background there. No, keep it up there. You go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Hold it up there. Then you've got this, what was I just lost my train of thought. Then you can just move this to the next step and the next step, and then you quilt it. So you place it, you mark it, you quilt it. Now, the reason why I mark these cute little edges, just real quick, is because I need to know where the last tile landed, right? It's the outside perimeter of that tile. So now I see that there's a mark right there. I go, oh, okay, now I know to move it to this area, to this area, to this area, to this area, wherever you want, okay? Again, if the tile covers the area and wherever that tile lands, just like that rubber stamp, that is exactly where your background quilting is going to go. Now, the other nice thing is, because of the project batting, it's called Kimberbell project batting. Because of the stabilization that's already in it, guess what? You don't need any extra stabilizer. So when you go to hoop that quilt sandwich, all you do is hoop the quilt sandwich. There's no extra stabilizer you need, and then it just quilts exactly where you wanted it to go. Isn't that cool? So let me show you real quick. I showed you the table runner before, but look, we took the same design of a table runner, but now we used a snowflake background quilting design with snowflakes and swirls. We changed up the fabrics, made it more like a winter theme. What about Halloween? We took the Halloween fabrics and did some candy corn quilting design all over that. What if I told you you could do other things besides just quilting in the hoop on a regular pillow or a wall hanging or a bed quilt? Yeah, look at this basket. I used clear blue tiles to do the quilting background on this really fun little basket. I used clear blue tiles to background quilt on this frame that I just wrapped around a canvas, and there we go. All of that is background quilting. How about a little table topper? There we go. All of it is done with clear blue tiles. Or even this placemat. How fun is that? With the little Easter eggs and the carrots. This is a little pocket for silverware. And you can see it's just all done so easily with the use of clear blue tiles. Now I'm going to just show you a few examples as some of the designs we've just stitched out on some sample fabrics of clear blue tiles. I mean, Christmas lights, every holiday you can imagine, camping themes, you name it, we've got it for you with clear blue tiles. Now, there's the other thing I want to quickly mention, because my time is up. This goes by so fast, is that there are two different sets. Now, there's the clear blue tiles essential set, and that includes all of your tiles for anywhere from a 2x2 tile up to an 8x10 tile. And it also includes some exclusive background quilting in all the different sizes for borders. You've got border swirl, border loops. You've got some winter, spring, summer, and fall designs. All of those, again, in all the different sizes are in there. You also are going to get some water-soluble pins, Kimberbell pins. You're going to get some slap bands. Let's see. We use the slap bands for rolling your quilt underneath the throat of your machine. That's in there as well. And then again, like I said, the USB full of those different designs for the different seasons. Now, we also, if you have a larger hoop, we don't want to leave you out, right? So there's the expansion set right there. And you can also purchase that separately. Again, it's Place It, Mark It, Quilt It, but now these are files for your larger hoops. So say like a hoop, like an 8x12 or 9x14, those are in there. Now, all the design files that go with it are in the essential set, including the book and the USB and all of those extra features. So if you have a large hoop, you would want both sets. You would want essentials and expansion, all right? If you have smaller hoops, all you would need is the essential set, all right? So I hope that helps. That was a quick thing in a nutshell, but I promised you that I would also give you some sneak peeks, so I just have to show you real quick. This isn't coming out for a couple of months from Kimberbell, but take a look at these little jar toppers. Look at that sweet little elf. Can you imagine all the fun and candy and all the goodies that you could put in these little jars for Christmas gifts? Look at that little guy with little antlers, all done on your embroidery machine. What about, oh, I've got to show you my favorite one. This is a little gingerbread guy. This is, of course, the stitch out. It's not in its jar yet, but look how darling that little guy is. Look at the little Christmas mouse. They all come with little gift tags as well. So that's coming out in a few months. You'll find it at Sewing Machines Plus. We're so excited that they carry Kimberbell. So there you go. Oh my goodness. I hope that inspired you to try background quilting on your home embroidery machine. Any questions that I can help answer in the last couple minutes we have? Or Blaine, is there anything you want me to share?
I was seeing if there was any questions for you, Kim. I don't see any right off the top of the thing. That was very thorough, and I know it was a very quick demo in 30 minutes, but
Yeah.
uh,
No, I appreciate the time for
a
sure.
lot of
And
information. And I just want to let everybody know, if you were wanting any kind of Kimberbell product, we have it all on our website. And I don't know, Kim, if we have all the brand new stuff, but I think we do. But if either, we'll make sure that we have all the newest and latest and greatest out there, but we try
oh
to
yeah.
keep up on it. But if anybody is interested in any Kimberbell, just come on SewingMachinesPlus.com and check it out. Just type in Kimberbell in the search bar at the top, and it'll take you to the whole category page.
Yeah, we love working with you, Blaine. Thank you so much.
Well, we love Kimberbell, love you, Kim, working with us, and man, so happy you got on our show today, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Great. Thanks. Take care,
All right.
everyone. Bye-bye.
See you later. All right, guys, that was Kim Christopherson from Kimberbell and the owner and founder of Kimberbell, and it's always a treat to have her on our show. And again, guys, we have all the Kimberbell products. If you want to go check them out, all you have to do is just type Kimberbell in that search bar. It'll take you to that category page. You can check all the latest and greatest designs out. And we always love having their products on our website. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we have Kim Latre back in the house. And guys, we're going to talk all about the Juki. It's the Tajima SAI 8-needle embroidery machine. Now, Tajima, y'all have probably heard that name before. They are really big in industrial and commercial embroidery machines. Well, they've taken that same technology of some of those really good motors and technology and moved it down to a residential machine. And we have that 8-needle we're going to show you today. So welcome back to the show, Kelly.
Thanks, Blaine. It's good to be back. And
well,
today,
glad you're back.
Yes, it's good to talk about the Tajima, because you're right, Blaine. This was designed by Tajima, who makes the world's largest embroidery machines, and they've compacted it so I can get it into my sewing studio. But it is a commercial machine. So if you've always wanted to just have a machine to do a little home business, or you just love embroidery like me, the Tajima Sai is for you. Now, while I was talking, I turned it on so you could see how it sets up. It's pretty quiet and simple, the initial setup. So I'm going to just touch yes. It's asking me to put it into the embroidery frame. So it is an 8-needle industrial style embroidery machine. You can run this 8 hours a day. The only thing you'll need to do is clean the lint out and oil it each morning. But it is straightforward, a beautiful commercial machine. So it's gotten done with our initializing. And what you're going to find is that when you look on the screen, it's really simple. What we have built in are 6 professionally designed fonts that if you are in a business, you can use these without worry because they're commercial free. They were designed for you. In fact, we call this a complete embroidery system because it comes with everything you need to do embroidery. It comes with 2 frames, the 2 8x12s, which you see here on the machine. It comes with 2 4x4 embroidery hoops. It also comes with a cap frame, 2 of them, so you can be sewing a cap and hooping a cap. And let me tell you, the quality of these caps are the best I've ever used. In the past, I had an old multi-needle machine and feared doing caps. On this one, I invite it. It's a 3x12 space, so you can get a lot on a cap. Also, and this was digitized in the software. If I'm doing a shirt like this, the machine has a memory. So it's going to ask you, hey, so if you're doing a batch of these, it's going to say, hey, do you want to do another one? And I'm going to say yes. It's also going to ask if you want it in the same position. So if I were doing a batch of these, I could just keep going on and on. It's that easy. Now, when I take off the frame, you can see that, first I'll show you those beautiful fonts. Aren't those fabulous? But I can put this on in either direction, this hoop. And why I love that is because when I hoop my towels, I can hoop them and have the majority of the fabric in front. And yes, I can hoop my towels because this is an industrial style frame. It can take it and it's easy to put into the hoop. You can also do a variety of threads. Recently, I just rediscovered cotton embroidery thread. I'm used to generally polyesters or rayon, but this one is a 40 weight Aurifil that just turned out beautiful. This is a 40 weight cotton. And this is a blouse I purchased and I thought it was a little bland. And then I also put up designs on the back. Now, all the designs you see today come with it. It's a complete commercial embroidery system. But this one, with that laser light that you get on the machine for lining up, you can't miss. It's so easy to do. That cotton thread, however, you will be cleaning your machine a little bit more because it's a little bit lintier. But what a beautiful look it gives. Look at on this towel. That was just a one color also with that 40 weight thread. Absolutely beautiful. And then my jacket, what I did to do this border is just simply lay it out in the software. I did 2 rows so I could stitch both sides and then cut out the pattern pieces and put it on the garment. It is a fast, fun, and you get such a professional look. However, you're not going to be designing in front of the machine. You're going to be designing in the comfort of your sewing studio. I tend to go out on my porch a lot, but let me show you a little bit about the software. Come over to my computer. I am going to open Writer Plus software, the software that comes with the Tajima Sai. And the first thing you'll want to know is I can create embroidery in here, but look at this. I have over 1,000 designs built in. The appliques are wonderful because you can bring the hoop forward to get your different fabrics in there. And you can see this one is on my towel. I just love all the built-in designs. Cut work, one color designs that stitch out. There's the one from the towel. Beautiful stuff. So I'm going to select a design and we're going to have some fun. I'm going to select the rows. Now, when the rows comes in, I'm going to select it to see the size. It's about 1.5 by 1.5. It's not very big. And there's 1,921 stitches in this design. So when I drag the corner, I can change the size of the design proportionally, of course. So now it's about 3 by 3.5. We'll make it a little bigger just for your enjoyment today so you can see things a little better. So that is my rows. So I'm going to drag up some more tools because there's so many tools that come in this software. Some are a little hidden, but I'm going to ungroup that design so that when I go to the sequence, now I can select the fill part of the rows. If I wanted to, I could change the color. And you can choose from different thread palettes in here. Aurifil, Coats and Clark, all Glide, which is one of my favorites. Okay, so I can go in and change the color. So I'm just going to go in and change the color of the outline in the fill. Now let's take a look at that fill. Under properties, if I go under here and look at the fill pattern, it's called random. But I have several to select from. I can go to satin, brick wall. So you get some different textures in here. Some really nice effects. So I'm going to do the Tajima 70. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to select the outline because you also have options under the outline. I can do a run stitch, 2-ply. I can do a program stitch. So let me show you those first. If I select from different outlines, and some of them are just kind of, You can get some different textured outlines going on. I can go back to line, and I also can choose from bean or half bean, and I can choose how many times it goes around. So I can select if I want this to go around 7 times, or generally 3 times is pretty standard. So now we've changed the size and it recalculated the stitches. I can go and change my outline. I can also actually do more editing to this design. If I go into my tools, I have a vector select, and I'm just going to click on the branch. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see this a little better. So I'm going to select, and I can add points and I can delete points. So I'm going to add a couple points so that when I drag this up to make it a little thicker, look at that. I can change the look of that line completely. Okay. But I also may want to change the direction of the stitch, which I can. So I can just drag these to make it look a little better once I've made that. So I'm going to just, that one wasn't as good, I don't think. Drag that back. So now you can see the difference in that editing. So you can bring in a design, change the colors, edit the design, and this is all professionally digitized. So if you wanted to use this and make this for somebody, you're totally welcome to. Okay. I can also add fonts. I have a choice. I can choose from built-in fonts, and there are over 30 built-in, and again, these are commercial free. I can do monograms. I can also select from my own TrueType fonts that are on my computer. So let's start with just text. I'm going to select that, and then I'm just going to enter letters. Okay, so you can see that is from the properties, it's block 2. But again, I have a plethora of designs built in, styles of fonts. So I'm going to choose the red rose. Okay. And if you see you've got selection tool here, I can actually, if I want to, select just one and change just the color of that letter. Okay. So the letters built in can be individually edited or together. So let's also try that TrueType font. I'm going to add a new design page. My designs are still there. What I love about this is it's like a Windows thing that I can have several pages open. So this time I'm going to select TrueType font. And what you can see is I can change the height, the kerning, the line spacing, the density, and I can choose any TrueType font that is on my computer. And I generally take the bolder looking ones because they really tend to stand out. So I'm just going to enter letters. Okay. And we can make those in several different styles, whatever again is on your computer. And I'm going to select OK. And then I'm going to set those, and I can change the style. I can change the color. Now notice here when I dragged it up, the fill of the design really didn't go well with when I dragged it up. So I may want to make some changes on that. But the TrueType fonts are available for you. All right. There's a few other tools I would like to talk about. Yes, you can bring in a design. You can save the design. You can add to the design, but I want to show you something really quick. How many different formats you can do. You can do SEW, you can do PES, You can bring them in, you can edit them, save them on a USB, and go from there. All right, let's talk about the auto digitizer because we do have digitizing tools that I'll show you in a second. But what I generally do first is I like to use the auto digitizer. I want to see how nicely I can get a design before I take the time to manually do it myself. So I'm going to bring in these eggs and select next. And then on this screen, if I so choose, I can actually crop one of those eggs out. Okay, so let's do that. And then I'm going to hit next. And here again, if you have a palette that you like working with, Glide or Aurifil, what have you, you can choose from those. And it's only 6 colors and it's showing the actual colors. So I think that's pretty good. Here is where I can adjust the width of the steel, of the run, of the column satin, anything I want. But I'll tell you in a minute why I don't. And it's right here why I don't, because this has a recipe built in. So if I'm going to put this on fleece, or if I'm going to put it on a t-shirt, I'm not going to worry about it because it recalculates the stitches for the fabric I'm using. So I'm just going to select next. And it'll do a little thinking on how it's going to calculate the stitches for this. But the auto digitizing wizard is a real handy tool to see before you go through the process of digitizing what it's going to look like. So now it's finishing up. And the first thing I'm going to do is take a look at the design to see how it stitches out and then make a call. So, wow. Honestly, I think this came out pretty good. I am going to enlarge it. And here's where I can trace my design to see how it's going to sew out. Wow, that looks really good. There's a couple of pieces on here, and I'm going to bring it up close so you can see them. I'm going to go to that vertex tool, and I'm just going to click on that little white piece. And I'm going to delete it. It looks like a little bit of an extra. There's one here too. I'm going to delete that one. And it was going over the blue, so it actually turned out rather nicely. So I'm going to delete that one. And I think, if I'm correct, I see one right here too. So I'm just going to zoom in and select that with my vector tool and then just delete it. Okay, easy. So let's take a look at that. That looks really good for an auto digitizing. Okay, so I'm going to add a new design page here and show you a little bit about what if I wanted to stitch it, do it myself. Okay, so here are the tools you have for manual punching: satin stitch, complex fill. So if I choose the complex fill, okay, and outline a design, that's how I get the fill done, okay? Really simple. If I choose the satin stitch, and I'm going to keep this in line with an actual satin stitch, I'm going to just double click, and then I'm going to set the direction of the stitch. Easier said than done sometimes. And I think I'll change that direction. Let me go back to that tool. Okay. Also, I can go in and punch my outline. So very basic, very easy to do. So I'm going to double click, and now you can see that the outline is there. And if I wanted to change the color of that outline, I can. But those are just shapes. So how can you actually design with an image? What I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new page, and I can have an image load. I can show it in full color, or I can have it as kind of a backdrop, but this is just simply a backdrop so you can digitize easily. So if I go in and select that complex fill again, I can just go around my J. Double click to finish, okay? And set my direction. And that was the satin. So that's not going to really pan out well. So this is, because it's bigger. So I'm going to select the complex fill, which is this tool, and try that again, okay? Because with a complex fill, you'll be able to do that wide area without breaking up the stitch. Okay, lost it a little bit there, but that's the complex fill, and I can adjust with this, and I can actually put in, I would probably just redo that, honestly, but I can go in and change the, right here is where I kind of lost it. So let's just select that. You can delete that really easily. Okay, and try it again real quick. And I can do that with the outline too. So I'm just going around it. So you have a lot of options with the Tajima Sai embroidery machine. Much better. Remember that it is an industrial machine, so you can run it 8 hours a day. It's very strong. The speed on it, 800 stitches per minute. However, some home embroidery machines drop speed when they get to satin. This one does not. So you're going to get your designs done faster. So I'm going to change that into a color so you can actually see it. But that's how you would go about manually punching a design. We also have photo stitch built in. And again, this is something I try before I settle on it. This is an old picture I took the background out of. And I think what I'm going to do is go to sepia because it kind of has that look. You can choose from hatching style or stippling style. I'm going to stick with the stippling. I can add a satin stitch border if I so choose. And then I'm just going to select OK. And it's going to think about this one for a bit. And I should have brought my colors down. 16 colors is quite a bit for that one. I might have started at maybe 4 to 6 just to simplify the design. But photo stitch is fun for if you want that antique look or you have a baby picture that you want to redo. I'm going to start this one if I can. Can I cancel? I think I can. There we go. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to reopen Writer Plus. Don't want to overload the brain. I'm going to go back to Photo Stitch, select that image again, and this time I'm going to change right away how many colors are in this, because you really need maybe 4, maybe 6 colors. Go to Sepia. I'm going to take stippling and then let it go through this. While we watch that work, the other thing that this offers is a drawing section. So you can draw out quilt labels, different things like that. So it is a really wonderful program in that if you simply just want to bring into design, add letters, you can. If you want to full-on digitize, you can. If you want to edit other designs, you can. Everything's on the table with this program. Very easy to do. So while that's thinking, we will talk about if there's any questions out there. Hi, Blaine. Are there any questions? Good, I think.
Kelly, right now, the only question is how can they get one? So we're going to show them how to do it. Thank you so much. I guess we'll see you tomorrow again.
Yes.
We'll have Kelly back and do some more Juki stuff. So, all right, guys, let's show you how to get this. This is, again, the Tajima 8 needle. And guys, the regular price on this is $9,999. We have free shipping on this. And again, guys, we have a Hoop Fest special call-in for this. So give us a call if you've been in that market for an 8-needle machine. This is a good one. I'm telling you what, like we talked about when we first came on, Tajima is kind of world known for their industrial and their commercial type embroidery machines. And they have the big multi-head machines that they do in factories and in businesses. And they've kind of shrunk all that technology down into a desk size type so you can put it in your sewing room. It doesn't take up a ton of room either. And again, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151. We have some financing available for you, and we also are going to ship this free nationwide. All right, guys, so we are going to continue on, and we got Baby Lock in the house, and next up, we have Anna Avery Vaughn. And Anna fell in love with quilting several years ago and never has looked back. Anna's favorite machines include the Solaris, the Altair, the Meridian, and you can find her teaching using these machines and her favorite techniques in shops around the country and online on the Baby Lock Facebook pages. And today we're going to get to talk about one of her favorite machines, and it is the Baby Lock Meridian. Now, the Meridian, guys, is embroidery only machine. And this thing is loaded with technology. And again, it's amazing what all they can do with these machines nowadays. But with a fantastic price, you're going to get a ton of technology loaded in. So let's welcome to the show, Anna.
Hey, everyone. Can you hear me this time?
We have got you loud and clear. So happy you're on the show. And we're looking so forward to seeing your demonstration. So I'm going to let you get started on it because I know there's a ton of things to talk about. And I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Thank you, Blaine. Hello, everyone. Hey, if I've never met you before, my name is Anna Avery Vaughn, and I am a national Baby Lock educator, and I love all things Baby Lock. I have a lot of fun. I'm a lucky girl that I get to show you my favorite machines. And today I'm going to show you the Baby Lock Meridian. This is the machine. When I first saw it, when I was at Baby Lock Tech and I saw it, I knew I had to have it. And I went home and got one. It is so fun. Now, do I have other machines? Of course I do. We all need tons of machines in our room. But the reason why I really wanted this one is because not only am I a quilter, but I am a hardcore embroiderer. I love to embroidery. And this one's great because it is an embroidery only machine, but it has everything that a let's say a big machine would have. And that's having like a 9.5 by 14 inch hoop. I mean, do we need that? Heck yeah, we need that. Look at this little guy behind me. Of course we need bigger hoops. We always want something bigger and better, right? Well, I decided that I could have a embroidery only machine and then have, let's say, like my Baby Lock Soprano set up somewhere else in the room. So that way, while I'm sewing, I can be embroidering at the same time. That's why I love having embroidery only machines around me. So definitely take a look at this. This is going to be so cool. So what's the deal with the Baby Lock? Why did Blaine say there's so much technology built into it? Well, first off, it has a 10.1 inch LCD touch screen. So think about an iPad. I mean, it's kind of like an iPad. You can touch and do all the fun stuff. It's got automatic, never miss automatic needle threader. It's got everything really. So one of my favorite features in it is it does have a wireless system built in. And so along with that and the amazing features that I'm going to show you, this makes me look like a really good embroiderer. It's really fun. So what I want to show you is I'm going to first show you kind of the embroidery side of it, and then we're going to jump quickly over to my favorite side, which is IQ Designer. And what is that? Well, IQ Designer is basically like a digitizer built into your machine. Really? Yeah. So what I can do is I can scan a line drawing and I can turn that into stitches. I can take my signature and turn it into stitches. I can design my own in the hoop projects. I can build beautiful decorative stitches around the design, kind of like quilting. Really? Yeah, it's that much fun. So I like this. I like the way you think, girl. I think a lot. Okay. So I am going to show you the machine, and then I'm going to show you some samples. Because I really think that's the best way to show you how fun and how much creating you can do. Maybe I should show you the hoops first, because they're the same hoops, except for they have a little marking on them. And I want to show you those because they are kind of special. So can you use any of the Baby Lock hoops on this machine? Yeah, pretty much you can. You can't use the, the ones that are the size for the Solaris because there's just not that much room, meaning the 10 and 5/8 by 16, but everything else you can pretty much use on there, right? So let's start with the smaller ones. So we have 4x4, and when you're looking at this, do you see these fun little marks right here? Hey, so what these are, you use these in conjunction with an app on your phone. So if you're used to Baby Lock and maybe say the Destiny, you remember we could put your fabric in and we could scan the hoop to make sure we're going to get our project exactly where we need to get it, right? Well, this right here, if you see these guys on the hoop for the for the Meridian, and also this goes for the Altair as well, then what you can do is there's an app on my phone. All I have to do is take a picture of the hoop and it sends it wirelessly over to the machine. Now, not only can I send my hoop over, I can send line drawings or, or something like that over to the machine as well to create in IQ Designer. So that comes on the 4x4, that comes on the 5x7. There she is. But it also comes on, I'll show you my favorite one last, the hula hoop, basically, of the 9.5x14. Think about all you could fit in there. A lot. So then you can also, you have the option of getting my favorite hoop of all times. And because I am a quilter, I like to make quilt blocks and I can design them in IQ Designer. With the quilting is the 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. What? This is my favorite one. I had to have this immediately. And you can see it's got these great little markings for the app, the IQ app. So with that being said, yeah, it's big. I mean, think about designs like this jellyfish. You can fit them into that hoop and make some beautiful projects. So think about things on the back of jean jackets. You can get that embroidery really big. Woo. Okay, so let's jump over to the machine. I'm going to show you some really cool features, and then I'll show you some more samples. Now, I'll have to tell you that when you see my samples, oh, that's the wrong mouse. When you see my samples, what you'll notice is I love in the hoop projects, and I can design my own. You'll see lots of them. All right, so let's jump on over there. And here we go. Okay, so let me get a little bit of a better look here for you. Now, this is the screen here. Let's go home, actually. When you look at the screen, what you're going to notice is you have embroidery and this special program called IQ Designer. But you don't see a sewing part, right? So normally we would see a sewing part, but we don't have that, and that is fine with me. because this is an embroidery only machine. I'm trying to get y'all a better view. That's good. I think we're going to do that. Okay. All right. So I'm going to quickly kind of show you the embroidery side, and then I'm going to show you the IQ designer side. Oh, I love it. Okay. So the embroidery side. Now you have 494 built-in designs. You can use those. They are gorgeous. I mean, like, I love using the built-in designs. Now, can you bring in other designs? Heck yeah, you can. You can do whatever you want. This is your baby. You go for it. But you can see these are all the folders that have all the designs in them. And then we have more. We just keep going. These are full of designs. We have built-in fonts. And what's really great about the built-in fonts, it isn't one letter at a time. So if I wanted to type in, let's say sewing, where's the W? There we go. Enter. Where's my M? So it's set up like, like a straight across ABC. And so, as typing, we don't have the error. It's different, but that's okay. You'll get used to that. Machines. Next word is plus. So if we were to, we could make, gosh, you could make almost anything with this. You could make quilt labels. Oh, that's a big deal. You could type out a little message for a bride on a handkerchief. I mean, there's so many things you can do with the, I'm still looking for the U, T-U. All right, there we go. So we could really have a lot of fun with this. And yes, we can change the sizes. I'm not going to get really, really deep on that part, but you can see that's one of the fonts I can choose, and then I can edit it. I can go and play with it. I can do whatever I need. But let's go back to the home screen. So we have those fonts, but then we have some built-in really big fonts. So this one's my favorite. And so if I were to select one, you can see that is 5 by 6 inches. So it's a pretty good beefy girl there. And then we can change the size a little bit. The cool thing about in the embroidery is when you want to change the size of something, since this has like a built-in digitizer in it, I can push a special button. Now, normally we would be able to go up 20% larger and 10% smaller in a normal embroidery machine, right? Well, with this one, we can select a special little button, and when I push OK, I can go up to 200% larger and 60. Did I say that right? I might be off a little, but I can go up a lot more and a lot smaller. And why is that? Since there's that special digitizer built in, that means it's going to take out stitches and then put stitches back in where they need to be. So I can shrink it down a lot more than I could in regular embroidery, or I could make it a lot bigger because it's going to add stitches in there where it needs to be. Isn't that cool? And that goes for almost all the designs. I can show you really quickly on another one, a regular design. Let's look at a fish. Why not? Fishing's fun, I guess. You know what? I'm not feeling fishes. Let's see. Let's do oh, yes, this little bird here. Okay, this little bird's only about 3-ish inches, all right? So if I hit size right now, where it's at, I can only go up 20% bigger or 10% smaller. Now, if I press that special digitizing button, watch what happens. I can go even smaller, that's 2 inches, or even bigger. Where are we going to go now? Oh, look, it's keep going. 7 inches, and it fills it in. It fills that in. So cool. Okay, but you know what? I'm going to shrink him down a little bit because I want to show you some other cool features. Not only can we edit the designs, we can rotate them, we can do all that fun stuff that you normally can do. I can group designs together, which means I can add designs. I can put a name or whatever in there. Just checking my time here. But I can build some beautiful stitching around it. And what does that mean? Well, I can press this little button right here, and it will add some stippling around it. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Or I can select this little button right here, this little flower. Could you digitize logos with this machine? You know, the letters are so tiny, I'm not really sure. You can definitely try. I've never tried an actual logo. But sometimes something like Palette 11 software is going to be more helpful with that. But you can always try it. And someone may have, you know, already. So I just haven't tried that. But it could be on my list to try, though. Good question. Now, this special little button right here with the flower, if I tap on that, it's going to put an outline around my bird. And you're going to see what I'm going to do with this here in a minute when we go over to IQ Designer. If I select the memory key right here, it's going to tell me, hey, Anna, when you go to IQ Designer, I want you to look for this button, and you're going to be able to do something very special. And I'm going to say, okay. Now, I'm going to leave my bird on here, because I'm going to go over to IQ Designer and show you something really fun. Now we're leaving him here, but we're going to use the outline in IQ Designer. So let's go to Add, IQ Designer, and I'm going to do something first that just helps me. This is not really advanced, but it's something that's really neat. So remember when it said, hey, Anna, when you go to IQ Designer, look for this circle square button. There it is. I'm going to go, okay. And when I look up here, these are my shapes that I can build with. But if I look up here, do you notice that same little flower? What? Well, let's tap on it. There's my little bird outline. So I'm going to tap on him, and I'm going to say, okay. Now, he's just an outline right now, and it'll make more sense in just a moment what's going to happen. The other thing I'm going to do is go back to that same screen. And let's say I was going to make a pillow and I just wanted to stitch the bird out with some nice stitching around it. Well, I only want it to be 8 inches. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to tell it I'm going to, and it's not really using an 8-inch hoop. You're basically just putting an 8-inch block around it. I'm going to say, okay, and there's like an 8-inch block around it now. Now watch this. I have some special features in IQ Designer right now, and I'm in IQ Designer. I have line features, which means I can draw, I can add decorative stitches. Yes, embroidered decorative stitches. I can do all kind of fun stuff. But my favorite part is this grouping of 4 right here. So if I tap this little piece of paper, there are some options. There are fill stitches, so I could design my own bird and fill it in with fill stitches, or I can use the stipple, or I can go to this grouping right here, which is these little bubbles. And once I tap it, it's going to come up with a box that says select. I'm going to go, okay. And when I open it up, I have all these fill stitches to play with. What? Okay. So let's say I wanted to put some pretty stitches around my bird. Well, I'm going to use, I think I'm just going to use these diagonal lines. So I'm going to tap it, say okay. I'm going to select a color. Do you have to select a color? No, but it's just more fun that way. I'll do this green so you can see it. I'll say okay. I'm going to turn a bucket on. Now, what might be hard for you to see on the screen right now, but you can see the outline of my bird and the box. I want to tap in between the bird and the box. Okay. We're going to select next. And this is where I can actually change the size of the diagonals. I'm just going to leave them as natural, but I could space them out more or bring them closer. But I'm going to select preview. Okay. Okay. Can you see that stitching? That's all stitching now. Watch this. Set. Okay. Done. Look how cute. There's my bird with the cutest little background stitching around it. Is that not adorable? Love this. So that's just one of the many features in there. Now, can I create in the hoop designs with IQ Designer? Heck yeah, I can. So I'm going to back out and I'll show you how to quickly make a coaster. Okay. Actually, I'm going to go back and I'm going to grab a letter. Let's say I wanted to make a little coaster like this. Oh, you can't really see that very well color-wise, but I'll show you in just a few minutes what it looks like. This is a little smaller, but I have the letter A in there and I have some background stitching and I created this in the hoop. So I even put a backing on. It's an envelope backing. We put that on. If you've ever done any of Kimberbell designs, you know how to do this. You put your backing on and then flip it inside out. So I'm going to grab a letter. Oh, so many choices. I hate this. There we go. We'll do a B for Blaine. And I'm going to hit set. And I think I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to size it up some. There we go. And I'm going to use that outline feature again. And I'm going to move the distance away. The things that I'm doing, I know it's like, what is she doing? She's going so fast. When you buy your machine, there are baby lock classes that you can get along with it that teach you all this. And a lot of us educators have free Facebook groups where we teach a lot of this. So it's really cool. We're all about education. So we want you to learn how to use your machine. We want you to use your machine. Okay, I'm going to select memory. Okay. And I'm actually going to save this B to my machine and I'm going to actually leave. Okay. So we're going to make a quick little coaster. Y'all ready? Here we go. So we're going to go to IQ Designer. And then we're going to go to our shapes key. And I'm going to use this little soft edged square right here. I'm going to tap it and say okay, and it's going to come on the screen. And this one, if I select size, it'll tell me how big it is. So it's 6 inches. I'm going to bring it down to, let's say, about 4. I don't know. I don't use coasters much. I probably should, but I don't know. We'll say 4.5. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is assign a line to it, a stitch line. Right now it's just a drawing. So I want to make it a stitch line. That's where these line properties come into place. Okay, so I'm going to select line. I'm going to grab this double stitch line. I'm going to select a color just because I can. I'm going to say okay, and I'm going to use the bucket, and then I'm going to tap the line. I just digitized. So easy. Just digitized. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is save this to the IQ memory. So I have a little pocket with an arrow going in. I'm going to tap on it. And now that's to save its spot. I'm now going to bring in that little outline of the B for Blaine. There we go. And I'm going to put down some decorative stitches around it. Let's see. Do y'all think Blaine would like flowers? I think he would like flowers. Let's do these roses here. I'm going to select a pink because that's my favorite color. And I'm going to turn on my bucket and stitch and then put them down right there. I'm going to select next. Now I know this is going to be tiny flowers. What if I want to spread them out? I can use this button right here and I can go up to, I don't know, 150, whatever. Set, preview so I can see what's going to happen. There's my flowers. Now we're going to select set, okay. We're going to add in our B. I know I'm going really fast, but I only got 30 minutes. So I'm going to grab that B. So right now, I could just have a piece of batting and, no, I would have no-show mesh, a piece of batting, and fabric all hooped together. And I would stitch this part first, but we need a stitch line that attaches the back pieces. So we're going to go to Add, IQ Designer. We're going to look up that design that we saved. There it is right there. It's already a straight stitch or double stitch. I'm going to hit preview. Okay. And ta-da, we're going to hit set and it's going to fall directly on top. So what's going to happen with that? I'm almost done and then I'm going to show you some other things. So right now, this is the other cool thing about it, is I can look here and see what's happening in my hoops. Okay, perfect. So what's going to happen? The first thing that's going to stitch out is that decorative stitch. Let's forward it. The next thing that's going to stitch out, where's my B? Oh, I lost my B. Then there will be the B, and then it'll be that final stitch line where I have placed overlap 2 pieces of fabric on top where when I cut it out of the hoop, I can flip it inside out and I have a coaster. How easy was that? So you can create all kinds of stuff. How am I doing here? All right, good. I talk really fast when I don't, when I feel like I just need to get it all in there. Okay, so let me switch back over to me so I can show you some samples, just so you can kind of see what you're getting into when you purchase one of these, because you know you need one now, right? Right? Mm-hmm. Yep. I know where you can get one. Sewing Machines Plus today, and I'm sure they have a great deal. Okay, so can it embroider on different types of fabric? Heck yeah. This is Shannon Cuttle, so you can see how beautiful that is on Shannon Cuttle. So can I stitch out regular designs? Mm-hmm. This is a free design for Baby Lock. Yep. And do you see that background stitching? Yes. Okay. Can I create my own in the hoop projects? Yes, I have a tutorial on my Facebook group where we make this book cover. Do you know how long this takes to stitch out? About 20 minutes. You can make a bunch of them. So it's got the flaps and everything. Okay. Can I create let's say, what is this stuff called? Freestanding type of stuff? Mm-hmm. You can. Can I create my own appliques? Oh, yeah. So this is an applique and a freestanding poppy. This was for Memorial Day last year. We did this project. How cute is that? So do you see the fills in there? And we created the freestanding, beautiful little poppy. Okay, I get excited. Okay, I get really, really excited. Can I create my own in the hoop hot pads? Yeah. Can I create my own in the hoop reverse applique hot pads? Yep, that's a reverse applique hot pad. Yes. Can I create it where I can attach the binding? You can. Now, it won't attach it to the back, of course. You'll have to finish that part off yourself, but you can create the lines to get it sewn on. Really? And I will show you an example of one that's done that way. I had it here. This is one that's done that way. Very cute. Look at the borders. Actually, the borders and everything were created in the hoop, so you could make this all in the hoop. Yeah, the whole quilt block was made in the hoop. Yeah, there isn't much you can do. Can I bring in a line design and turn it into stitches? Yeah. Can I make it look like stained glass? You can. Just use some iridescent film. Look how pretty that is. So this is a clip art. The flower is a clip art. And I just filled it in. Remember I said you could use fill stitches. And I laid down that, iridescent, I can't think of what it's called right now. Iridescent film. There's some decorative stitches right in the middle. Those are tiny stipples. Can I create that? Mm-hmm. My own in the hoop trivets. Yep. Candle mats. Yep. I made this little guy to slip under the hoop when I'm pressing my appliques. So I can pop the hoop off. You don't want to do it on your machine. Pop the hoop off, lay this directly on it. And I created this whole thing in the hoop. I told y'all, I love in the hoop projects. Another little trivet that is in the IQ Designer book. Yes, we have a book. Let's see. This was another one that was created in IQ Designer. was. There's just so much you can do. And then I've got a couple more things I want to show you if we have time. This was created in IQ Designer, not the actual, excuse me, not the actual designs. These are designs by Hope Yoder, but the the outlines and the fills. Okay, so this design, it was designed by Hope Yoder, but do you see this beautiful candle wicking? That was designed in IQ Designer. Do you see the fills? Look how cute. Look at the gingerbread man. Can I create my own key fobs? Yes. Can I create my own ornaments? Yes. Look at that. Look how pretty. Can I create patches? I can. Oh, this was the little coaster I was talking about. Can I create patches? I can create patches. This design is in the machine. Baby llama drama, gotta love it. And I teach a class where we create most of the bowl cozy in the class or in the hoop. Now you have to use a sewing machine to sew it together. That's just part of it. But we created most of it in the hoop. And the last thing, oh, one more thing. Can I create little pillows in the hoop? Yep, that's all pieced in the hoop. But what everybody seems to really, can you demo the patches? I do demo it on my private Facebook page, absolutely. Unfortunately, I might run out of time. But everybody loves these. These are beautiful. And if you're learning how to free motion quilt, I say get these. But if you want to use those fun fill stitches on these, this was all done. Can you see the fill stitches? They're all different. This was all done on my Meridian. How beautiful is that? Can you see them all? Yeah, you can see those. So how much fun can you have? Y'all can have a lot of fun. I mean, look how cool. Now, remember I said there's decorative stitches built in? Yeah. Yeah. Look at this. Yep. Yep. Outline feature. And then one more here. This is just taking the built-in shapes and playing with them. So this shape right here I designed entirely in IQ Designer. And it's using the built-in shapes. Same thing with this one. I'm a terrible free motion quilter, but this makes me look good. So you could have a lot of fun. So I think you all need one. And I think that you should buy one today. This is just another way of showing you how to, or some of the, you know, just showcasing. There we go. Okay. And if you already have one, get it out of the box and play with it. It's so much fun. Like I said, Baby Lock's here to help you. We have our Sew Ed classes. We have our Baby Lock sanctioned Facebook groups, and then the Baby Lock educators. The majority of us have our own Facebook groups, but you know, you got to start somewhere. You got to get it home, right? So Blaine will be happy to help you with that. So Blaine, back to you.
Thanks, Anna.
I was rushing. I'm sorry. I got a little over.
Well, hey, you know, there was so much technology we had to get into in 30 minutes. It's almost impossible, but you did a great job of hitting the highlights, and I think everybody's excited about this machine. So I'm going to tell them how they can get it. And thank you so much for coming on the show.
I'll see you Thursday. Thank you.
All right, see you then. All right, guys. Again, this is the Baby Lock Meridian, and we have a special price reduction on this right now for Hoop Fest. You can get it for $59.99, guys. We do have several different bundles along with this. Give us a call right now. It is a call-in special, 800-401-8151, and we have financing available. We can ship this free right to your doorstep nationwide. And again, guys, just, you know, highlighting this machine a little bit, we talked about there's so much technology in this machine, but it really is. It is so much in there. You get that huge 9.5 by 14-inch hoop size, you know, that comes with it, the embroidery field. It's got the where you can use the app and digitize, take pictures with your smartphone or tablet, transfer it to the machine. So there's so many things that you can do, and that's one of the things. All this technology, without having the camera on the machine, they were able to get that price down for you, and that way you just use your smartphone that you already have. So again, I can't say enough about this machine. It is one of our top machines out there. We have sold a ton of these things, and people, just absolutely love it just for all the technology that's involved in it. So anyway, guys, give us a call right now if you're interested in the Meridian. It is the embroidery only machine, and it's basically the same machine as the Altair, embroidery size of the Altair. The Altair is just a combination machine. It has the sewing and embroidery, and this is just the embroidery only side of it. All right, guys, we're going to continue moving on. And next up, guys, we are going to talk all about SWF. We've had this machine. We've been selling it for a couple years now. And this is the big 12 needle embroidery machine. And guys, we are super excited about this machine. We got a fantastic call-in special on it today. And the regular price is $9,999. But guys, we have a call-in special on it today. And we have Garrett McMahon from SWF he is here going to talk all a little bit about it and tell you more about it, and then we're going to go special on it. But Garrett's right now he's currently the sales manager at SWF, and he's been with the company for about 10 years. We've worked with Garrett. Garrett's been on our show before, so y'all please welcome Garrett McMahon to the show.
Hey Blaine, how's it going this year?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I have to admit it's a little bit embarrassing. I looked at our schedule earlier today, and I was like, hey, we're on at 12 to 12:30, so we had everything rolling, set up, and then whenever I was right in the background on the show, you announced somebody else, like, man, like we must have got skipped or something. Well, I hopped on there, and the 2-hour time difference is actually 2 hours later here, so we're on at 4 o'clock Central now. So
yeah, it does. It messes with people, especially it's we kind of list our schedules to you on Pacific time, but we have customers all across the nation, and so we have people that are presenting today in all 4 time zones. So it's kind of a little bit hard to juggle and hard to keep up with. So we're glad you made it. But I'm going to let you get going on it, Garrett, because I know there's a ton of things to talk about, and then I'll come back on at the end, and you and I can talk about some of the favorite features we have, and then we'll tell them how they can get it. Okay?
For sure, sounds good. I'd rather be early than late, I guess, if you put it that way. So yeah, we'll get right into it. This is our MAS 12, like Blaine said. Sewing Machines Plus had it for a couple of years. They've done great, great dealer of ours, both sales and support. They do an awesome job. So if you guys do decide to purchase one of these, you're going to be in great hands with their support and with their dealer system there. So machine comes essentially like this. Whenever you order one in the crate, basically there's very little assembly with the machine. So it's going to come looking a lot like this. The only thing you have to install is going to be your thread rack. Everything inside or on the head itself is going to be pre-threaded for you. So basically what that means is whenever you get your machine, like I said, install your thread rack. It's only 4 different components. From there, once you get the thread rack installed, you'll just route your thread back through the tubes with a thread wand, or you can use a needle to do that as well. Simply tie a knot on the back, and then you just pull it through the front, and then it's as easy as that to swap out the factory thread that's pre-threaded with your brand of thread of choosing or your colors as well. The other side of that from setup is going to be your stand as well. So the stand comes with the machine. It's only going to be 5 components to set the stand up. So the great thing with this is with the stand, the thread rack, and then mounting the control panel is your last step to set up once you pull out of your crate. Most of our customers are seeing about a 2 to 3 hour setup time. That's threading, machines, the stand, everything. About 2 to 3 hours, and then you're ready to start watching all of our videos that we have that are available to anyone that buys one. For in your first 2 to 3 hours, you're actually starting to do embroidery and production. So we'll walk into the control panel as well, because that will be the first thing that the customer, you guys as a customer, will see whenever you turn the machine on and power it on and get it ready. So Kyle, if you want to go ahead and zoom into the control panel for me. Make sure you guys can see that good. There we go. All right, so the control panel, it is the same as all of our other industrial models that we carry. It's the same as the MAS 15, the 15 needle version of this that we have. We love this panel just because of its ease of use. Everything is labeled very simply on the control panel. Whenever you're setting up a design or doing anything like that, makes it very simple, and you're not trying to jump through a bunch of different buttons to get to certain screens. So with this panel, it is USB compatible, which is the primary method of customers loading in a design. So to do that, basically just grab any of your USB, you put a DST design on there, and then put that in. The really cool thing as well is it is Wi-Fi capable. So if you have a router in your house, you can hook this control panel directly to your Wi-Fi network, and that allows you to seamlessly send designs to the control panel. The really cool thing with the software that comes with the machine as well, you're able to preload all of your designs with their colors and their basically the different the color codes in it. So a design can be running on the machine, and then on your computer, your desktop that you have it connected to, the machine connected to your computer, you can go ahead and preload your next colors of your design, and then load that design into your machine. So whenever that existing job that you have running, whenever that one's done, you can go into the machine and select that design, and you're good to go. The only thing you got to do there is position it and do a trace. We'll walk through the control panel just to really show you how simple it is. There is a lot, seems like a lot going on here, but it's actually very, very simple. So we have like our manual needle change up here, manual thread cut, and then we have like the size of our design, and then the needles that are going to be running. So it's just a very simple, basically run out of our design or an explanation of what our design is doing. We have our speed up and down here that we can adjust prior to running or during the running application as well. This machine will run up to 1,000 stitches per minute, depending on the garment that you're running. If you're running hats, you're going to run about 500 to 700 RPMs or stitches per minute, depending on the structure of your hat, whether it's a thin, unstructured hat or a thick structured hat. That kind of depends on the speed that you run that. If you're running something like a flat, like a bag or a t-shirt, backup jacket or something, you're going to run that around 800 to 1,000, depending on the size and the intricacy of your design. So then, like I said, we'll walk into the actual setup if I'm going to pull a design into the machine, just to show you guys how simple it actually is. So go to our design button here, and then it's as simple. We already have a bunch of preloaded designs in here, to if you're selecting a design you previously ran, you just select whichever design you want and then go to your color button. But like, let's say we're going to pull one from the control panel or from the USB. Hit that. It's going to load all of the designs on our USB. Select the design we want, and then just hit the plus button, save, and it is as simple as that. Now, whenever you go to the design button now, or the design slot, that last design that we just read in is already ready for us to go. We can hit the check mark, and that's going to pull us to this secondary screen. So what we've done here is whenever you load a design in or go to run a design, basically you have 3 different screens that you need to access to set the design up properly. First design being your design screen to select the design you want to run. The second screen would be like your needles, your color options, to where you can load out your different colors for that specific design. And then the third screen would be the settings screen for the design. So if you're wanting to angle it or mirror your design, change the size of it, there's a couple different other editing options in there for you. But with this screen here, we have made everything to where it combines into the one screen. So based up here with the full color LCD, it does display the design that we chose, where you can still make sure that's the correct one you're wanting to run. It shows us the total stitch count of our design, the size of it, the total amount of colors that are in our design. And then as well, over here to the right, there's more of the design editing features. So we have like our mirror, which is set to no. Our X and Y scale is 100%, meaning that our design is the true size that we created or bought the design in. And then the angle is at 0. So if you're running anything like a shirt or a bag, you're going to have that on 0. If you run a hat, that would be flipped to 180 to flip your design for you. But like I said, if we want to adjust the design, all we do is go into the design button there, and then we can make whatever adjustment we want. So if you wanted to adjust the angle, you just click there, type in the number you want. But in this case, we'll leave it at 0. Then our needle colors. So a really cool option here is all the needle colors show up, or all your different steps of the design show up on the left side. And then on the camera, I'm pretty sure you guys can see the different colors there. But the cool thing is, once you guys get the machine in your shop and you get all of your cones, your colors of cones and everything that you want on the machine, what you can do is every number, you can customize the color code behind the coordinating number. So like, let's say we have black on 1, I can go in here, select the black color, and then tell the machine that black is on 1. We hit save, and tell us it has been saved. Now that color block behind the number 1 has changed to black. So like I said, once you guys get all your cones of thread on the thread rack, you can go ahead and go in here and customize each block behind a number. That way you're not looking back on the machine to find what color you want, and you can just look behind and find the color that you want behind the number. The other thing that we do, that we made as well with the software upgrade, is every time that I select a color, it shows me what part of the design I'm selecting the color for in color. So basically everything else is gray. I'm selecting the part right here that shows red, so I can choose 1 for that. Then it's going to hop to the next color, which is down here. Select another color, and so on. So basically it shows me every single time that I'm selecting a color, it shows me for what part of the design I'm selecting that color. So then once we're happy with our color sequence, we just close out of this screen, and then we will hit load and save. Basically what that's going to do is that's going to ask us if we want to save the design or to save the settings we just loaded in. So if we change the rotation, the size of the design, change our needle colors, if I hit yes on this, now next time that I pull that design up, I don't even have to access this screen because it is going to remember all of our colors for us. So next time I want to run it, I just hit the button to save it, pull it up, and then the next time we run it, you don't have to do anything with the colors. The other thing is, in the design screen, there are 200 design slots in each of the saved sections. So a total of 400 design slots, and then this machine has a 2.4 billion stitch count capacity. So that is B with a billion. So 2.4 billion stitches is what the machine will hold in the stitch count capacity. So basically you can load about as many designs as you want into it, up to 400 slots, however big of designs, and the machine is not going to exceed its memory. So we'll go back. So basically what I just walked you guys through right there, the only thing we would have to do at this point would be go to our frame button, and we can select outline, and that's going to give us the gauge or the pattern of our design to run it. So like I said, whenever you get the machine out of the box, you get it threaded, and you go to load your first design, it's as simple as that. You load your design, select your colors, your rotation, do a trace, and you're ready to go. Kyle, if you want to go ahead and pan back out for me. Awesome, thank you. And then the next feature I'd like to show here, so with this machine as well, it is automatic thread cut, automatic thread change. So between every color that you have in a design, it's going to automatically cut your thread, switch to the next color, go ahead and start again. So it makes it run very efficiently, very fast. So once we do all of our color changes and preload them in the control panel, there's nothing for me to do on the control panel once I start it. The machine's going to do all the work from there. With your thread path and everything, we do have a laser light down here for your positioning of your hoop, but then the light here really helps us with threading through the thread path down the entire head. So I did tell you guys about threading, tying your thread on the back and pulling it through. Sometimes you don't pay attention, you get a cone of thread that runs out on the back. You do have to do the threading through here. Sometimes with customers, it might look a little bit confusing just because there are so many different tension knobs up here. The really simplified way to look at it is it's just 12 single needle machines. So basically what that means is we only have 2 tension knobs per needle, and we have a very detailed threading video as well that shows you all the directions to take your thread, to where basically if you can look at another needle and mirror it off of that. So the thread path is very easy. Like I said, the light illuminates it very well. You can thread it down through the head, and then the cool thing is the light does not get in your way. So as I'm threading it through here, light's not in my way. Once I get it down to where I need to thread my needles, I can pull that down, and then you can see there all 12 needles are very well illuminated. I don't care how good your eyesight is. If your needles are dark and you can't see them in a dark room, you're going to have a lot of trouble threading those. So the next feature we'll get into as well is going to be our quick change cap system. And I believe, Blaine, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, or you'll have to forgive me, but I believe they are throwing this in with their special of their sale. Like I said, if I'm wrong, you can tell me later. So it's a quick change cap system. This is really cool with this machine. So it is patented to us. Basically what it allows us to do, instead of having to unbolt our tubular arms or our hoop arms and bolt the cap system back on, our cap driver has the same brackets as our hoops. So if I just got done running a hat and I'm ready to run a shirt or a jacket, any product like that, all I have to do is lift up on these arms and then the cap driver comes off. So it's as simple as that. There's no difference between the bracket here. I'll show you that a little bit closer. So that bracket there is the identical bracket that is on our flat hoops. So I'll set this to the side, and then we'll kind of walk through the hoops that you get with your machine. So at SWF, we like people to be very well equipped with hoops. So every size that I show you in these hoops, you're going to get 2 hoops per size. So basically that means that we can have one design running on the machine and then the same size ready and pre-hooped. So if we're running the same design multiple times, instead of waiting for this hoop to be done, I can go ahead and have my next one pre-hooped. Once that one's done, pull it off the machine, grab my next hoop, put it on the machine, and your production never stops. So the cool thing here, this is a little left chest or even like a baby onesie or something. This is a 4.5 inch by 4.5 inch hoop there. Again, you're going to get 2 of every size. This one here, we have the 6 inch by 6 inch. So this is great for left chest. Again, if you're doing a little bit bigger left chest or something like I have on my shirt, this would be the hoop that you would use, 2 of those. And then anything that gets a little bit bigger, sometimes this is too big for a left chest, but if you're doing like a baby onesie, something that is in between a jacket back and a left chest design, this hoop is great for that because it is an 8.8 by 8.8 hoop. So that was a little bit bigger, gets you in there pretty good. And then you do get 2 jacket back hoops. So this is our 9 by 9 square hoop. So this hoop does great for anything that might be like a bag. This is a smaller jacket, so we use the smaller jacket back instead of the bigger jacket back. But that allows you to do a lot of different hoopings with it. And then this is the one that everybody is excited about. So this is a 9 by 14 inch hoop. So I have this hooped up on a pretty large jacket here. This allows you to put designs, like I said, 9 inches by 14 wide. So this gives you a very big sewing field for how small the machine actually is, because the machine is only 26 inches side to side and it's about 20 inches front to back. So you can fit the machine about anywhere you need to, in your craft room or in your place of business, at your home, wherever. But like I said, it does pack that 9 by 14 inch sewing field, which is huge. And then the other cool thing with the cap system, you're going to get 2 of your cap hoops. So your cap hoops, you're going to get 2 of those. And basically this lid frame, open it up like so. Your hat would slide onto the hoop frame, pull this back across, and then latch it down. And that would allow you to hoop it. So you get the hoop itself, and then this is a gauge that comes with the whole system. Like I said, Sewing Machines Plus is throwing this in. This hoop just fits on there, snaps into the driver. So lift these wings up. So it snaps right in to give you a secure and firm place to go ahead and hoop your hats and everything. And then this is an exact mirror of the cap system that I showed you earlier, to where basically everything, if you center it with this, whenever you put it on your cap driver on your machine, it is ready to go and ready to run. The cool thing with this will mount, I don't know if you guys can see, you can see a little bit of it. So this will mount directly onto your machine table, which is nice because it keeps it out of the way for you. You can just put it wherever you need. But if you have an existing craft table as well, this will fit about any thickness of table. So wherever you want to hoop your hats, that's where you put this. So with the machine, that's what all we'll go over with it on that. I'd really like to get into the warranty and the support. So the cool thing with these machines, they all come with a 7-year bumper to bumper warranty. So that's great for the customer. With basically equipment like this, sometimes there are issues. There are pieces of machinery to where you're running them. If an issue arises, we love the 7-year warranty just because it keeps you guys covered as the customer. And then with Sewing Machines Plus as well, they have a great team of technicians that will help you guys out. Anything that they can't figure out or they're having trouble with, you guys have us as the distributor and the manufacturer on the back end, to where rest assured we're going to get you guys fixed up. Like I said, for 7 years, you guys are golden. The machine's going to do great for you. The warranty is going to back it up as well. So Blaine, that's about all I got for now. I'll pat back over to you, see if there's any questions, and then we'll go from there.
Well, hey, thanks, Garrett. So, Garrett, I got to ask you, I like that when you and I talk about this, what's your favorite feature? I'd like for you to share what your favorite feature is to everybody.
So my favorite feature would definitely be the quick change cap system. So like I said, we sell a lot of industrial machines to big factories like Perry Ellis, Nike, Under Armour. We sell a lot of machines to them. And the quick change cap system, whenever you're running from a cap to a shirt or even running socks or anything like that, the quick changeover, people might not look at it as that big of a deal, but whenever you have to take your tubular arms off and put your cap driver back on by bolting them, not only are you keeping up with separate bolts for each system and keeping each system to making sure they don't fall apart because of the cables and stuff that mount to them, you're saving per head. So on a single head, saves you about 4 to 5 minutes because you've seen, and I'll show you again, basically put the hoop on, pull it right back off. Whenever you're ready to run a cap, you put your cap driver right back on. I know a lot of our even smaller shops, they have to plan out when they're going to run their t-shirts, when they're going to run their hats, because they can't just flip and flop back and forth if they have a different brand machine, because they have to decide, hey, do I want to spend 5 minutes changing this over to the quick chain or to the cap driver? And then vice versa, if they have the cap system on and a customer walks in, they want a t-shirt, they have to decide if they want to do that 5 minutes to switch it over. So again, I'll show you how fast it is. So like I said, the hoop was on there. Grab this, just center it up. Put it on there. Make sure everything's lined up for us. There we go. And then it just clicks right in. So just like that, I'm ready to run a cap. And then if I get done with my cap and ready to run a hoop, just pull it back off, set it to the side, and take any of these hoops. If this was hooped up, ready to go, take any of these hoops and put it on. So like I said, you're taking that process. That's why it's my favorite. It saves so much time, a lot of hassle for the customer. You're not dealing with, like I said, the separate bolts, and you're not dealing with the time frame of switching that over. So in about 15, 20 seconds, I can go from running a shirt to a cap, or vice versa. I can go from a cap to a shirt in about 20 seconds. So that would definitely be my favorite feature.
All right. Well, thanks, Garrett. Hey, Garrett, we're going to see you back here tomorrow, and we're going to be talking all about that 15 needle. So we'll see you then tomorrow, same time. And thanks for the day, and appreciate SWF and all y'all do for us.
Yeah, sounds good. We're excited for tomorrow. We'll show you the 15 as well.
All right. Sounds great. All right, guys, this is the SWF 12 needle. Now, what makes the 12 needle so unique, guys, is you're going to get all those hoops. That's what's so awesome. You basically, all 5 hoops that you get with it, all 5 sizes, we're going to give you an extra set. So basically, you're getting 10 hoops of the sizes that we're going to give you. And then what's even better is we're not only going to give you a cap driver and a hat hoop, we're giving you 2 hat hoops. So you'll have that cap driver, and you'll be able to be, hooping a cap up, and while one is actually embroidery. But the hoop sizes, you're going to get some round hoops. So now the round hoops, you're getting that 4.7 inch, the 5.9 inch, and the 7 inch. So there's 3 different sizes: 4.7, 5.9, and 7 inch round hoops. Then you're going to get that square hoop, which is a 9.4 inch by 9.4 inch. And then you're getting that big rectangle hoop is a 14 by 9 inch. So you're getting all those 5 hoops, and then we're going to double each one of those. So basically you're getting 2 sets of hoops. And then you're going to get that cap driver, and then you're getting 2 hat hoops that come with cap driver. So man, this is going to be made for production. And guys, again, the normal price on this is $9,999. We have financing available, and we have free shipping. However, we are going to throw in the cap stand. We're throwing in that cap driver absolutely free. That's actually usually an additional charge. We're giving you the stand and the cap driver with the special today. And we have the call-in special. So give us a call, because we have a really good price on this right now. And again, for $999, guys, that's almost unheard of for a 12 needle machine of this caliber. But when we talk about our special, and then throwing the frame in, the cap driver, and all that in for free, and then with the special price we've got, it is a deal of the lifetime. I'm telling you, if you wanted to get into business, this is now the time to do it. Now, the machine weighs 85 pounds, which you can't do this by yourself. So you're going to have somebody to help you. It's going to come in a crate. When it gets shipped to you, you're going to have somebody to help you, get it out of that crate and then get it set up on the stand. But it's 2 people can do it very, very easily. And again, guys, one of my favorite features on this machine is the digitizing. You can digitize right in the screen, the LCD display. That's what's so crazy. You could, if you've got a grandchild or a child that you wanted to, let's say you wanted to embroider their handprint, you could get them to put their handprint on the screen and trace it out with a stylus and actually have their handprint. And then you can digitize it right in the machine and then just stitch it out. If you wanted to draw a butterfly or draw something, a flower of your own design, you can draw it right on that LCD screen, digitize it, and then embroider it out. That's what's so awesome about this. And then again, you have those 12 needles. You can load it up with 12 different colors, and you're not going to have to stop to change colors. You're probably going to be able to cover almost any color that you would want to embroider with. So really good features on this. And again, it has the best warranty in the business. It has a 7-year bumper-to-bumper warranty on it, and it covers everything. So really good price on this. We're going to ship it absolutely free right to your doorstep. And like I said, it's coming freight. It'll be in a crate, and you will need 2 people to be able to manage to get this 85 pounds. It's not real heavy, guys, but it's, it's a little beefier than some of the other machines out there. So anyway, guys, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. The call center is standing by to get your call. And we have some great, bundles and packages on the SWF today. All right, guys, we're going to move right on along. And guys, we've got Kathy Quinn back in the house, and Kathy's going to talk all about Floriani again. I think she's going to talk about the TCU. So let's welcome Kathy back to the show.
Hey, Blaine. Yes, I'm back, and I've read my instructions. I had 2
Well, we're
sets.
glad you're here.
We
are glad you're here.
I am so excited. We're going to talk about software and towels, and we're going to have a great time.
Well, good. Hey, and I'm excited to see it. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes. We'll tell everybody how they can get it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Blaine. Hi, I'm Kathy Quinn with Floriani, and I am so excited to be here. I feel so privileged to be on this. And so I was here last year, and so this is great. So what I want to do right now is the biggest question I get at events is, how do I do a towel? Well, I can teach you how to embroider a towel, but you really need to know all the rules and how it goes. So the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to bring up my Floriani Total Control software, and I'm going to show you how I do a towel from start to hooping to stitching. So let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can't get hold of share my screen. Share my screen. Yes. I'm just making sure I've got this. Share screen. Okay. Let's see. We are not sharing. Well, I don't have an answer. I practiced and I was sharing just fine. Let's see. There we go. Entire screen. Nope. Well, we're not going to waste time on this. Let me try one more time real quick. We're going to share this screen somehow. Let me see. Present. Share screen. Okay. Screen sharing. All right. All right. Share a screen. Now select a tab to share. I want to share my entire screen. So let's see if I download this. Are you seeing my entire screen? No, you are not. Okay, we're going to cancel this. We're not going to mess with this. We're just going to go ahead and I will talk you through it. Okay, well, let's get started with this. We want to talk about how would I do a towel. And the most important thing about doing towels for me is that I use Floriani Total Control. And with Floriani Total Control, the cool thing about it is towels, fleece, corduroy, velvet, minky, anything with a pile, anything with nap is an issue, because even though we have toppers to help control the nap, really and truly for professional embroidery, we need software to make it work the best. So in Floriani Total Control, we have a one-click wonder feature that is called Nap Control. And it is amazing. It's on our top toolbar. It looks like a blanket with some fringe. So you create your monogram, you create your design, whatever you want to bring in and put on a towel. I even have worked with faux fur with this feature, and it's fantastic. You will select your design, and then you will go up and you will simply click on Nap Control. And what happens is a window pops up and says, do you want me, how far outside that design do you want me to go? And its default is 1/8 of an inch, actually a little less than 1/8 of an inch. And that is perfect. That works really good to do that. So let me kind of show you an example. What it's going to do is it will stitch out the nap control first, which is like an open 45-degree over itself grid. And we used to do that by hand. We used to digitize those things to do under names on Christmas stockings, to do under towels. Well, at Floriani, remember, we're always coming up with new features. And remember, they're free to you. Once you've purchased Floriani, you own it forever. So whenever we come up with fun and new things, we go ahead and we give them to you. So you don't pay for it again. So I'm going to come here real quick. I'm going to go ahead and share to my camera. And I want to show you what we're talking about. I want you to look at this towel. Now, I want you to see, whoops, I knocked my camera crooked. I want you to notice on this towel, if I can get it real good for the camera, do you notice this says Joshua, just so you know. And what I did is I did gifts for my family a couple of Hanukkahs ago, and I did their name and what it meant. And I want you to see Joshua means God is my salvation. Now, this towel has a nice nap to it. So that gives us a problem because what's going to happen in the D, what's going to happen in this A and this O, even if I use heat and gone topping, which that's what we use on towels, what's going to happen is in these openings, the heat and gone is going to go away. It's going to stay under my stitches, so I don't have to worry about my letters problem, but any of these openings. And if you'll notice on towels, when they fluff around the edge of our letters, it makes it look blurry. I can't think of a better word. It kind of obscures the clean edges of your text. So by using nap control, nap block, you just one mouse click and bling, what magic do we have? Now you do have full control in it. We can change and say, I want it to go farther outside. And that means when it says offset, it's talking about how much should I offset outside the design. We could tell it to do it more or less. And in some things, it depends what you're stitching on. You might want to do less. So let's talk about a towel. In the first thing, if we're going to do a towel with a monogram, the rule is if it's a single letter monogram, that letter needs to be 5 inches tall. If you went to any kind of high dollar department store and you ordered monogram towels, what's going to happen is your monogram, if it's a single letter, is going to be 5 inches tall. If it's a 2 to 3 letter monogram, it's going to be 4 inches tall. Now we're talking about a bath towel, a bath sheet. We've already got an issue in our world because with you and I, our problem is going to be that when we bring that letter in at 5 inches tall, you all know what happens. It is so big that the satin stitch doesn't pick up all the way across because there's not any machine on the market that can do a satin stitch wider than 0.45 inches. And that's because of the revolution of our bobbin. So what'll happen is it'll go stitching along and then it'll go chick and then you'll hear chick, chick, and it'll go back down and come up, but you don't get any thread. That's because you have made that satin stitch way too wide. Now, if I brought that letter up in my software and I made it 5 inches, I'm going to get a warning that says, hey, this thing is too wide. Or I can use my measuring tool and measure across from the widest part of the letter from right to left, left to right, and it'll tell me, Kathy, tip. You need to use a fill. That is too big. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on my fills in my properties box, and I'm going to change that from a satin stitch to a fill. Now I have completely taken care of the problem of too large a letter. A lot of us, we have great machines and they have amazing alphabets in them, but you can't get a 5-inch letter out of any machine because their letters normally come in a satin stitch. So we would have to change that to a fill. But again, even if I've got that, I'm still going to have problems in all the openings. So what I'm going to do is use that nap control, and I am going to take care of the nap around my towel. Now let's look at a different one. Here's a little cup towel. Now I did this for my daughter-in-laws. I try to do cup towels for them for the holidays. Now, what do I always do? Well, I always go into my software. I always use my Save to Sew feature so it can tell me, Kathy, you should be using Perfect Stick Tearaway. Kathy, what kind of topper I need to use. And I'm always going to print a template because here's the deal. Whether you have a towel, a cup towel, a pocket, a placket, the problem comes in the fact that none of this stuff is straight. I promise you, these do not have a straight, they're not perfect. If I look at this cup towel, you could see that one side of it is about 3/4 of an inch shorter. There's no straight lines on this thing. I've got it matching at one end, but look what happened. Well, it's hard to see, it's black. At the other end, you're going to see that I don't meet. I've got a gap here because they're never straight. So what happens is we find a center. So I'm going to find a center. And once I find a center, what I do is I stick the pin in it because this is my center that I'm going to work with. And from there, I am going to lay my ruler and center it here. And I'm going to pivot so that I am straight with the hem. You're going to follow the crooked lines of the hem of the towel, the cup towel, the pocket, whatever it is, you follow the sorry lines. Then what I'm going to do is using this template, I'm going to line this up with the center, but I am going to pivot that ruler till it's straight with the hem and the lines in here. Then I can place my template, and I know here's on towels especially. How many times have you ever done a towel? Let me see if I can adjust the brightness of this and help you a little bit to see just a little clearer. Let me go to adjust my brightness some. There we go. Let's see if I can get you better. There, that's a little bit better, I think. Okay, so now you can see I've lined this up with this pin. It's nice and straight, and I can see that spatially it looks good on the towel. I know there's lots of times when we will do a towel or something and you'll get your stuff done on it, and then you'll turn around and look at it and you'll think, oh my gosh, that's too small. And you start adding stuff around it like that's going to fix it. Or it's too big. So having it too big is as big a problem as having it too small. So by always auditioning it with a template, not only can you make sure it's placed where it's the most attractive on your item, you can also make sure it fits within the space. Then what are we going to do? Well, we're going to take my favorite stabilizer that Floriani makes, which is my Perfect Stick. I'm going to take this. Now remember, Perfect Stick is partially water soluble. It's partially fiber. So I'm going to hoop this all by itself in the hoop. This is the only thing that is actually hooped. Now it has a protective sticky paper on the top. So this is pretty magic. I'm going to hoop it shiny paper side up. I am going to score that paper, and I am going to stick my towel down. Now, if you have maybe an entry-level machine, I can use my template to line up these lines with the lines on my hoop. If I have a machine with superpowers, I might use precise positioning. I might be putting an ovi, something here to use a camera system. So by having that, even if I hoop it, Anna Godlin, that superpower will straighten it up. If I don't have a superpower, no problem, because I can use my X and Y lines on my template to line up perfectly with my hoop. So then I will remove this. Now, I'm going to hold this and hoping I can get you to see. See, when we use this nap control, let's see if I can get it at a good enough angle. This, what I've done is I've used black thread. So while I'm nap blocking, it's perfect because I've got some thread, and I'm trying to adjust my camera, seeing if I can adjust some exposure on it to maybe make you see that. I don't know if we can or can't, maybe not. But I can tell you I've got nap control all the way around here. Is it apparent? Absolutely not. How good does this look? Because I would have had the nap coming up in here, around the edges. This will look crisp for every, and these little tic-tac-toe sticks are only 1/8 of an inch wide. So with being so narrow, if I had the nap of the towel coming up on either side, they would be obscured. It would look like, what? You did it at home. You don't want anybody to go, oh, look, you got a new machine. You want them to say, where did you get that beautiful towel? Where did you get that? Where did you have that done? And then you can say, oh, well, I did it, because you can make it look professional, because you have software that allows you to do stuff like nap block. You've got stuff that you can make a fill out of a letter as large as you need it to be. That is quality. Let's look at another example here. Here's a little example of one that I did. Now again, here we've got a cup towel, dish towel, whatever you call it. Now again, I measured up from the bottom, and you can see I have a center point here. Now I'm going to take my template and I'm going to line it up there. Now on a bath towel, just to give you some rules. If you're on a bath towel or a bath sheet and you're coming up from the hemline, your towel does not have a dobie. So let's look at that real quick, because I neglected to tell you that. On a towel, this is a dobie. Some towels have them, some towels don't. Some towels just have a hem. So if your towel only has a hemline, what you're going to do is you're going to measure 4 inches up from the hem, and that's where the bottom of your design will be. That's where I would set my template, is 4 inches up, and I'm going to set my template there. If you have a dobie like this one, you'll notice, let me get Josh up here. Then I'm going to measure 2 inches up, and this is going to be where it comes. So it's 2 inches up for a dobie or 4 inches up from the hemline. Now on these little cup towels that we have, or dish towels, it's more of a visual. There isn't a hard and fast rule here. So what I'm going to do is I've got on this one, I put stitch and wash, because stitch and wash is perfect stick. Instead of having a sticky on top, with stitch and wash, I have a fusible on the bottom. So if I can hoop it, you always get the best result if you can hoop. You cannot hoop a towel. Towels have to be stuck down. You'll damage the pile of the towel. You need to stick a towel down. And nobody goes to the store and says, by the way, do you have any bald towels for sale? I need a bald one, because I'm going to embroider it and I don't want it to pop out of the hoop. No, we want the most fluff we can get for our buck. So what we're going to do is we are going to get a nice fluffy towel, and we don't hoop it because we don't want it to push out. But on something like this little nice cup towel, I can easily hoop this. And this is a lot less expensive to use than perfect stick. Now, like I always say, I want you to buy exactly what you need. I want you to buy all my stabilizers, and I can justify every one. However, I don't want you to be wasteful. I could stick this cup towel down just as easy as I stuck my regular towel down, but I can hoop it. This is no problem to hoop. So I can save a lot of money by using stitch and wash. And remember, always hoop it in the proper size hoop for the design. If the design is a 4x4, use a 4x4 hoop. Don't pick up a 5x7 or a 6x8 because it's handy. You're wasting stabilizer and your design will not end up as good. So I have ironed stitch and wash on the back of this. Now again, I've done my find the center. I've placed my template. I always print out template tearaway. That is always the way you want to go when you're doing a design. Print it out on your template tearaway. Now you're going to get 25 sheets in a package. One side is printable, the other side is a repositionable adhesive. So I have placed my design where I want it. I'm going to hoop it, use whatever superpower or the marks on my hoop to make sure this is straight. And now I'm going to stitch this out. Now what I did here is I have a little gnome. And this little gnome has got a package in his hands. But I used Minky. So I used Minky here to do his hat and his beard, which were obviously an applique, as you can easily see. So I've got an applique going here. But what I did is I selected, because our nap control, our nap blocker gives you full control over everything. I only selected the package, his hands, and his nose to nap block. So I nap controlled around these. So now it holds it down and it doesn't fluff up. Now, what did I do? I used white thread. So using that white thread, let me see if I can get that close enough. See, you can see that little edge right there. That white thread is the blocking. You don't even notice it, but you do notice I have a professional looking design. This is what we're looking for. We're looking for professional designs, professional monograms, using the nap control feature in Floriani Total Control. I apologize. I do not know why it wouldn't show my screen. I worked it out and it's just a computer's life. And in 30 minutes, I'd rather give you the instructions on how to stitch properly and what you should be using than fight with a computer in front of you. So I say, you're going to notice this is so great. And you can even see what I'm talking about. Do you see where I have applique here? You see how that applique stitch has been obliterated? That's because the fur is going to fluff and it's going to cover it. If I had nap controlled around this applique stitch, you would see the applique stitch all the way around. You wouldn't have had the fur obscuring this side. And I could have done the same on the beard. Now the beard, I didn't care if you could see the applique stitch, but I'm just think through any design that you've got a pile on. And sometimes it's just a pretty design feature. Trevor did a couple of designs that were beautiful. He used the blocker when he didn't need it because he tinted it just a little bit different color and it was beautiful. So again, you're always going to match your thread to whatever you're stitching on. If I'm stitching on the white towel, it's white. The black towel, it was black. On this, I matched it to the white fur. And that's another thing I do with my towels, my fleece, my corduroy, anything that you're going to see the front and back of. I will also match my bobbin thread to my towel. I would rather have that bobbin thread blend in the back. So when you're buying your Floriani thread, we've got the Great Wall of Thread special, and you'll be hearing about that in the next few days. You can take that and you can match your bobbin to your top thread, and it just kind of blends in with that towel, and it gives it a much more professional look. So you can see a big difference. And again, we're using Perfect Stick. Now, when we use Perfect Stick or Stitch and Wash, remember, they are exactly the same stabilizer. What makes them different is one is an adhesive, a silicone-based adhesive on the top. The other one is a fusible, and you fuse it at silk setting. Now, the trick to getting these off, when you go to remove either Stitch and Wash or Perfect Stick, you are going to take a damp, not a wet, soggy, or drippy, a damp sponge, and you are going to wring its neck till there's no life left in that sponge. I don't want it dripping. I don't want you to mist it. I don't want you to sprinkle it. I want you to simply dampen, dampen, dampen. Then when you go to tear away, and I'll bring another example in. Here's one that I used the stitch and wash on, because the reason we're usually using stitch and wash with towels, Perfect Stick, because that's what you need to use. But on these others, a lot of times we use stitch and wash because we have a satin stitch outline or we have straight stitching. So I'm going to dampen, 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 and I'm going to tear that away. So when I tear it away after it's dampened, I wait like 10 to 15 seconds. That breaks down. That makes it easy for me to remove it without stressing any stitches. Then when it's washed, whatever's not caught under, because it's half water soluble, half fiber. We want the fiber to stay beneath the design. Now, when it comes to topping, towels should really, normally we tell you to use Heat and Gone. Because if I use a water-soluble topper on a towel, when I wash it, here come the loops like grass in the driveway. But if I use Heat and Gone, which we normally use on anything with a nap, and this is fine, this looks great, but I preferred, like on my tic-tac-toe towel, my names, anytime I'm doing lettering, small lettering, what I want to do is I want to use water soluble. Well, we already know that's a problem unless I have nap control. If I have controlled the nap, if I've done all that control, then I don't have to worry about anything coming up. Then I can use water soluble topping. So I will use water soluble topping on any of my towels that have nap control. This doesn't have nap control. I use Heat and Gone topping. So that makes the big difference in how you're topping your towels. Fleece, corduroy, velvet, anything with a pile, you want to use Heat and Gone unless you've used nap control. If you've used your nap control, then you can go ahead and use water soluble on the top. Remember, when you use water soluble, you place it on top, stitch through it, pull it away, cover it with a press cloth. We have a Floriani press cloth. A good cotton press cloth works. And we're going to shoot steam through it. It's going to allow that to vaporize, but it will allow our stitches, or dissolve, it'll allow our stitches to absorb that moisture, swell up and pop into place, just like a typewriter. When you type too quick, your keys hook up. Well, the same thing happens with thread. So if I can steam it and allow that thread to absorb that steam, it can swell up and pop to the top and make your stitches look nice and perfect. Lay down next to each other, no gaps, no problems. Now this one, we actually use the Heat and Gone on. Now Heat and Gone has a rough backing. Water soluble is the same on front or back. There is no wrong or right side. But on Heat and Gone, it's got some little knobs like kids' pajamas, so they don't like take a dive in the hallway. They've got those little nubs. You put it nub side down, you stitch over it. Now you tear away what you can, but prior to finishing, you're going to take your iron and you are going to no steam, dry iron, no steam. So you get it. There cannot be any moisture. It's a wool setting, which is not a very hot iron. And you are going to press it, press it, press it. Do not iron it. Press it, press it, press it. Every time you touch that, any of the Heat and Gone that's left showing, it's going to vaporize. If you press it, it allows it to vaporize. Press it. If I iron it, it hits that iron and I just smear it all around and it's mine forever. You do not want that to be yours forever. So press it, press it, press it. So you can see here, it's advantageous to use the Heat and Gone. I didn't need, this isn't a big fluff. I've got another example here where, here's another one. This is another one, but it has a very light fluff to it, a very light loft. So I didn't need nap control. You can see nothing's obliterated. Nothing is looking fuzzy. This is such a low loft that I could use water soluble topping on this without a problem. And again, water soluble, put it on, tear it away, put a press cloth and go shoot steam into it, 6 or 8 shots. It will dissolve, the thread will absorb that moisture, and it will, any of your stitches that are caught will absorb the moisture, swell, and pop into place, just like those typewriter keys. And that's what we're looking for in towels. Those are the rules of towels. That is an amazing feature in our Floriani Total Control software. And I know that Blaine's got specials on everything. So I will come back to me. Yay, I'm back. Okay, great. I want to tell you, I have so enjoyed spending this time with you. I'll get to see you again tomorrow, which will be wonderful. Any kind of questions, anything I can clear up for you, I would love to answer anything that's coming in. If you don't have any questions, I hope it's because I did such an amazing job. You just absorbed all of that into you. So I want to thank y'all for being here today. I look forward. I can see you again tomorrow, same times. So I'll look forward to seeing you there.
Thanks, Kathy. It was a great job,
you,
and I
Blaine.
can't wait to tell everybody how to get this. We'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, guys, that was the Floriani Total Control, and this is the Total Control U embroidery software. Now, guys, the regular price on this is $29.99. Give us a call. We have a call-in special for this. It's going to be free shipping. We do have financing available as well. And then any of the stabilizer products that we have shown on the show, give us a call for that. We have call-in specials on all the Floriani stabilizer as well. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And we can answer any questions you have about the software. But again, I hope that was a great presentation Kathy has shown on this, and it is just loaded with features and all the different things that you can do with it. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we have got a treat for you next. We have got Valerie Webster in the house. Valerie is she's from the factory that makes our Stay Perfect tables, and she works with her two daughters, Stephanie and Jessica. And she has been in the quilting industry for over 25 years, and she has worked really hard to create new products and be very innovative with the things. And we love our relationship with them and all the different products that we're coming out with. And she has been, doing trade shows and been around national educators for years and years. And so she's always getting tips and tricks and things and hearing the needs of quilters out there and sewers. And so we're super excited to have her on the show. She's going to help us demonstrate our Stay Perfect table. So welcome to the show, Valerie Webster.
Hey, how are you, Blaine?
Hey, I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing great. I hope everybody there is doing well. We're excited to show the products today, and I'm about as ready as I'm going to be.
Well, you know what? I tell you, as you know, you and I have been working kind of behind the scenes on a new secret project, and we were hoping we're going to have it for this show, but we didn't quite make it. But we still have 3 unbelievable tables that we're going to show this week, with the Stay Perfect tables, and we're super excited to have you on the show and showing these. And,
well, thank you.
So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll come back about 25 minutes, and we're going to tell everybody about the great specials.
Great. Well, I'm kind of hoping that once I show you guys all this, you're really going to be wanting and hoping to see the next big project that we have, because we are working on it. Today, it just seems like everything takes so much longer than it's supposed to. And when you have a mind like mine or Blaine's, it just, people don't seem to want to get things together as quickly as your brain works. So I'm excited to get that project. But more importantly, I'm excited about what I'm going to show you guys today. So I'm going to start with our single tier table and all the exciting attachments that go with it. But I want to start with a little overview of the table itself, and then we'll go back to it, but I want to go through all the attachments, and I want to take a little bit of time. And if Stephanie is with me today, she's going to keep me on time to make sure that I'm keeping track of where I'm at so that I can get as much in as possible. We are going to go over the single tier, we're going to go over the double tier and the omni. So there's 3 tables, and honestly, they work all hand in hand. You can buy them separately. All these attachments that I'm going to show you, you can buy those separately. You can buy them individually. You can buy the whole kit. I know Blaine's going to go over all the specials because I know he's giving you guys a phenomenal deal. So at the end, Blaine can go over all the pricing. So my job is just to tell you how excited I am to bring you the ideas that Classy Creations has come up with, and Blaine's table and our attachments. And it's just going to be a fun show. So the table has its dimensions. It goes to 54 high, Stephanie, just correct me if I'm wrong, 54 high, and the lowest is going to be 32. And the numbers also are online. So if I, being nervous and just running in here last minute, trying to get this set up, if I'm wrong, look on the website because Blaine's always keeping me straight and he's got his act together. So the table goes all the way down. So if you want to sit, you can come over here and you can sit. This is a cutting table, an iron table, an extension table, and so much more, a crafting table. Anything that you can think of, you can use this for. Sometimes there's people that are vertically challenged, such as myself. I'm 5'2". I used to be 5'3". I'm working on 5'1". And for me, I like it just a little bit shorter. So there are those people that like theirs short. There's some that like it a little tall. Some like to stand, some like to sit. These are on wheels, so it's movable. And as you can say, really easy to move. It's a space saver, and we'll get to that later, but you can move it bedroom to bedroom. If you've got company and you're using, and how many of you out there have a spare bedroom that you're using, and you know your son always comes home or your daughter comes to visit you, you know, you want to be able to move this, get it out of its way so they don't even know it's a sewing room, which I know many of you that'll be hard to do with all the sewing machines and fabric, because I've been in a lot of your sewing studios and know exactly. I can't even say there's a quilter out there that doesn't have at least 5 machines. It's just, and I know Blaine's got a lot of good deals on sewing machines. And by the time this show is over and this week's over, you're probably going to have 6 or 7 sewing machines. So I want to make your life a little bit easier. So when you have all those sewing machines, you have a place to store them and to use them. So let's go over here and we're going to say there's 3 presets. So here you have 1, 2, and 3. So you are able to just go ahead and say, I want, 1. This is where I sit. When I sit and cut, this is where my position is. Then I come over here and I say, my perfect standing, you're going to preset it. So while you're going to get everything that you're getting your fabric, getting your cutting supplies ready, you can go ahead and hit that button, whatever that number may be. Or you can bring it all the way up to the very highest level, which realistically, there's not too many of us women out there who are 6 foot something. But if you needed to, you could. But I'm going to explain why this height, why it even goes this high, because we're going to make, and when we get over to the other tables, you're going to see how all these tables are stackable. So we're going to put this back down. We're going to put it to a position where it's comfortable for me. And so we're going to lower this down here. Now, 90% of quilting or sewing or crafting or whatever it is that you may do is accuracy. If you can't cut your quilts accurate, if you can't cut your pieces accurately, nothing else is going to matter. So when I designed the mat, there were a few things, and there's a lot of mats on the market today, but there was not a mat that I wanted for me necessarily. So when I designed with my girls the design of this mat, we took into consideration quilters, sewers, 90-degree angles, 60-degree angles, what we would use. And I never understood on a mat why it didn't have measurements like a quarter of a yard, half a yard. You're going to have a quarter of a yard, an eighth of a yard, a half of a yard. All those markings are going to be right down here on here marked for you. So you don't have to do the 36, oh yeah, that's what it is, or 18, a fat quarter, whatever. You've already got your markings here, and you'll be very easy to see those markings on the bottom. Also on the mat, we have the 1/4 inch marking lines. So if you're doing 1/4 inch lines, you have your black 1 inch, your 1/2 inch are the white, and then you have the little dots, which are the 1/4 inch. And you can see how we've got, excuse my hands, but you've got the dotted for the 1/4 inch. You've got the 1 inch lines, the numbers too. And you don't think about the little things, but see how the number is underneath the line. So when you have your mat and your fabric on top of your mat and your rulers right there, you're going to go ahead and you're going to be able to see your numbers clearly. And while I have that camera hold on right there, I want to show you a couple things because this is new to us. And Blaine does have this on his website. This is a new ruler. Look how big those numbers are, as you can see. Very easy to see. I'm going to bring this down here. Now you can see that I'm putting a lot of pressure. See how I put a lot of pressure and see how that is not sliding? Whereas we turn it over in this way, you see how it slides. So there is now a clear way. We used to do it where you couldn't see through it, and everybody's like, I want to be able to see through it, not move it. So now our ruler is clear, but it does not move. And again, look at the numbers and look how big those numbers are. So when you're trying to see something, I don't know about you guys, but I wear readers and glasses, and I'm even wearing readings with my glasses now, readers with my glasses, which tells you how bad I am. So these are going to be able to give you those numbers in the size that you need. And when we get over to the other table, we've got different sizes. I'll go over those as well. But while I had you on the mat, I just wanted you to be able to see up close how, I mean, I could move this whole table and roll this whole table, as you can see, and it's not going to go. And you're going to know the amount of force that I've used on this table. So that ruler is really, really awesome. And we'll get back to that in a little bit as well. But back to the mat, knowing there's two sides, and we got two colors going on here. We have a teal, and you can see the pretty side on there, and then we have the pink on the front side here. So we love the colors. That was kind of a Stephanie and a dear friend of mine came up when we were doing colors, what they wanted to see. So that's how we came up with the colors, which are just awesome. But also we have a no slip mat underneath here. So what that does is it allows you to, your mat's not going to slide on you either. So even if you want to buy just the mat, you say, hey, I don't, I just want the mat. I have all the tables, whatever. This mat is an awesome mat. You can get the no slip so that if you put it on your table, it's not going to slide. It's not going to move on you. It's going to be right there where you need it. If you're one of those people who don't need to see through your ruler, we also have a ruler that's a no slip. Also doesn't move as well. So it's just your preference, whether you want one that you can see through, or if you're good enough where you just don't and you just want that ruler that comes. And it is 5 by 25 inches or 26 inches, I believe. And both of these rulers, when you're just, they're must-haves by your sewing table and your cutting table at all times. But when we were designing the table, I thought to myself, I need to not only cut, but I need to iron. And we all know that we have those ironing boards that are long and thin. And sometimes you get out there and that ironing board is really, it's a little bit wobbly and it doesn't give you, it's thin on one end and thick on the other. So when we designed this table, I had in mind that we have a full-size ironing board. So it's not just a cutting table, but now it's a full-size ironing board. And as you can see, we have wool that fits this entire table, and we have a moisture barrier that goes under it so you can iron directly on this table. And when you're done, you can simply take this and roll it up. Because some of the wool out there is very thick, and it's very hard to store because it's so thick. This, you're just going to roll up, get it out of your way. Now it's back to a cutting table. So with that, let me put this over here. With that being said, so now it's a cutting station, it's an iron station, and now I'm going to show you like all the attachments that you can use. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm sure I can guarantee you that during the pandemic, you guys were all out there making face masks, whether it be for charity, nursing homes, your own family, your sons who had jobs that their employees couldn't get masks. I know I did the same as well. We actually live near a Navy base, and we had a lot of people from the military come in and say, we can't even get face masks. Can you please make them for us? So the next product that I'm going to show you is a product that I, in my mind, knew I needed, but I wasn't able to design it till after the pandemic was over and sit and think about all the problems. Because let's be real. All products come from a problem. If you have a problem, there's a solution. And so as quilters, you guys come across a lot of problems. And the first thing you say is, man, I wish I could have come up with something that would do A, B, or C. And what I love to do, and the girls love to do, is say, what do you need? And let me find a solution. So this time I had a problem and I needed a solution. So we came up with and if I could only show you what I started with, you would laugh at me. But this is what we call the rack and roll. So what this is here is you are able to put your fabric and roll it on no matter what you have. And the problem being is when you're trying to cut fabric, you put a bolt or you lay the fabric on top of your mat and you're constantly fighting the fabric on your mat to the right or to the left, depending on right or left-handed. So you get it up here and you're fighting your mat and you're trying to straighten it out. This allows you to put this on the mat completely. Straighten out your fabric. Now look, your entire mat has your fabric laying flat right where it needs to be. And now when you need to cut, all you're going to have to do is pick it up. All you have to worry about is not that it's bunching. Put that on the line that you need and you can cut away. If you need to cut right to left, front to back, you can do it any way you want. The great thing about all the attachments that I'm getting ready to show you is that they are all individual and they can be moved. Now these are 32-inch poles. I've got this set for my fabric width which is not a wide back. It's just a regular 22. But if I wanted to do wide back, I could move these and I could adjust them. So let me show you how I'm going to put this right here. This is how they attach to the table, and they're all individual. So we're going to unscrew this. And again, you can attach this to any table. So if you say, I just need this attachment, that's going to change my life, then you can buy it, and whatever table you use, you can put it on. And so you just clamp it to the table and you're good. And so all these attachments that I'm getting ready to show you, this is how they all attach. One thing that I used this for a lot is we were designing bags with this particular lady, and she used a lot of the fusible fleece. And somebody correct me because I said it was FS. I think
FS 101.
it's FS 101, and I said, so I can't remember what I said, but it's, you buy that and you use it a lot for a lot of different things. You could get 8 yards, or you could buy a bolt of it, put it on here, and always have it. So when you just want to cut out that fusible fleece for all the bag making that you're doing, you could just put 10 yards on here and leave it on there permanently. You could do the same for this. But the other thing is you could take this completely off. You could take it completely off. Now you could wheel this table over to your sewing machine, and as you guys are sewing your strips together, you can just drop your strips right over this pole in the order in which you need. Then you can use this as an ironing table. You can iron out all your strips. And again, in order, lay all your strips here after you've ironed them, bring it over to your sewing machine, and now they're already in order. You don't have to worry about them getting wrinkled, throwing them over your shoulder. They're all here. That actually came from a lady who actually had bought one of the tables from Blaine, and she had called me and she was all excited and was telling me all these things that she had done with the table. So this is, your imagination is the end. Whatever you can imagine you can use it for, you can use it. Now I want to show you this just because I want to show you how you attach the fabric. When you put this here on the pole, we have these C-clamps right here. And all you're going to do is just pop it right on there like this, and pop it on there just like that. And then we're just going to roll it. So that's how you attach it, the fabric. Now, another thing that I want to show you with this is my daughter Stephanie and Jessica, they are very good at organizing. And, you know, my daughter's always like, Mom, keep this clean. Mom, pick this up. And what you're using. If you can see, let's raise this up just a little bit here. So we talked about the ruler. Let's make sure that's in the picture. And if we can take a wide shot out. We always have to chase our rulers. And it's just, sometimes it's really irritating. So if we're going to come over here and we're going to spend the day cutting, we have these little clamps right here. They go right on and off the pole. And now you can attach your rulers, 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever rulers that you may want to attach. We're going to put it right on here like this. We're going to put our cap end on here like this. And as you can see, you can put all the different rulers that you're going to be using that day, put them right there. So now when you're standing here and you're cutting at the front of this table, they are right at your beck and call. You don't have to go looking for them. You don't have to go find them. Everything you need is right here. The whole purpose of the design that we do is you want to get everything you can in one space, because our space is very limited. You don't want just a cutting table, and then you have to have an ironing station and then a sewing station. And, you want to get as much in as you can. With this also, this is the rack and roll. It's a really great, honestly, this was my favorite. This was my first baby. I spent a lot of time on it. If you'd seen the first one I did, it was just craziness. And they fit so well on the Sew Perfect table, on Blaine's table. It's just awesome. One of the other things that I seem to always have a problem with is when you guys use fusible fleecing for embroidery, and I know Blaine sells some awesome embroidery machines, so I'm not even going to say a specific machine because I think sewing machines are all great. It just depends on what your need is. You need to know, and again, just like your sewing tables, you need to know what your need is to find what table fits best for you. Sometimes it may be all, sometimes it may be one specific one. But if you have an embroidery machine, and I know that there's a lot of machines out there that have these new embroidery systems that are just phenomenal. But you have all those rolls of the, and Stephanie, remind me what the rolls are called.
Are you talking about stabilizer?
Thank you.
There's
It was
7.
right there.
There are so many different kinds.
There's
That's
just-
why I love the organizing rack, because you can literally pull it off, cut what you need, and it stays.
And Stephanie has done embroidery for a very, very long time. And she uses some thick, some is fusible,
Lightweight,
some is
heavyweight.
not, lightweight, heavyweight. So this is the next one we're going to talk about. And this is the organizer. And these poles are 48. You see how they're removable. So you can take them on and off. Because you want this to iron, you want this to be an iron station. You're never going to iron and cut at the same time. You're one person, unless you have a friend over. You're only going to do what you do. If you're going to put your sewing machine on here and you're going to make this into an embroidery station, you can put all your stabilizers here. You can pull them off the back, take your scissors, and just cut it right off. So you could have all your different stabilizers on here. And again, if you don't need the table, these would fit on a bookshelf. I've had so many people send me pictures of how they've used it, and that's how I get some of my ideas. That's a great idea. So they'll have a bookshelf full of all their books or fabric, and they put this on top of their bookshelf, and now all their stabilizers are right there. So when they do it, there's a clamp that they buy, and I think you get them off Amazon, and they just write on a magic marker what that stabilizer is called. So they just go right to it. They know what it is. They take the clamp off, they pull it down, and they cut it. So this whole thing can be full of stabilizers as well. And again, let me get the actual stabilizer bar that, did Stephanie take it? Yeah. So this right here, this is what this is. Again, if you want to go, and everybody knows that shipping is outrageous. Nobody knows that more than Blaine. If, let's say, you had a 6 foot, and a lot of people really do have those big, long rolls of batting, whatever it may be, you could go to Lowe's and they have the wooden dowels that are actually 6 foot long. You could even use that as well and put this on a table. That's a 6 foot table. Again, you're going to clamp it just like you would, just like we have it here. You're going to clamp it, and you're going to go ahead and put your 6 foot rolls of batting on there. Again, your imagination is endless in what you can do with this. And you can also see this here. Again, you could use this to put all your rulers. Have 10, 15 of these, and you can just put all your rulers at your fingertips. Again, if you want it on top of your bookshelf and not on the back of your table, you put it on the bookshelf. Your imagination of where to put it is just as much as what you want to put on it as well. So, and with time, Stephanie, can you just let me know when we're halfway so I can move to the table? Let me go over this real quick. Stephanie's already waving at me saying I'm taking too long. So this is for your embroidery hoops. We'll go over this real quick. Your embroidery hoops, you put it here. But look, you want to take it off. I want to show you what you can do with this as well. This can go to this side. When you put it to this side, now you're going to put it under your table so when you walk by, you don't hit your leg on there. So there again, we're going to go ahead and put this. So this is for your embroidery hoops as well. Again, organization. It's all about organization. So I've gone over this, and we're going to move on to the next table because I am pressed on time. So we're going to move over here. This is my baby as well. This here is the 2-tier table, and one of Blaine's best tables out there, and the selling tables out there, because of course, what does he do? He sells machines. So for any machine, how many times have you had to take your machine into the shop and you have to throw another machine on your table? The thing is everybody has 5 machines. We've already established that. But on some tables, you have to change out a plexiglass. Every time you have a new table or new machine, you think, oh, I don't want to buy a new machine because then I got to buy a new table. If you buy this table, guess what? Doesn't matter what machine you have, it's going to fit on this table. So this is an extension table for an extension table. No pun intended. It's a extension, actually a table. So it moves, it disconnects. You can join them. You can move it around. I'll show you that in a minute. And as I start to speed up just a little bit because of my time, let's say I want to go ahead and stand up. Again, these are preset, the same as the other ones. They're going to be preset. So if I want to stand up and quilt, now I can stand up and quilt. I'm going to come in here. And now, as you can see, it's a flat surface. I can come in here and I can quilt. Turning this sideways, you can see that I have a backstop. If I want to quilt and I don't want my table falling off the back side, I'm going to quilt. It's not going to fall off the back side. The thing is, with all of these tables, if you buy all of the tables, now they all work together and they join together. So I have the other table. I can back up to this table. I can adjust them to the same height. Now I put this on the back of the other table, and now I have a huge sewing space. But when I'm all said and done and everything's said and done, I can put this one all the way up to a full standing position. Again, we talk about space. You're in that spare bedroom. Your son's coming home next weekend. I got to change gears from sewing room to my son's room. We're going to push this down, push this one down here. And I know for those in California, I know spaces are a premium in the houses because the houses are kind of small. So now I'm going to push this back. And now I'm going to nest them. So now it's out of the way. Now we've got it nested. We can put a blanket over there and it's kind of pushed out of the way. So that's a great, great feature on this. Now pulling this back out, and we're going to come back down on this. We'll move this down here. I want to talk about the Omni. Those of you who have a house, you say, I love this system. You know what? I just don't have the space. No matter what, I don't have the space. This baby right here will go in RVs. I don't care where you're at. I don't care if you are in the middle of your living room and you're watching TV. Put this over here. Line this up. Have this preset. We'll move this down here. We'll move this up here. So now we're back to a sitting position here as well. Again, you can stand up. You can sit down and sew. It's great. This one here, you can go into your living room. And whenever Blaine needs to cut in and knock me off, Blaine, you just come in and do what you need to do. So this one is the Omni table. You can put this in your living room. And again, a mat, the mat itself is a 12 by 16. So you've got this mat, the same. Again, you're going to have the teal. You're going to have the pink. We have an iron, just like for the other one. So you've got an iron space and a cutting space. If you want to put a sewing machine on this, there are so many people who buy the sewing machines and they bring this out to their living room. So when they're on their couch or in their living room watching TV, they can be sewing strips together. If you're just have that small little area that you just need to sew in, but you don't have room. Again, this is adjustable. So we've got 4 different settings on this one. So you can go ahead and preset if you want to stand up, if you want to sit down. But the great thing about this one is, again, let's say you want an extension for this table and you just need more room because today you're cutting. You can put this one right here, and we're just going to bring it down. Oop, I don't know my up from my down here. And you can make this an extension. You can put it this way. You can make an extension this way. Any way that you can think of, you can make an extension. These are removable. If I bring this one out, and today I want to put a serger. A lot of people will do this. They have 3 machines. They have a serger, they have a sewing machine, a serger machine, and an embroidery machine. You can put this one over here. We can put our serger on here. We can move this one back here. Then we can bring this one down. There are so many different positions that we can put these in that you need. Now you've got like a little nook. If your grandson is sewing and he's over, you can put your grandson here while you're sewing there. And then that way you can watch what he's doing. Because they are all separate tables and they're movable, it just makes the world of difference. If I'm going to go ahead and put a serger on that table, I can bring this one forward, and now we have our quilt. Let's say you want to serge the edge of your quilt, which a lot of people do. Now you've got this long surface that you can put your quilt this way and also do it. But some people just like to have all their machines out, and what they do is bring this one forward, bring this one back here, bring this one here. We're going to bring this one up. And some people, and they've sent me pictures, they constantly leave their embroidery machine on this back side. They have their sewing on this one here. And then they put their serger here. So now, even in a small space, when they're not quilting and they don't need that flat surface, they're just piecing, they have their embroidery machine on the back side. They have their serger here. So if I'm going to serge, I can serge here. My embroidery machine can be going while I'm working on my sewing machine, if you're lucky enough to have a separate embroidery machine. So your imagination is really the limit of what these tables can do. And again, you can wheel this one over. You can put this one right next to your sewing table over here. Then if you've got all three of the tables, it's just endless in what you guys can do. And I don't know, I'm going to give you a few minutes. I'm going to send it back, Blaine, because I don't know if anybody has any questions, and I would really like to answer some questions if anybody has any, or maybe you have some, Blaine, that I have something maybe I haven't covered. Just let me know.
Well, hey, Valerie, great job on that. And, again, I love these tables just for the, versatility, but what's great about these is the storage. How you can take the 2-tier table, you can raise both of them up. You could take the nesting table, put them under that. So you could make it to where all these are fit, confined in one corner of your room. And then when you got ready to use them, you could just roll them out and set them up how you did, however you wanted to do them. So, using multiple tables is an awesome thing. And again, this is not limited to just, sewing like a lot of people think. If you're any kind of crafter or just, even, any kind of hobby you have that you need a great table. I mean, this.
And I think you and I were talking, aren't you guys selling a special on the thing that cuts out the different pieces and stuff, or even the thing that sits on the table where you can quilt with? It's remind me what that's called. Fits perfect.
Yeah,
the Gracie frame.
Yeah, it was the Grace, and it's called a cutie frame. And you think about quilting, people that are quilting, we've sold a lot of combinations with the single tier table where we just set that cutie frame on top of it, and now you've got an electric lift frame that you can quilt on, and you can put any domestic machine on it. So it makes a great combination to do quilting, whether you want to sit down or stand up, and you can adjust it to your perfect height.
And we all know ergonomics, back pain, that's just something that's super important today, especially as we start to get a little older. You and I, Blaine, nobody else, just you and I get older.
Oh, trust me, I know exactly how that feels. So, but Valerie, thank you so much for coming on the show and doing the demonstration.
Thank you,
we
thank you for having us.
Love the tables, and we're going to tell everybody how they can get these, and we'll see you again real soon.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
All right, you too. All right, guys, this is the Stay Perfect tables. Now, again, there's 3 tables that you saw there. The first one that you're looking at right now, well, this is kind of what they call the nesting table. Or the Omni table. But again, this is $999. This one, it comes with the casters on it. And this is the smaller table you saw that you use. A lot of people call it the nesting table. They can put it beside, roll it up beside their sewing cabinet they already have existing. They could put it beside the single tier table, or use it in combination with the 2-tier table and kind of make an extension. And again, guys, we have a call-in special on this. Give us a call right now. We are going to have a great deal for you right now. But again, this is the all-purpose, table. You can use it for, a lot of people call it the nesting table. Again, we have financing available. We're going to ship it free right to your doorstep nationwide. So call us at 800-401-8151. The next table that we saw right there, this is the all-position single tier electric lift table. Now, this is the bigger table. And again, the price on this is $14.99. We have financing available for you, and we're going to ship it free to your doorstep. Now, guys, all these tables, if you want to see all the dimensions of each one of them, you can go to, just smplive.tv. You're going to see that product right up, toward the top of the page. You can scroll through and find these tables. Click on that product. It's going to take you right to the product page. You can read all about it and see the dimensions. Now, also, you can just go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top, you can just put Stay Perfect. It's going to take you to the Stay Perfect page, and you'll be able to find those electric lift tables on there. Again, it's going to come with the casters. It comes with the cutting mat. It's going to come with the wool mat that you can put up for ironing. And again, it comes with that moisture barrier with the ironing mat, so you can steam on top of this table. You're not going to hurt it. These tables are made out of that, really nice plastic, high density plastic, almost like a football helmet or something. You're not going to break this table. And really good price on this, guys. And then the next table that we showed was that 2-tier. And this is $26.99 is our regular price. We do have a call-in special for it as well. Now, what makes the 2-tier so awesome is you can use it in combination with your machine just to make it a bigger workspace. So you put that machine on that lower table, you can raise and lower that top table and the lower table in conjunction with each other, so they work together. And it just basically makes you have a big, huge extension table. So it makes it a lot bigger to do your projects on. And then again, you can screw them back in together and store them. You can actually do all 3 tables kind of like that. It works out really well. And so again, a great price on this right now for Hoop Fest. Financing available, free shipping. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. And again, guys, if you want to know the exact dimensions and the weight that they'll hold and everything, give us a call at the 800 number, or you can just go on the website and visit it and read all about it. So great specials on these tables. So guys, and tomorrow you're going to be in for a treat. Our very own Kennedy is going to do some demonstrations on it. And so Kennedy is going to be demonstrating the Stay Perfect tables. And so you'll need to stay tuned for that tomorrow. All right, guys.
Yes, you will.
What do y'all think? It is the end of day 1.
Woo!
We made it through. And so, guys, it is giveaway time. We're going to give some stuff away. So the first thing we're going to give away, and we sure do appreciate everybody tuning in today. We hope that you've enjoyed it, what you've seen so far. Tomorrow, we have even more stuff in store for you. It's going to be another fast-paced day with a lot of products we're going to show you. So we hope that you've enjoyed it today. But now we are going to give some stuff away. So the first thing we're going to give away is our event bags. And everybody loves our event bags. We sell these for $49.99 as a bundle of 8 on our website, or you can buy them individually for $9.99. There's 8 different colors to choose from. Each one has a unique saying on them. And we're going to give 2 customers one of these. So Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin that wheel.
Okay, let's do it.
And y'all stay tuned because we're going to give away pick our first finalist for the grand prize giveaway.
Levon Walker.
Levon Walker.
So Levon Walker is our winner. So Levon, she is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Levon. What we need you to do to claim your prize is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see claim my prize, fill out the information complete, hit submit, and we will get your winning gift sent out next week.
Woo!
All right, so Kennedy, let's spin that wheel again. We'll get us another bag winner.
Okay.
Mary Jordan.
Jordan.
All right, so Mary is our winner. She is watching today from YouTube as well. So Mary, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information, hit submit, and we'll get your bags sent out to you next week. So again, a reminder, guys, I want to tell you, voting is still open all the way until Thursday the 15th. That you can vote on everybody's embroidery project, and you can find that. Just go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. You'll see the Hoop Fest banner. Click on that. You'll find it where it says gallery. Click on the gallery, and you can see all the entries that were entered. So you want to go vote on your favorite one, the one you like the best, because the top 3 is going to get a prize package. And then we're also giving a bunch of stuff away through the whole show this week, over $100,000 worth of prizes giveaway. And one lucky viewer on Friday is going to win a Dream Studio giveaway worth over $25,000, a great prize package, one of them featuring that SWF, SWF 12 needle is going to be one of the prizes. So great prize package that we're giving away. And we're going to pick one of our winners here in just a minute for the finalists. We're going to pick a finalist for the Monday's finalist to be one of the top 5 eligible for that. But we're going to continue to give stuff away. So, hey, we got our sew mats next. These are our world famous sewing mats. If you don't own one of these, you're doing your machine a disservice. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
All right. Let's do it.
Sandy Rafi.
Sandy.
Sandy is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Sandy. And to claim your prize, Sandy, you want to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you'll see claim a prize, fill out the information, hit submit. And most importantly, in the notes in that, tell us what color of sewing mat you want and what size you want. Guys, we have 12 different colors. We have 4 sizes of each color, except for the leopard print. And the leopard print, we only have a medium and large in that. But you can pick which one you want, Sandy, and we'll get that out to you. All right, we're going to give one more of these away. So, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woo! The amazing mama.
The Amazing Mama. So the Amazing Mama is our winner watching today from YouTube. And so what we need you to do, Amazing, is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, fill out all the information. And most importantly, tell us what color sewing mat you want, what size, and we'll get it shipped out to you. All right, next up, we are going to give away a Juki DX7. Look at this, guys. What a great machine. $16.99 price point on this, guys. We're giving one away to a lucky viewer out there. All right, so Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Whee!
Man, somebody's getting a nice sewing machine. Who's it going to be?
When I saw these were giveaways.
Carol.
S. Carol just won yourself a Juki DX7. So congratulations. She is watching today from, or he, I don't know who S is, watching today from YouTube. So to claim your prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you see claim a prize, fill out all their information complete, hit submit, and then next week sometime we'll be sending you your brand new Juki DX7 sewing machine. So awesome. All right, next up, guys, we are going to give away a Brother LB5000M and a Floriani Great Wall of Thread package away.
I like the Great Wall. That's good.
Yes.
Look at this, guys.
Every single color of Floriani thread.
This is a $2,600 prize package. Look at that. And I mean,
with the holder and the thread.
Yeah, the holder and the thread.
That's
I mean,
cool.
that's a great prize by itself.
That's really
just
cool.
the thread.
Put that in your sewing room. You got every color available.
Right. Now we're going to throw in an LB5000, a 4x4 Brother embroidery machine.
Yep, I like that one.
That is an awesome package, guys. So again, you should have enough thread to last you a while.
I am so jealous of whoever gets this. I'm serious.
All right,
It's
so
so good.
here we go. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Good luck.
And coming up next is our first finalist for the Dream Studio, Charlene Holton.
Oh my goodness.
Charlene, today, congratulations. You are watching from Facebook. So, congratulations, Charlene. You are our winner. And you just won yourself the Brother LB5000M sewing or embroidery machine and the Floriani Great Wall of Thread. And it's a great $2,600 prize package. So congratulations, Charlene. That's awesome. All right, guys, are y'all ready? This is going to be our first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000.
Oh my goodness.
This is the big one. So guys, here's the thing. If you become whoever we pick today, you're going to get in the drawing for Friday for the $25,000 Dream Studio. But if you don't even win that, you're guaranteed to win a great prize package already if you get your name drawn today. So you'll be our first finalist. So Kennedy, are we ready to go, everybody?
I feel like I have so much power right now.
I need everybody's help with me right now. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Kennedy, spin that wheel. All right, here we go.
Oh my goodness. So exciting.
Boom.
Debbie Stuckman.
Debbie Stuckman. So Debbie, you are our winner for the first finalist on Monday to get into the Dream Studio giveaway. So Debbie is our first finalist. And Debbie, you're guaranteed to win a prize package, but you're in the drawing now of the final 5 on Friday. And I will draw them out live on air. We'll show you their names. We're going to put them in a hat. I'm going to pull them out and on air show you who wins the Dream Studio giveaway. Over $25,000, featuring that SWF 12 needle machine is the highlight of it.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you're getting another sewing machine. You're getting another embroidery machine. You're getting a serger. You're getting thread.
Yeah.
You're getting a Stay Perfect table.
Yeah.
You're getting a great prize package. So awesome.
Your name is going in the hat.
Yep. So Debbie, congratulations on being our first finalist. So guys, that's it for today. We're going to be here again in the morning. First thing in the morning, the stream will start at 8 a.m. I'll come on at 8:15 and kick things off. We sure do appreciate y'all tuning in for us, with us today. We hope that you'll come back tomorrow. We got more educational sessions. We have more demonstrations on some great machines. And guys, if you don't see the machine of your dreams on the show, no worries. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. And there's a good chance it's going to be on special because we have thousands and thousands of products that are on Quilt Fest specials this week. But we just did, I mean, Hoop Fest, Quilt Fest stuff too. But so Hoop Fest specials. And just because you don't see it on the show, because we only have so much room and so much time to show products. So we have a ton of stuff that are special. So if you don't see your machine, call us anyway, because it is on call-in special, and the call center can take care of you. So guys, we sure do appreciate y'all sticking around with us all day, and we'll see y'all first thing in the morning. Have a great night.